The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Dublin Valley Farms, Stable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Good afternoon, racing fans. Here we are. Thank you for joining us at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fair. A little bit different of a view for you this afternoon. Myself, of course, Ashley Daly, Soulsby. Beside me, we have a very large card here at Dayton. 17 on tap. Post time just at 1 p.m.
And it's an interesting part of the season because we're starting to wind down with fair racing, but yet we managed to have 17 races with a lot of full fields, and the program is really great. If you go to harnessracingohio.com and download our free program, because there's a lot of information for the handicappers today. In fact, in the first race, it's 10 deep on the past performance line, so that's a handicapper's dream. They can see practically the whole season of this first field of 2-year-old trotting fillies.
There we go. Sounded like we had some very minor audio issues, but I think we could pick up some from even my mic. But with that, no, Trish is exactly right. So head on over to harnessracingohio.com. We will see quite a few horses today actually drop in that are not normally fair horses, and that is because trainers, owners, drivers, they know that Dayton Raceway is a very nice, well-maintained track. So we'll see all kinds of talent across the board this afternoon.
That's also going to be interesting for a number of these horses that have never been on a big track or been on a surface like they're having here at Dayton today.
Absolutely, because normally, if I guess jumping into it, our fair races are on a half mile. Here at Dayton, we are on a 5/8, so technically the races will start on the backside, and we have a total of 3 turns.
All right, well, we better jump right in and take a look at this card, Ashley. We're going to start off with 2-year-old filly trotters in this Montgomery County program of fair races today. It's a 1-mile trot going for a purse of $6,443, and it is the first division of 2 today. We're going to take a look at this field, which contains, believe it or not, it has just 2 winners in the field and 3 maiden horses going postward here, so that'll be interesting too. The one horse is IB Cream. Brett Miller will be in the bike for trainer Jeff Kirkbride. This is a bay filly by De La Creme, by Reno B, by Amigo Hall. Definitely has a good win percentage going here. 11 starts, 4 wins, 1 second, 4 thirds, so a good percentage for consistency too right across the board. $19,145 earned and a mark taken at Delaware of 158.4, and that was in its most recent start at Delaware on September 16th, of course, in the Ohio Fair Stake over there, winning by 3.5 lengths. Last quarter in 30 seconds flat, and Brett Miller was aboard for that one too. The interesting thing about this one is from the pole position has had 3 prior starts and broke kind of off the gate in 2 of the times of the 3 that has had the rail position. All the trotting fillies in here today wear trotting hopples, but IB Cream would likely be one of your favorites and is the second choice in the morning line.
Alex Hawk is slated to drive the 2-horse Queen Catherine W, trained by Earl Owens, owned by Richard Owens of MacArthur, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old filly by Long Tom out of a Master Levesque mare, Queen of Levesque. This is one that is still looking for the first lifetime win. However, in 11 starts, has hit the board in 2 third-place finishes to make about $6,100. Most recently has raced actually 3 weeks ago on 9/11 at Old Washington. Did have a break in that race, however, shows breaks in every single race. So still a 2-year-old filly, trotting filly that is trying to figure it out.
The 3 horses, Strawberry Hill, handled by Tyler Smith. Trainer Brett Ader sends this one forward. He's also a co-owner on this one by What the Hill, out of Lady Bella by Cantab Hill. Now, this is one of those maidens, but interestingly enough, it is our top money earner in the field, which shows you can get good earnings across the board here racing at Ohio Fairs and not even notch a win, not even break your maiden. 10 starts, no wins, 2 seconds, 1/3, $33,906 earned. And we are going to go to our post parade and come back at you with the rest of the information.
Stray's First Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trot, the first $6,443. Blanket trophy presentation made by Ohio Fair Managers Association District Director Wade Flory. First race starts the early double. Change of driver, the 5 Lovely in Red will be driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Here's the field, number 1, Ivy Cream, owned by Charles Vigderon, Steve Swansel, Donald Spencer, trained by Jeff Kirkbride with Brett Miller. Number 2 is Queen Catherine W., owned by Richard Owens. Earl Owens trains Alex Hawk. 3, Strawberry Hill, owned by the partnership of Ader, Lane, and Urich. Brett Ader trains Tyler Smith. 4 is Madam L, by the Van Stables. Levan, and Levan. Hank Levan trains and drives, completing the field. 5, Lovely in Red, owned by E.G. Trout LLC. Ed Greeno Jr. trains and now drives. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. First race starts early.
Just to come back a short bit with Strawberry Hill, early on in the season, she was in the Next Generation, which is where she did pick up a good chunk of that change, finishing 4th, but then went to the fairs, headed to the fairs, and was a consistent check getter. So, you know, it's how far have they come, baby, right? From the Next Generation to racing here at the end of the season.
Right, so Strawberry Hill is actually one that has not raced at a fair, has actually been up at that higher level at the Sire Stakes and actually at Delaware itself and the Ohio Breeders. So with that, we'll move on to the 4-horse Madam L. Hank Levan drives and trains this filly by Marseille out of a Donato Hanover mare, Leaping Lady. Madam L has hit the board 7 of 18 tries this season to make over $20,000 with 4 wins already under her belt. The last win actually came back at Kenton on, well, actually early August. She had a string of 3 wins in a row. The fastest win for her did come in 2:06 out of that small streak. Recently at Delaware, though, in the fair stakes, she did time a mile in 2 minutes flat.
The 5 is Lovely in Red. Trainer Ed Greeno will be aboard. The 3rd, Pat Daughter, out of Top Lovely by Lovin' Every Moment. 14 starts on the season, no wins, 3 seconds, 4/3, $7,773 in earnings, and was scratched due to transportation, was slated to go at Coshocton. So last started at Dover on September 20th, where made a slight break going before the quarter, but still ended up finishing 3rd, beaten 9.5 lengths, and trotting in 2:08 and 2 that day. So that was a break. And also 2 back, there was a break at Delaware as well, and finished a distant 8th there. But if we go back beyond that, was definitely picking up the checks and not making too many mistakes. Started, it looks like, the season even before Urbana, which is the last line we can see, on August 5th. So has had plenty of seasoning, I guess, with the 14 starts on the year. You know, you look at this field and you see how much family participation there really is in harness racing when you start to look at the names and you know the fathers and the brothers, and it's definitely one of the things that seems to be passed on by generation and generation. Definitely a family sport.
Absolutely, but you know, Trish, actually, so we were here last night, of course, for the Buckeye Stallion Series finals, and if anybody was tuning in, I got to interview Waylon Eubank, so on the opposite side of the family. He was kind of just involved with friends, and now he rides currently for Virgil Morgan Jr. and gets to drive, but he will be racing this afternoon in the 11th race, which is the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final, and I'm sure we can bring that up later, but we're moving into position for our first race here at the Montgomery County Fair at Dayton Raceway, this first division of 2-year-old filly trotters. $6,443 on the line. Mike Webkenberg, of course, starting all the excitement for us here today. From the rail out, we have IB Cream, Queen Catherine W, Strawberry Hill, Madam L, and Lovely in Red. A field of 5. Well, let's roll it on over to Barry Vickroy, a voice we do not get to hear too often at our county fairs.
Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trotters. Montgomery County Fair opener here at Dayton Raceway. The gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, offhand trotting. Right out for the lead, IB Cream. Followed the gate away and has the lead. Strawberry Hill up on the outside. Racing away in third is Queen Catherine W. Lovely in Red will tuck in fourth. Early trailer is Madam L. They'll trot it in around the turn and head on over to the quarter. An early 3-length advantage for IB Cream, who shows the way. Strawberry Hill is there second and tightening in for Tyler Smith. Queen Catherine W. is next in third. Then it is Lovely in Red and Madam L, quarter and 29 and 3. Coming to the stretch the first time, IB Cream and Brett Miller still clear by 3. 2-5 favorite Strawberry Hill. Queen Catherine W. trots third, fourth, Lovely in Red. And the trailer is Madam L. Make their way into the paddock turn, trotting over to the half. IB Cream showing the way, setting the tempo. Strawberry Hill is racing there in second. It's a gap of 2, now 3 back to Queen Catherine W. Lovely in Red to the inside. Madam L out and underway from the back. Past the half, 59 and 4, 30 and a fifth in the second split. IB Cream still motoring along. Strawberry Hill has closed the gap. Content to follow. Up on the outside comes Madam Hill, and that will send Strawberry Hill to the outside and out of the pocket to challenge with 3/8 to go. IB Cream immediately kicks in gear. Racing fourth to the inside is Queen Catherine W, and the trailer is Lovely in Red. On to 3/4, IB Cream has got the lead. Strawberry Hill still second, now third, Madam L. Getting a bit steppy and retreating. Queen Catherine W, the trailer, Lovely in Red, off stride, went Madam L. 3/4 was 128 and 3, 28 and 4 down the back stretch. IB Cream with the lead. Strawberry Hill comes to the outside to challenge into the stretch. IB Cream. Strawberry Hill on the outside is digging in, coming on and coming at her. IB Cream digging deep. IB Cream will hang on to win it from Strawberry Hill. Queen Catherine W and Madam L, 158 and 3.
158 and 3 for IB Cream. That is a new lifetime mark after she actually just lowered it her last start out at Delaware. Does it again today. 158 and 3. IB Cream. Brett Miller for Jeff Kirkbride. A ton of gate speed.
Yes, she actually played with the field when the challenge of Strawberry Hill, who was tracking her, decided to pop out and give it. Quickly went back to continue tracking. IB Cream, an easy winner here, and of course, Brett Miller appearing here today, and looking at those driver's standings and stats that they have here on our Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association Facebook, pointing out that he sits 5th aboard all number of wins for drivers here in Ohio with, a few days ago, 325 wins.
Say we will see a kind of, I don't want to say different caliber, but I guess that is a way to describe it, our pari-mutuel drivers. A lot of them are here today. Of course, later on the program, we'll see some changes coming to mind. Dan Noble is not here, but a lot of the guys who are on this track every single night and race a lot of nice horses and maybe just have that experience. We will see maybe some upsets today. Who knows? Well, that was our winner, or our favorite did not win in that race.
No, actually.
Director Wade Flory, winner of the first division. Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trot number 1 IB Cream is a 2-year-old daughter of De La Creme. Out of the Amigo Hall mare. Raina B, Charles Vigneron, Steve Swansel, Donald Spencer, Jeff Kirkbride, the winning trainer. Brett Miller, the winning driver. 5th career win for IB Cream. It's a new lifetime mark today, 158 and 3.
We will await that official rundown from Barry, but I do have the quarters 29 and 3 to the half, 59 and 4, 3/4 pole, 128 and 3, and of course that final mile time, as repeated, new lifetime mark, 158 and 3 for IB Cream.
First race is Exacta $6, trifecta $10.85, superfecta $6.72. Here's they finish the first. Ivy Cream the winner. Queen Catherine W 3, Strawberry Hill 2, Madam L 4, Lovely and Red 5. 1, 3, 2, 4, 5 on the bottom. 158 and 3. Second race, scratch the 1. Secret Fire is 6.
We do have a change moving in to our second race. Actually, a couple of changes starting out at the rail. Secret Fire is a scratch in race 2. Tim Deaton will now drive the 3, King of the USA, and Alex Hawk is now to drive the 7, Legendary Knight. But with that, we are official for race 1, and Trish and I will give you better information and insight to our now scratched down to a field of 6 for the second race after a few messages from our sponsors.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
The first Montgomery County Fair in Dayton, Ohio was held in 1839. A single ticket then cost 25 cents, while the whole family paid just $1. From the start, plowing exhibitions, livestock shows, and harness racing drew people to the Gem City. Harness racing has been a long-time highlight of the fair. A crowd estimated at 75,000 crammed into the fairgrounds in 1874 to witness the Queen of Trotters take to the track. Goldsmith Maid held the world record at 2 minutes and 18 seconds and was famous around the country. There was no room in the overflowing grandstand or anywhere on the grounds, so spectators climbed onto the tops of stables and cattle barns. The extra weight caused a roof to give way, but no animal or person were harmed. By the 1930s, lights were installed around the racetrack. The Montgomery County Fair was the first in the state to hold night racing. Today, the county fair is a member of the Ohio Colt Racing Circuit. They host one afternoon of live-action harness racing at Dayton Raceway.
All right. Well, we are back. We're going to take a look at 2-year-old Colt Pacers here in the second race. And once again, to remind you, we are scratching the 1, Secret Fire. He's out sick, reducing it to a field of 6. The number 2 is T by the Sea. This one will be reined by Colton Noble for trainer Michael Arnold. It's a down by the Seaside Colt out of Teapot, Hanover by Western Hanover. The big winner in the race thus far this season with 6 wins notched already out of 13 starts, followed by a single second and 2 thirds, earning $18,276 with a mark taken right here at Dayton, and that is fresh off the win. I think it was actually smart to go from racing at some of these fairs and put this horse in an overnight to see how they handled it. Had the rail last time, and by virtue of the scratch, we'll have the rail again today, T by the Sea. So before that win by a nose last time out, Trevor Smith was in the bike for that one of 156 and 3. We'll go back to a 3rd place finish at Delaware in the Ohio Fair Stakes, and then starts at Kenton and Van Wert, picking up checks. Got a little sick, missed a couple starts there maybe, and then going back to finishing fairly consistent. Definitely one to contend with here as they made it the 5-2 choice in the morning line.
Tim Deaton will now drive the 3-horse King of the USA for trainer and owner Betty Clegg. This is a bay 2-year-old colt by down by the Seaside out of a Roll with Joe mare. Very lightly started, usually from the Cleggs. Only 10 lifetime starts, still looking for the first win, but has notched a 2nd and a 3rd place finish to make about $2,400. King of the USA last race about 3 weeks ago on 9/11 at Old Washington did not sit in the money. Most recently has been seeming to have some trouble getting home. Last 2 starts did come home in 34 in a piece. However, looking further back, do want to mention at Scioto Downs and a horse in gelding non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag. Did go a mile in 1:56-1 final quarter and 29-3. King of the USA also does show that second place finish, that one and only second place finish on his resume back at Washington Courthouse in late July, 2:05-1.
And our 4-horse is Naked Berry. This one trained by Mike Polhamus. He's also the co-owner of this one by Western Terror out of, well, I think we're going to interrupt here for a second and go to that post parade.
This first $5,173. Blanket Trophy sponsored by Brookville Barbershop. Scratch the 1. Secret Fire is 6. Tim Deaton drives to the 3. Put Alex Hawk on the 7. Race 2 starts at pick 4. Races 2, 3, 4, and 5. No changes in the 3rd and the 4th. Jason Beatty drives the 1 and the 5th. Ray Paver drives the 7. Here's the field for the 2nd. The 1 is Scratch. Number 2 is T by the Sea, owned by Brian Witt, trained by Mike Arnold with Colton Noble. 3, King of the USA, owned and trained by Betty Clegg, changed the driver to Tim Deaton. Number 4 is Naked Berry, owned by Golden Goose Stables and trainer Mike Polhamus with Ronnie Gillespie. 5, Beachmaster King, owned by Mitchell Bean, Jeremy McGraw, Marna Sheehan, trained by Mark Winters with Jeff Nysonger. 6 is South Sea, David Wills, trainer Ray Paver and Robert Conley with Jason Beatty. Completing the field 7, Legendary Knights, owned by Worley Racing, Craig Bowman trains, change the driver, Alex Hawk is in the sulky. Scratch the 1, D.
Okay, picking back up, and speaking of our 4-horse Naked Berry, I should give the dam credit. Her name is Felicity Cam out of Cam Best. This time, Ronnie Gillespie drives. He has been in the bike the last couple times, so well familiar with this one. Also raced here last time out at Dayton, but unlike T by the Sea, classification means everything. T by the Sea was in a non-winners of 1 to be claimed. They put Naked Berry in a straight non-winners 1 pari-mutuel, and the race went in 1:53-1, and that was a pretty snappy field he caught and still managed to finish 5th. Individual time for this one was 1:55-3 over this surface with a last quarter of 30 3/5 seconds. On the season, though, it's looking a little dimmer. 10 starts, no wins, no seconds, 3/3, $3,192. You know, we often talk about the trotters and breaking, but we see a couple of breaks here on Naked Berry, too, looking back. The most recent one, 3 back at Kenton, where it was off before the start. He went off, and after he was still running, and way back at Urbana made a break before the start as well.
A duo we see often will team back up. Jeff Nysonger in the bike for trainer Mark Winters, Beachmaster Keen. This is one that's coming right off of a win at Delaware. Actually had a huge mile at Delaware in just the fair stakes. Ended up 3 wide by the 3/4 pole, but finished the mile final quarter in 29. Mile time 1:56-4 for this 2-year-old gelding by Bring on the Beach. Beachmaster Keen has hit the board at 9 of 15 starts this year and has notched 3 wins to make about $18,000 for owner Mitchell Bean of Sabina, Jeremy McGraw of Sabina, and Mama Sheehan of Kentucky.
The 6 is South Sea. This one was a yearling purchase at the Lexington Select Sale for $42,000, and I mention that here because his sire is down by the seaside. That popular sire just connected to give Ohio the richest sale price, I guess, on a down by the seaside is also the richest sale price of an Ohio bred, and sold for $425,000 the other day, and that horse's name was Wayne Harvey. But South Sea came out of that sale, has had less starts than most of these today with only 6 and 1/3 to talk about. $4,202. That 3rd place finish was in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware last time out, where he finished 3rd and paced in 1:56-3. Has been racing at the pari-mutuels and going right around that speed, 56-2, 56-3, 57.
Rounding out the field, Craig Bowman trains Legendary Knight. Alex Hawk will now get the call of this bit of a legend in gelding. This is one that's still looking for his first lifetime win in now will be 10 starts after this race. Most recently did finish 9th at a distance at Scioto Downs almost a month ago. However, do want to mention at Scioto, a couple starts back from that, and a 2-year-old non-winners of 2 did time a mile in 1:54.1. Also does show a single second place finish at Urbana in a fair stakes in 2 minutes and 3/5. Legendary Knight has made $2,700 and was purchased at the Ohio Selected Sale just last year for $31,000.
Start of a pick 4. Gate swings into the back stretch. Here they go. They're off and pacing. Good start for the lead. South Sea from the outside towards the inside. King of the USA with Beachmaster Keen in between them at the rail. Is T by the Sea driving 4 wide on the outside. Legendary Knight and Naked Berry is typically unhurried and is the early trailer as they scramble around the turn and head to the quarter. Beachmaster Keen with a short lead. Inside King of the USA continuing to motor up on the outside. Legendary Knight. T by the Sea is there racing in 4th. 5th is South Sea, and Naked Berry is at the back, 27-4. Opening quarters, they pass the stands the first time. It's Beachmaster Keen with the lead. Legendary Knight is going to see a lot of Dayton Raceway on the outside to the inside. King of the USA working to close the gap and occupy the pocket. Racing in 4th is T by the Sea. South Sea is next, and the trailer is Naked Berry on over to the half. Beachmaster Keen at 2-5 is showing the way. Outside, Legendary Knight may be able to slide in the pocket as King of the USA couldn't keep the hole closed. Up on the outside, T by the Sea starts to move as King of the USA is starting to give way. The half 56-4, 29 flat second panel. Moving to the outside, South Sea, and following the covers, Naked Berry. 3/8 to go, and Beachmaster Keen has got the lead. T by the Sea is now second. Up on the outside, third, South Sea. Inside, Legendary Knight was hard used early, and he's all done. Moving up, Naked Berry as they drive for 3/4. Beachmaster Keen is the one to catch the lead as nearly 2. T by the Sea is racy there in second. South Sea is next. Up on the outside and in gear, Naked Berry closing for Ronnie Gillespie. 3/4, 126-1, 29-2 backside. Beachmaster Keen with the lead. Naked Berry up on the outside. Inside, T by the Sea. South Sea is 4th into the stretch. Beachmaster Keen up the inside. T by the Sea is closing. Naked Berry is still there as they drive for the wire. Beachmaster Keen at 2-5. From T by the Sea, Naked Berry, and South Sea was 4th, 156.
156, Beachmaster Keen, another new lifetime mark. Beachmaster Keen actually, I guess back-to-back, Trish, just set his lifetime mark at Delaware in 156-4, comes right back here at Dayton today and goes 156. Jeff Neisonger, of course, in that bike.
We're likely to see a number of new lifetime marks here today. It's very warm, so, you know, the track is fast and we have a nice sunny day. And a lot of these horses, as I said, haven't seen a lot of this type of surface.
Absolutely. That's a great insight. We saw many, actually, for the Buckeye Stallion Series horses, many, I think, out of all 8 divisions, 6 new lifetime marks last night. And I'll give the credit where the credit is due. Usually the first couple weeks at Dayton Raceway, well, any parimutuel track can be a little bit slower just because horses haven't been on it. But this track, we've seen all kinds of new lifetime marks and actually track record performances in the last couple of weeks. So that's been very, very exciting racing.
Well, the betting favorite did prevail. It was a nice finish, and I often listen to the race callers and what they say, and I know that he had said something about Naked Berry being unhurried as usual. So he was sitting back, but he actually was strong finishing. We'll get the official rundown here shortly from our track announcer.
Looks like our winner is making his way into the winner's circle. Brad Conrad back here today again with us.
Here's the winner of the second race, First Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old Colt Pace. Blanket Trophy presentation by Brookville Barbershop. 5, Beachmaster Keen. 2-year-old Gullet Son of Bring on the Beach, out of the Ponder Bear, Keen Allure, on Mitchell Bean, Jeremy McGraw, and Marna Sheehan. Trained by Mark winners. Jeff Nysonger, the winning driver. It's a 4th career win for Beachmaster Keen. That's 2 in a row for him. A new lifetime mark today, 156.
Still waiting for that official rundown. We'll say Legendary Knight did not finish well, but he put in his effort. He definitely put in his effort the
hard
long way
work.
around.
No results, but hard work, right? That happens sometimes.
It does, and especially we have a lot more track to
Races
play with
official.
this
Beachmaster
today.
Keen pays $280 to win. Exacta $370, Trifecta $720, Superfecta $5.46, early double $7.40. Here's they finish the second race. 1 was scratched, 2 by the C2, King of the USA 6, Naked Berry 3, Beachmaster Keen the winner, Sal C 4, Legendary Knight 5. Scratch 2, 6, 3, 1, 4, 5 on the bottom 156.
Well, that's going to kick us on over to the third race where we're going to see the first division of 3-year-old filly trotters. This is going to be another short field of 5, and we'll be back to set this race up for you after these words from our sponsors.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Thanks for joining us, Trish and myself, Ashley Daly, behind the camera, actually, for today here at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fair. We're headed into race 3. Trish, we are right smack in the sun, but I will say it is a beautiful, beautiful day out here.
Yes, I think it's one to savor, actually. We're kind of in an Indian summer, as they say.
I know. Before we know it, we're going to be bundled up and not going to be happy about it.
I'm just glad it's not wet.
That is very true. Very true. But of course, if you are joining us here today, make sure you come on over. We are right in front of the grandstand. You can't miss us. If you have your passports, make sure to come over and get them signed or turn them in if this is your last fair of the year, because after this, we only have Lancaster next week.
Yeah, that's going to be quite a race in itself. Some of the faces I'm sure you've seen show up at quite a few fairs. It'll be interesting to see who goes down as number 1.
Right.
As the fan of fairs, right?
And so just, I guess, some PSA. For those that do have passports, you can turn them in directly if you're here at Dayton today or at Lancaster, or please mail them in to the OHHA office. I can actually give you our address right off the top of my head. Is 2237 Sonora Drive there in Grove City, Ohio. But even if you only have a handful of fairs, please send them in. Make sure page number 3 is filled out. We do need your contact information to know who we are awarding. But even if you have a couple of fairs, send them on in. We're giving away plenty of prizes this year.
All right. Well, we're going to take a look at this third race, going for a purse of $6,350. And from the rail, it's Phyllis L., trained and driven by Hank Levan. And this one is a long time out of Kelly's Commando by CR Commando. Had a very good season as a 2-year-old with 23 starts, earning over $31,000, and has definitely come back at 3 and been a force to be reckoned with, too. At the fair's 25 starts, 6 wins, 6 seconds, 3 thirds, 40 $43,814 earned, and a mark taken at Scioto Downs at the Parimutuel track, 158 and 2. Now, this one overall, lifetime, also is the big leader in this field with $75,359 to boast about. Last started at Coshocton and finished fourth. Last quarter in 29 and 3, mile in 2:03 and 3. At Delaware, however, was a winner was sitting third to the half and then went right to the front and was an easy winner that day as the favorite in 159. I want to give a shout out to one of our breeders here in Ohio, because we don't often talk about the breeders, but Midland Acres on national breeding with purses earned by their offspring this season are sitting 10th, I believe. Is that right? 10th?
I'm not exactly sure of ranking.
$2,836,959 in earnings for their offspring this season.
Going on to our second post position, we have Catalilly. Roy Wilson will drive for trainer April Roach. And by the bugle. So we're going to head over to the post parade before we finish out our field of 5.
Horses are stepping onto the track for the third race. Purse of $6,350 for the Richard Weiss Memorial. Total purse of $12,700. The 1, Phyllis L. with Hank Levan. The 2 is Catalilly with Roy Wilson. Ronnie Gillespie drives the 3, 4 is a charm. The 4 is All About Faith for Jason Beatty. And the 5, Flip 5 Stones for Jeff Nysonger.
A voice we do not get to hear on air. That was John Wiest, who is the son and also judges is reciting PJ at a lot of fairs that we have been at all year. But he is the son of Richard Wiest, who is named in memorial of race 3 here today. But going back to our 2-horse, Catalilly, she will be making just her second seasonal start. Looks like last year as a freshman didn't have a whole lot of luck, but did started late actually in August as a freshman and raced through October of last year and is now coming back late as a 3-year-old. Will say, though, in her one start this season, it was at Kenton in a fair. She had a 4th place finish in 2:10 and 2. Lifetime, this 3-year-old filly by Long Tom has made $3,100.
All right, so now we're going to take a look at the 3. 4 is a Charm, trained by Mike Polhamus and owned by Donnie Roberts of Troy, Ohio. Ronnie Gillespie gets the call today on this one that has yet to see the winner's circle as well in 2 seasons of racing. Only 8 starts last year with a single third, and 6 starts this year, though, with 2 third-place appearances. One of them just came 2 back, despite making a break off the gate at Kenton, finished 3rd. And last time at Delaware was going along and making a move, was up as close as 4th, and then broke through the stretch. So if you look at the lines on this one, it would be very iffy. I do see a clean line 4 back, and that would have been at Lima, but more breaks than anything else for 4 is a Charm.
Our last 2 fillies of the field are nice fillies, we'll say that. So our 4-horse, All About Faith, Jason Beatty will get the call for trainer Tyler Tinch. This is a filly by What the Hill out of a credit winner mare, Global Pageant. Blaze Racing does own All About Faith, and I already did see we've got a couple connections with their T-shirts on here at Dayton Raceway. 27 starts on the year for All About Faith. She has hit the board 18 times and has won 9 of those tries. Almost $50,000 made on the year. Most recently had a 2nd place finish at Delaware, but back from that, she's been on a couple little small streaks. Old Washington, she was a winner. 3 back, Kenton, she was a winner, and shows her fastest mile, at least what we can see, was a 2nd place finish and 1:58 and 2 back at Urbana.
Well, she's going to have to work because Flip 5 Stones, the 5-horse, is also a very nice filly with a very nice season, winning half of her starts, 9 of 18, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, $40,127 earning, and a mark taken at Delaware, 157 flat. That was the most recent win, and it was 4 straight for this filly in the Buckeye State that is a daughter of Lane of Stone, and by limited mares, actually, Lane of Stone has some very nice racehorses, and yet he's still racing. We've seen him at the fairs this year, going in some of those older races. So very nice horse, Flip Five Stones, on a win streak, 4 strong. Can she extend that here today? Well, it looks like she likes to go to the front, but All About Faith does as well. So we'll see. I think the 5-hole is a good spot to leave from, and it's going to be a horse race. I can count on that.
I say All About Faith. Actually, Susan got to interview a connection, and it's blanking me exactly which one she got to talk to at Greenville. But the interview was so great because they care so deeply about this filly. Outside of just her making money and her winning races, they want to make sure that she's taken care of, and they listen to her and where to place her. It's really remarkable as an owner who they definitely have their hands into it, but sometimes we don't have owners that are near as involved.
No, with some of them, they're far removed from their horses. They're simply an investment. They may enjoy the game, but they have a total look at it that's different, and they don't become close to the horse that they own as far as connected. Probably, I can imagine All About Faith gets spoiled a lot with carrots and cookies and lots of pats, because I do recall that interview, and I imagine that gets plenty of attention. I will say that.
She is All About Faith, so our 4-horse that we're remarking to. She has been a $9,000 purchase, one of the cheaper in this field out of the Lexington Select a few years ago, and again, lifetime she has made over $67,000. We are behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. A field of 5 from the rail out. Phyllis L., Catalilly, 4 is a charm. All About Faith, and Flip 5 Stone. This first division of 3-year-old filly trotters, purse of $6,350. Let's give it over to Barry.
5 3-year-old filly trotters.
John.
They're moving up and moving in behind the Webkenberg starting gate. There they go. They're off and trotting. Flip 5 Stones from the 5 all the way out there, going out there for the lead. Racing there in second is All About Faith. Third along the rail is Phyllis L. Racing there fourth is Catalilly. As they all get down single file and off stride back here is 4 is a charm. As they go to the opening quarter, it's back up front. Jeff Nysonger has control with Flip 5 Stones. Coming off 18 starts and 9 wins. Racing there second is All About Faith. Third along the rail is Phyllis L. Still there fourth is Catalillion. Back out trotting down now is 4 is a charm. As they come in front of the stands for the fans for the first time on their way to the halfway mark. Jeff Nysonger has control with Flip 5 Stones. Still there second, waiting for her time, is All About Faith as they move on over to the halfway mark. Third is Phyllis L. Fourth still along the rail is Catalillion. Trailing the field is 4 is a charm. They're halfway home in a minute and 1/5. Opening quarter was 28 and 2. Down the backstretch for the last time. Off stride goes 4 is a charm again. Still up front, Flip 5 Stones. They're all in single file, the first 4. Who's going to make the move first? Still there second is All About Faith. And All About Faith pops out of the hole, and here she comes. All still there, Phyllis L. is third along the rail. Fourth is Catalillion. Trailing the field is 4 is a charm. They're 3/4, 1/30, and 4/5. It'll be decided from here in the stretch. Flip 5 Stones along the rail. To the outside is All About Faith. And Phyllis L. still there third. It's Flip 5 Stones along the rail. Still there, second is All About Faith, and third is Phyllis L. Here they are.
That was that race was won on fractions.
Yeah, I was going to say, once Jeff Nysonger got to that opening quarter in 28 and 2, it's so hard.
Well, especially when you get a little breather. The first quarter was pretty salty, 28 and 2, but then took a nice breather from the half to the 3/4 in comparison. 30 and 3/5, I think, if I wrote it right. So from a minute and a fifth to 1:30 and 4/5.
We do have that final mile time in 1:58 and 4. Flip 5 Stones That makes for 5 in a row for that filly by Lane of Stone. Unofficially across the wire, I have 5, 4, 1, 2.
And that is correct. 4 is a charm. You know, they say about the best predictor of future performance is past performance, perhaps. But unfortunately, 4 is a charm has still not been able to get that trotting rhythm down correct.
I will say, I thought that was a great call by John.
It was.
I don't know how often he does that. I'm going to try to get on Facebook to see if I'm sure his sister is on and watching. I thought that was a fantastic call for no more than we hear him.
Yeah, that is always nice, and it's nice to identify voices. You know, I know that announcer, I know that voice, right? And you knew right away who it was.
I do not see a check-in from his sister. I'm a little taken aback, but maybe I just missed her. But again, that race 3, was in memorial of Richard Wiest, and that is why I'm sure we heard John call it.
Division, Ohio Coal Racing Association 3-year-old filly trot. The Richard Wiest Memorial, 5 flip 5 stones. 3-year-old daughter of Lane of Stone out of the Emily Angus mare, fried by 5. Homebred for Dennis Shaner, trained by Mark Winters. Jeff Nysonger is the winning driver. Back-to-back driving double for Jeff on the program. 10th of the year for Flip 5 Stones. Her 14th career win. That's 5 in a row for Flip 5 Stones. The mile in 1:58 and 4.
Always makes it a little bit more special, I think, if you've got a homebred in the winner's circle.
That's true. It's very exciting to be there from the start to the finished product, right?
Trish G, while we're waiting for the official rundown, remind me, did you do any breeding, you and Bruce?
Yes. Actually, we've had some brood mares. We've had some brood mares up in years past at Abbey Stables, and that's where the filly that I bought that turned out to be a very nice racehorse came from Abbey Stables, so we had a connection there. So some of our retired mares went there to breed, but right now I have 2 in foal myself. ATC Queenie is in foal to Volstead. We got it.
5 stones, the winner. 3, 4, 5, 2, 1 on the bottom, 1:58 and 4.
And just to finish up, the other one, Glowface, was here at Dayton racing in the fairs and made the fair final a few years ago. But she is in foal to a new sire branded by Lindy. So I have 2 expecting moms for next spring, around
Very
March
cool.
something. And it is nerve-wracking.
So just to recap our 3rd race, if you're following along with the program with us, top down went 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. Flip 5 stones, our 5-horse, was our winner with All About Faith 2nd, and Phyllis L. coming in 3rd. We are going to flip the page, headed into race 4 of 17 this afternoon at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fairs. Race 4 is looks like the one and only division of 2-year-old filly pacers. A very nice purse of $13,675. A nice full field of 8 coming up next.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
So we are back, and fair time is indeed fun time, but it has a different flair today as we're at Hollywood Gaming Dayton Raceway, and that does add a dimension to this. We do have the fullest field that we've seen so far today coming up in the fourth race. As Ashley mentioned, this is 2-year-old filly Paces, just one division, going for $13,675. And from the rail out, we're going to start with Mandy's Rotten Apple. Dan Noble was slated to drive. We have a substitution now. Jason Beatty gets the call for trainer Mike Polhamus and owner Judy A. Farley of Bradford, Ohio. This filly is a Mr. Apples out of Western Mandy by Western Spirit. Of course, has had 8 starts on the season, no wins, no seconds, 1/3, and $2,769 in earnings. But looking at the lines, has a lot of 5th place finishes, 5 that I can see out of the last 7 starts, including the one at Kenton where he had the 2-hole, made a break, and still finished 5th. But going back 4 starts, had a 3rd place finish at Troy. Jason Beatty, as they say, was in the bike for that one as well. Day to day, we'll see how she does from the rail. She had the rail back at Wapakoneta and finished 4th. So there's the entire lines, 5 fifths, 1/3, and a 4th.
Ella Jo will leave from our second post position. Ron Gillespie does train and drive this 2-year-old filly by Racing Hill out of an Always a Virgin mare Cinderella Story. Stephen Butler of Salesville, Ohio, and Eric Butler of Quaker City, Ohio, do own Ella Jo. At one time, she was a $12,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic. However, recently it must have been a private sale. Ron Gillespie did take over the training with the new ownership. Ella Jo has hit the board 13 of 15 tries this season, including 5 wins and 5 second-place finishes. Most recently at Delaware, she had a 3rd-place finish in the Fair Stakes and 157 flat. Last win did come back, I believe, at Lima in 159-1.
Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly Pace, one division for a purse of $13,675. Blanket trophy sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Race 4 will start at pick 3. Years of field. Number 1 is Mandy's Rotten Apple. Owned by Julie Farley. Mike Polhamus training. Changed the driver to Jason Beatty. Number 2 is Ella Jo. Stephen and Eric Butler. Trained and driven by Ronnie Gillespie. Number 3 are Honor Defend by Suzanne Bates. Cedar Point Beach Racing. Trained by Tyler Bates with Scott Sisko. 4 is Allison L. owned by the Van Stables. The Van, and the Van. Trained and driven by Hank Levan. 5, Promise Me Again. It's owned and trained by Brian Roebuck with Chuck Mullen. 6 is Crosswind Sweet Pea, owned by Crosswind Standardbred Farm. Trained by David Elliott with Tim Deaton. 7, Miliana Paycheck with Full Tilt Farms. Trained by Steve Livingston with Mark St. Louis Jr. And number 8 is Bluey, owned by 4 Kemper, 98 Degrees Farm in Van Etta, trained by Betty Clegg. Brett Miller is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 4 starts.
And trainer Tyler Bates sends forward Our Honor Defend. The 3-horse will be driven today by Scott Sisko. Has 1 win on the season, and that came 4 back at Findlay. Actually was sitting 4th, so more of a patient race for this one. Was 3rd at the beginning of the stretch and went off and must have had a nice stretch drive there, winning by a length and 3/4. Drew Neal was in the bike that day. Has had different drivers, so I'm sure is well familiar with getting different hands behind her. It's a Lost in Time filly out of Dancing on My Own by Some Beach Somewhere. And $6,709 earned this season, and the best mark was at Findlay with that solo win, 2:03.
Hank Levan trains and drives the 4-horse Allison L. 18 starts on the year, still looking to break the maiden. However, has hit the board with 4 second-place finishes and 4 third-place finishes to make about $11,000. Recently, looks like he's had some draw issues and just finishing a little bit slower than normal. However, do want to mention at Delaware, although out of the money with a 6th-place finish, did go her mile in 1:59.1, and 4 starts back from that. Did have a third at Richwood in 2:02.4. This is a lots of Levans. We have Levan Stables, Megan Levan, Louis Levan, and Rosemary Levan do own Allison L.
We have a single owner with Promise Me Again, the 5-horse, and that is also the trainer, Brian Roebuck. Charles Boland gets the call to drive on this filly by Do Me That Again out of Judy's Promise by Admiral's Galley. 12 starts on the year. Still a maiden, 1 second, no thirds, $4,137 earned. Was last out on September 4th at Kenton, had the rail, made a break, finished a distant 4th. 2 back at Findlay on August 28th, also finished 4th, beaten 10 lengths. 3 back at Lima, picked up a check there too, 5th, 2:04. Fastest line that I can see was also at the fairs on Urbana, 2:03.1. Looking to be a little bit stronger force to be reckoned with today is Promise Me Again.
Crosswind Sweet Pea will leave from the 6th post position. Tim Deaton in the bike for David Elliott. This is a filly by Western Terror that's been a really nice fair horse all season for Crosswind Standardbred Farm out of Waynesville, Ohio. 14 starts on the year, has hit the board 10 times with 5 wins. Most recently at Delaware in the Fair Stakes, did have a 3rd place finish in 1:58.4. However, a handful back all the way at Greenville. We did have a win in 2:01.1 final quarter, 28.2. And there we go, Crosswind Sweet Pea.
Ashley, you talked about being in on it from the beginning as an owner-breeder. Well, that's the case with Full Tilt Farms, who own Millie on a Paycheck. They've turned the training over to Steve Livingston, and this one will be handled today by Mark St. Louis Jr., still our top dash driver here at the Ohio Fairs, I do believe. Started on September 13th in a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel at Scioto Downs and finished 6th. And paced in 1:57.2. That's is the fastest mark or fastest individual time I can see on this one. And the recent past Fair Tracks has been going around 2:2 and change, 2:3. Although I do see one other start at the pari-mutuel back in July, also at the track 1:57.3.
Rounding out the field, we do have Bluey Brett Miller in the bike for Betty Clegg. Has hit the board 7 of 10 starts this season, 2 back in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Did have a 2nd place finish in 1:54.4.
Association 2-year-old filly Pacers for the 4th. Field of 8, start of a pick 3 of the year. They go. They're off. Bluey was off stride before the start and missed the gate going for the lead. Allison L. right alongside. Crosswind Sweet Pea. Chased up on the outside is Millie on a Paycheck. To the inside, our Honor Defend is 4th. Racing 5th, Promise Me Again. Ella Joe is there in 6th. 7th is Mandy's Rotten Apple. And Bluey is at the back of the field, but really struggling for Brett Miller as they make their way over to the quarter. Crosswind Sweet Pea has got the lead. Allison L. is there in 2nd, quarter 28.2. Coming to the stretch, racing in 3rd is Millie on a Paycheck. Our Honor Defend is next in 4th. Followed by Promise Me Again. Ella Joe starting to move. Then it is Mandy's Rotten Apple, a bit on the right line for Jason Beatty as he's trying to get her into the outer flow. And the trailer skipping along, struggling with her gait today is Bluey on over 2.5. Crosswind Sweep, he and Tim Deaton continuing to show the way and set the tempo. Bump drafting nose to helmet from the pocket, Allison L. Millie on a Paycheck. To the inside is 3rd. Outside 4th, Ella Joe. Our Honor Defend is 5th. Moving on the outside, it's the head for 3/4 is Mandy's Rotten Apple. Inside, Promise Me Again is under urging, and Bluey is once again gapped away. Continues to struggle at the back. To 3/4, it's Crosswind Sweet Pea with the lead. Ella Joe is now 2nd on the outside. Allison L. still following from the pocket is now 3rd. 4th is Our Honor Defend. Then it is Mandy's Rotten Apple now 5th. Millie on a Paycheck to the inside is 6th. Next is Promise Me Again, who's gapped off the field, and the trailer Bluey 1:27.1, 28.3 backside. They're 3 wide for the lead as they come to the top of their stretch. Crosswind Sweet Pea, Ella Joe outside. Our Honored Defend takes over and is drawing clear. Our Honored Defend. And Scott Cisco to win it from Ella Joe. Looked like Allison L. over Mandy's Rotten Apple, 157-2.
Scotty Cisco, 157-2 for Our Honor Defend. That makes just for the second lifetime win for that filly by Lost in Time.
And as you point out, another new lifetime mark. We're going to see quite a few of them, I think, today. Our Honor Defend. There's where you said about the long stretch, having more track to play with. That came to fruition here. Lots of movement.
Our Honor Defend doubles her lifetime earnings. Remember, this was our one and only division of 2-year-old filly pacers. They were going for a nice purse. She'll take 50% of that home. Before winning our race, she only had $6,700 in earnings. So there we go. Barry gives us our unofficial rundown. Is exactly how I saw them come across the wire. 3, 2, 4, 1 unofficial.
And the Buckeye Classic sale is still happening. It's just 2 days away. This one came out of, Our Honor Defend came out of that Buckeye Classic sale for $8,000. So if you're getting itchy and would like to jump in and buy yourself a yearling or form a partnership and do so, there's a nice opportunity on the 8th of October, not far away from here.
There is time left. No, and you're right. It's actually based in Springfield at their Expo Center. It's been held there for quite some time. A lot of people have great luck, and my family included, out of the Buckeye Classic sale. But with that, here comes our winner back into the circle.
Parts, number 3, Our Honor Defend, a 2-year-old daughter of Lost in Time out of the Sun Beach Somewhere mare, Dancing on My Own, owned by Suzanne Bates and Cedar Point Beach Racing, trained by Tyler Bates. Scott Cisco, the winning driver. Second career win for Our Honor Defend, new lifetime mark today, 157-2.
Do want to give Tyler Bates, our trainer of Our Honor Defend, some props. He has had a very nice year. Actually, just last night he had 2 horses, a 2-year-old filly pacer and a 2-year-old colt pacer race in the Buckeye Stallion Series final. I do know that JB Magic, that's a name that I'm sure a handful of us listening can remember. I do believe he was 5th in that finals last night. And Ma Honey, I am not remembering, but he's had a great year, and I like seeing smaller guys do some good and catch some luck.
Absolutely, because our racing is becoming more dominated by a number of large stables, actually. I mean, across America, not so much always just in Ohio, but numbers count. There's no doubt about that. So when you have a smaller stable and you're doing well with them, you're right. It's not as easy maybe in some ways when you're playing with a lot of numbers.
Keith, come over here. Here, hop on. So we actually, do we still have that mic down there? We're going to have Keith Gisser hop on with us. Trish, is there a headset right beside you?
There is a headset.
Here, we'll wait for the official before we throw Keith on.
$35, trifecta, $60.60, superfecta, $208.72. Here's how they finish the 4th. Mandy's Rotten Apple 4, Ella Joe 2. Our Honor Defend, the winner, Allison L 3. Promise Me Again 7, Crosswind Sweepy 5, Milliana Paycheck 6, Bluey 8, 4, 2, 1, 3, 7, 5, 6, 8 on the bottom, 157-2.
Official for race 4, Our Honor Defend. And now we have a owning connection, Cedar Point Beach Racing, Keith Gisser.
Good to be with you. That's a heck of a mile for that filly.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us a little bit about her, how you got your hands on her, and how you're feeling now.
I'm feeling really good, obviously. She takes 6 seconds off her lifetime mark, and that's just incredible. But I've been involved with Cedar Point Beach Racing since they started. It's a fractional group based right here in Ohio, run by John Cahill. This is our fourth year with our babies this year that we've had horses. And this one got off to a little bit of a tough start, a little bit immature as a 2-year-old. I personally am a big fan of Lost in Time. A friend of mine campaigned this horse, and he was actually the one who clued me in on this filly. And I mentioned it to John and Ty, and I'm not going to take credit for picking her out. Ty's the one who did that, but he's done a great job, patient job training her. and just very, very satisfying. I finally get a chance to help Brad Conrad buy a new trailer.
Oh.
Very nice.
So we were just giving some props to Tyler Bates and some of the horses, pacers that he's produced this year. With our honor to Fenn, though, so what's next for her? Is she going to go on to Lancaster? Are we pulling her shoes? What is the end of the season?
I have absolutely no idea.
That's okay.
It's one of the few that I don't keep real tight. I kind of let the Cedar Point Beach folks take care of that. My other ones I'm in partnerships with, I'm a little bit more connected to. This is just kind of more of a fun ride.
But you aren't here just to watch your horse race today. Tell us, if anybody listening is also at Dayton, where can they see you at?
Yeah, so I'm actually here doing my handicapping herpetologist program. As you know, I've been involved in the sport now for almost 50 years, and I've also been involved in doing educational reptile programs for about that long. So we developed a reptile display that comes to the racetracks. We come here every year. We go to Running Aces. We go to Tioga Downs, Vernon Downs. We've been at the Meadows. We've been at Northfield. We've been at the Delaware County Fair in the past. And just a chance for people to interact with the live reptiles, but also a chance for me to get to tracks that I might not normally get to.
Right.
A little bit of what do you call it, a busman's holiday? Yeah. So.
And you've been educating people about reptiles for how many years?
I did my first professional program just before I bought my first horse, so it's 47 years for both.
I did happen to overhear you talking to someone at the display, though, that you said you were sure one of those was going to try to escape today. Tell me about the personality.
So Diggle is a red tegu. He's a lizard from the South American rainforest, and he's a great animal. He's a super sweetheart, but his normal enclosure is about 6 feet by 4 feet. And for the display, of course, we can't transport something that big. So he's in a 3 by 1.5, and it's a little bit smaller than he wants to be in. So every once in a while, he wants to climb out of the cage. We put him into his travel tote for the race so that we could make sure he didn't escape while I was in the winter
no
circle.
one's screaming in the inside.
Well, somebody said, Gis, why didn't you bring the snake to the winter circle? It's like, I don't know that would have gone over real well.
No, I don't think so either, but well, I hope he's on his good behavior when you get back to the table.
I hope so, too.
Well, Keith, congratulations
thank you.
first,
Thanks.
and thanks
it.
for hopping on. Hopefully
no
we're here for 17 today, so maybe we can have you back on later.
Well, we'll see what happens. I'm actually done with the reptiles about 3 o'clock, so maybe I can drop back by.
That would be
Great.
wonderful.
All right.
Good. Well, thank
Good
you.
seeing you all. Thanks.
So there we go. Official for race 4, 3-2-4-1 across the wire. Now going to go on to race 5, another larger field of 7 for the first division of 2-year-old colt trots. Trish and I will introduce those next.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Okay, we're moving on to the 5th race, and we're putting the 2-year-old colt trotters in the spotlight. It's the first division. This one does have 2. This purse individually going for $6,771, and it's a pretty full field of 7. We had such a nice payoff for those that like a little price in that last one. Looking at this one is going to be competitive. We'll see how we do, but first we got to listen to the post parade from Barry.
First Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old colt trot. Purse is $6,771. Blanket trophy sponsored by Montgomery County Sheriff Streck. Change the driver of the 7RC Enterprise will be driven by Ray Paver. Here's the field. Number 1 is Full Moon Howl, owned by Madison and Jesse Smith. Jesse Smith trains. Brett Miller drives. 2 is 90 Proof, by Ardeen Davis Stable and trainer Mark Winters with Hank Levan. 3 is Power Hill, owned and trained by Mike Sowers with Roy Burns. Number 4, Oh Mickey, owned by Johnny Stan, Benson Roth, and Nysonger Stable, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. Number 5, He's Gonna Cash You, so by David and Kelly Meyer. David Meyer trains and drives. 6 is Nelly Up, by Miller Racing Stable, Horseplay Racing Stable. Paul Hirschberger, Ed Marinan, Brian Miller trains, Jason Beatty. Completing the field, number 7, RC Enterprise, owned by David Wells. Trainer Ray Paver, Douglas Gregory, and Richard Coe. Change the driver. Ray Paver is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering.
We will move right along here, introducing our field of 7 on the rail. We have Full Moon How, Brett Miller in the bike for trainer Jessica Smith, owned by Jessica herself and daughter Madison of Xenia, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Full Count. Most recently has had some trouble the last couple of starts, hasn't quite been able to hit the board. However, do want to mention was a winner back on August 8th at Northfield in the Buckeye Stallion Series, despite making an early miscue. Still came back, had a huge mile with Ron Gillespie in the bike. Full Moon How has hit the board 13 of 15 tries this season to make about $37,000. Originally, just a $3,800 purchase out of the Blooded Horse sale.
Okay, we're going to move on to the 290 proof. This one trained by Mark Winters and owned by the Ardeen Davis Stable of Richwood, Ohio, along with Mark Winters. Hank Levan gets the call today. He has driven this one before, although it was 6 back. And a maiden so far, but nearly broke his maiden last time out at Delaware in the Ohio Fair Stake, finishing second, beaten only by a mere neck and trotting in 2:01 and 3. Had the perfect pocket trip and actually stormed home, but just missed in the photo. At Upper Sandusky was 6th, trotting in 2:04. 3 back at Kenton, made a break, finishing 4th. 4 back, nice start at Findlay, finishing 2nd again, but knocking at the door because out of 15 starts, 6 seconds for 90 proof, followed by 4 thirds, $13,977 earned.
Roy Burns will drive our 3-horse Power Hill for Mike Sowers. This is a gelding by What the Hill out of a Yankee Glide mare, Mystical Power. This is one that has hit the board 6 of 12, so half the times that has started this season. Do want to mention 2 back at Delaware in the Ohio Breeders' Championship. Did have a 4th place, 3rd finish, and his mile went in 1:58. The mile itself, the winner went in 1:57 and 1. Power Hill has made $35,000 with a lifetime mark in a qualifier actually at Scioto Downs in 1:59 and 2. A handful back. Did have a couple of wins in a row. Does show the faster win back at Woodsville and 2:01 and 3.
The 4, Oh Mickey, will be driven by Jeff Nysonger. He's also the trainer and co-owner of this Long Tom out of Mickey Levesque by Master Levesque at Dayton right here on September 26th. Had the 2-post and broke and was 9th by a distance, but we want to say something really good, and that's back at Delaware. Had the rail, got away 3rd, and finished 2nd by a head, just missing, this one just missing again, going in 1:59 and 1. Has won 4 of 14 starts, however, and back 11 out of 14 on the board for this youngster, $31,154 bankrolled with the best mark at Upper Sandusky.
Our 5 horses, He's Gonna Cash You. David Meyer trains and drives and also co-owns this Enterprise Colt. Our 6 horse is Nelly Up, Jason Beatty in the bike for Ryan Miller. And rounding out the field, we have RC Enterprise. Ray Paver trains and drives this 2-year-old What the Hill gelding.
Association 2-year-old Colt Trotters. For the 5th race, they're moving up and moving in, and here they go. Here, off and trotting. Nelly Up gets started on the outside. Will cross over to the lead. He's going to Cash You up on the outside is driving 4 wide. Further in 90 proof. Full Moon How at the rail. 3 wide into the turn is Power Hill. Off stride when he's going to cashew. RC Enterprise on the outside is looking to settle in, and Mickey. They make their way over to the quarter. Nelly Up has got the lead. Full Moon Howl is there second. Power Hill continuing on the outside. 90 proof inside fourth. 29 flat opening quarter. Along the inside is Mickey. RC Enterprise moving up on the outside. And the trailer following the miscue. He's going to cashew to the lead. Power Hill takes over from Nelly Up. Full Moon Howl comes to the outside from third, is now second. 90 proof is at the rail. RC Enterprises racing in fifth. 6 is Mickey in the trailer. He's going to cashew. They make their way past the half. 58-2, 29-2, second. Panel and Full Moon Howl, the even money favored. Split a nose ahead and neck, a length in front. Power Hill trying to fend him off. Nelly Up is still there third and is off the pylons for Beatty next to the inside 90 proof. Followed by Mickey. Then it is RC Enterprise. Far back the trailer. He's going to cashew. To 3/4 and Full Moon Howl is taken over and drawn away by 5.5, 6 lengths from Power Hill, and Nelly Up on the outside. Mickey starting to move is rolling 3 wide. Then it is 90 proof and RC Enterprise. 3/4 was 126-2. 28 flat backside for Full Moon Howl is drawn clear. Mickey trying to reel him in as they drive for the wire. Full Moon Howl needs the wire. Mickey still coming. Full Moon Howl hangs on to win it. From Mickey, RC Enterprise, and Nelly Up, 158-2.
Full Moon Howl, 158-2. Brett Miller, I will say, coming in front of the grandstand, headed to the half for the first time, had all kinds of horse when he was trying to follow cover.
We had an exchange on leads there a few times. Our original pace setter was, I believe, Nelly Up for a short time, and then I think Power Hill even took over for a moment. But lots of action in that one. 2-year-old trotters mostly behaved. He's going to cashew, made a break, but this one has such little experience. Only 2 starts for that one now on the season.
Full Moon Howl, that is 16 lifetime starts now, 6 wins. Kind of broke the, I don't want to call it a bad luck streak. He just had a 6th place finish and a 4th place finish, but now back to his winning ways.
You could say had an excuse drawing the 8-hole at Delaware and getting parked out, having the long mile. That's definitely an excuse. And from the 2-hole back 2 starts ago, made a break, so kind of eliminated himself that way. But yes, very formful and hits the winner's circle again, making it half a dozen strong.
And that is a new lifetime mark, 158-2 for Full Moon Howl. He is making his way back into the winner's circle. Trainer Jessica Smith does co-own with daughter Madison.
And there's some reason to be happy, I'm sure, with the 3rd place finisher as well. A much improved start.
Howl, 2-year-old Gullets on a full count. Don't you forget it, mare. Howl Me In. By Madison and Jesse Smith. Jesse Smith trains. Brett Miller, the winning driver. 6th career win for Full Moon Howl. A new lifetime mark today, 158-2.
Waiting for that official rundown, however, I do have them across the wire. 1, 4, 7, 6. Trish, as you had mentioned, probably our 7-horse RC Enterprise, Ray Paver.
They have to be
happy
with
about
that
performance.
But hasn't raced a lot either, only 5 starts. You know, they need the experience, and usually when at this time of year, if you have one that hasn't raced a lot, you know, you're still playing catch up a bit, but not in this case.
And RC Enterprise has taken quite a few steps up, has raced in the Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, and the lines that we can see, only 1 fair stake at Urbana.
Well, that's why it's no surprise that Full Moon Howl was the eventual winner, because this one has faced the Buckeye Stallion Stakes on at least 3 occasions that we can see on the lines, and was a winner in one division of them not that long ago on September 8th.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Full Moon Howl has been one to watch all season long. and I can't remember who it was with. Maybe it was Tom Pye. We were talking about Jessica Smith, Randy Smith. Well, let's go to Barry for the final.
Exacta $8.50 try, $15.75. Superfecta $21.80. Pick 4, 404, $113.70. Here's how they finish the fifth. Full Moon How, the winner, 90 Proof 6. Power Hill 5, Oh Mickey 2. He's going to Cashew 7. Nelly Up 4. RC Enterprise 3. 165, 274, 3 on the bottom, 158 and 2.
Finishing my thoughts quickly, the Smith family, though, they've really found their knack at getting cheaper horses and turning them into something good. So there we go. Official for race 5 of 17 today. We're going to go on to race 6, the first division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers. This should be a good race coming up. 6 in it. Trish and I will walk you through the field after a few brief messages.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Okay, we are back, and it's the 6th race, first division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, and I have a question. How do you end up getting 3 horses in a race starting side by sides from post 1, 2, and 3 that all reference drinking in their names?
I didn't even catch that.
I did. That was when I was looking at this. I'm going, what? Start drinking 3 margarita shot and drinking my baby goodbye? How did that happen? There's your trifecta for you, I guess. We'll take a look at the one, Start Drinking. This one trained by Johnson Hill Jr. and owned by Brent Tarter of Mason, Ohio. Jeff Neishunger will be in the bike for this one. Has a pair of seconds to boast about. Most recently at Scioto Downs on September 12th, went wire to win by a neck in 154 and 3. Came right back and raced in the Buckeye Stallion Stake at Delaware. Had an outside post, 7. Finished 5th, beaten 13.5 lengths, but toured that oval in 154 and 4. Going 3 back at Scioto Downs, where he was against non-winners a 2-pair mutual, finished 4th, beaten just 3 lengths in 152 and 3. So definitely has some speed. Overall, 2 wins, 4 seconds, 1/3 out of 18 starts, and $21,603 in earnings, with that 154 and 3 being the best mark taken at Scioto.
Leaving from our second post position, 3 margarita shot. Mark St. Louis Jr. in the bike for Randy Smith. Jessica Smith, who just won our last race, does own this gelding by Pet Rock. Has hit the board 13 tries of 21 starts this season. I do want to say going 3 back in the Ohio Fair Stake at Kenton was a wire-to-wire winner in 158 and 1. Did the final quarter in 27 and 4. Almost $40,000 made this year for 3 Margarita Shot, who was originally a $14,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale. Should mention at Scioto Downs in the Buckeye Stallion Series back on late August 30th, was not in the money for the Buckeye Stallion Series, however, timed a mile in 152 and 2, so 3 Margarita Shot can get around a parimutuel track.
Owner, trainer Daniel Hale sends Drinkin' My Baby goodbye from post 3 with Brett Miller aboard. A winner last time out at Coshocton in wire-to-wire style. Not unusual for this one. 27 and 4, 157 and 3. In fact, has won 4 of his last 5 starts. Had that wind string snap 2 back at Delaware, finishing 3rd with Brett Miller in the bike, and that was a 153 effort final quarter in 27 and 4. Before that, we have that trio of wins. We only have 1 start that I can see where he didn't pick up a check, and that was 6th at Northfield in an Ohio Sire Stake. So There you have the reason, a big bump in company there perhaps, but 8 wins on the season out of 15 starts, so in the winner's circle better than half his time. Finished second once and 2/3, earning $41,346 with that lifetime best of 153-3.
Our 4-horse Levitating Ron Gillespie will drive for trainer James Short, who also owns and bred this 3-year-old gelding by Bit of a Legend in out of a rock and roll Hanover mare, Little Brookie B. This is a 3-year-old that's coming back a little bit later than most 3-year-olds. Just recently started qualifying again in July, and spends a ton of time over at Hoosier Park. Has actually only made his way to Ohio in a fair stake at Greenville back in mid-August. Should mention 2 back at Hoosier Park and a non-winners of 1. 3 back at a non-winners of 1. Did have a 3rd place finish in 154-2. Final quarter 27-4. And we'll say Hoosier Park, if we have some audience tuning in, that is a very, very long stretch over there in Indiana. Levitating is still looking for the first lifetime win. However, lifetime has hit the board 3 times in 18 starts to make about $6,100.
Dragon Medicine is a Fear the Dragon out of Modern Medicine by Jenna's Beach Boy. That's your 5-horse with Alex Hawk at the lines for trainer Earl Owings and owner Richard L. Owings. This one has won 50% of his starts and is looking to make it 4 straight here. Dragon Medicine, most recent win was at Washington, and that was Old Washington? Yes, Old Washington. Easy winner there by 6.5 lengths. Also recorded another 6.5 length victory back on September 6th at McConnellsville. And just days before that was at McConnellsville, another 6-length winner. So wide margins of victory in the last 3 for Dragon Medicine, whose best style of racing seems to go forward right to the front. We'll see what it does today. But overall, the one that can boast the most for lifetime earnings has had a good year last year, as well as a 2-year-old, $74,145 lifetime, with the best mark taken this season of 155 flat at Scioto Downs.
Rounding out the field, we do have Western Damage. Hank Levan will drive for trainer Scott Ferguson. Tube Stable LLC of New Carlisle, Ohio, does own this gelding by Western Vintage out of a Real Desire mare. Still looking for the first seasonal win in 16 starts, however, has hit the board 6 of those times. But let's go over to the post parade.
Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace per $6,735. Blanket trophy sponsored by CG Construction and Utilities. No changes. Race 6. Here's the field. Number 1 is Start Drinking. With Brent Tyler, trained by Johnson Hill Jr. with Jeff Nysonger. Number 2 is 3 Margarita Shot with Jesse Smith, trained by Randy Smith with Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3, Drinking My Baby Goodbye, owned and trained by Dan Hale with Brett Miller. Number 4, Levitating, owned by James Short. The owner trains Ronnie Gillespie. 5 is Dragon Medicine, owned by Richard Owings, trained by Earl Owings with Alex Hawk. Completing the field, a 6, Western Damage, is owned by Tube Stable, trained by Scott Ferguson. Hank Levan is in the sulky. When plays shall exact a trifecta, superfecta weight.
Finishing our thoughts on our 6-horse Western Damage. He did recently compete in a non-winners of 1,500 in the last 4 here at Dayton, just a handful, about a week ago, I will say. Did go his mile in 155 flat, final quarter 29-1. As I had mentioned previously, still looking for the first seasonal win, but has had 2 second-place finishes and 4 third-place finishes. This year has posted about $8,400 lifetime, reaching almost close to $15,000 in the bank. He did take his mark at 2 years old at 156-4 right here at Dayton Raceway.
Yeah, so we have a field of 6 here. We're looking at the 3-year-old Colt Pacers, and I'm still stuck on those names, Ashley. But, you know, they also have 3 different sires, so the name didn't come from the sire, and 3 different breeders. What's in a name anyway? But I think I heard a change later in the program. Did you catch it?
We did, but don't ask me which race it was after I just... race 11, there will be a scratch. Horse 7, I'm rocking it. It's a judge's scratch.
All right, so I'm going to reduce that field.
While we have a moment, One thing we have failed to mention, I'm not sure if our clean feed from Dayton Raceway has picked them up, but we do have 3 outriders actually on the track this afternoon. Ashley Holiday, who of course is our outrider at Delaware and many, many other pari-mutuel tracks. She is our main outrider, but we do have the Coven girl, Justine. She is there actually on her standardbred, and I do believe Bryce, it starts with a G. I'm forgetting her name, but these 2 ladies did recently go to the USTA outriding clinic, and so I'm sure they are out here just getting a feel for more outriding and what all it all entails.
Sure. And they're a very important piece to the whole day's program, and it's always awkward, I feel, when some of them just use a starting car for the post parade and they don't have an outrider to be there. They're definitely a good plus to have.
I did a piece at Delaware actually talking to Ashley and Boots, who I do believe she's on today, talking about the conditioning in the athleticism that not only goes to our race horses. Of course, we talk about that day in and day out, but these outriding horses aren't just pulled out of the field either. Ashley talked about specifically, of course, Delaware week, because we go 5 days in a row. Those horses easily go 30, 40 miles because they are out there every single race all day long. And Ashley talked about, how they pick their horses, and even outside of just regular arena riding and track riding, they try to go trail riding to just put miles on these horses to make sure that they can do the conditioning.
There is a lot that goes into it, I'm sure, which is one of the things that is always great to be able to tell the public about some of these little tidbits, like the outriding and the horses that do it. Most of them are standard breds that they use, although not always.
Ashley has a lot of thoroughbreds. I want to say, she actually is the racing director down at Belterra in Cincinnati, so I think she gets her hands on quite a few thoroughbreds. I want to say she's used, I'm not sure if Boots is a quarter horse, but as the Coven, who is on a retired racehorse, she is on a standardbred, and I do want to say Bryce is on a thoroughbred? Do we want to say?
I don't know about that.
Does the sun? I can't really. And she's walking away. But regardless, it takes all kinds.
Pretty gray.
Very, very. It takes all kinds. And these horses, I actually purchased an off-the-track outriding horse as my personal horse because I knew they were bond-proof. I knew that he's seen and done the things I don't want to outride myself.
Actually, that's a word we hear a lot about our breed anyway. When they go on to different persuasions, they pick the standardbred because they're bomb-proof. They're great for a lot of different activities, and they have seen so much as a standardbred and seen so much early. You would never put a thoroughbred out on track with a water wagon and in a grade going at all. And the fact that we condition differently, and our horses seem to be, even just the personality is different, really.
And think about what we're doing here. Of course, we're at a pari-mutuel today, but our fair tracks, there's so much happening. And what do we race at a fair? 2- and 3-year-olds. Very fresh babies that once they've seen those big lights and rides and screaming kids, not a whole lot is going to faze them.
Nope. And that is... I could just go on and on about their head anyway, because they're a very willing breed to work with. They don't mind learning new things, and they seem to be pleasing. They want to please people.
We are moving into position for race 6 of 17 this afternoon, the first division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers from the rail out. Start drinking 3 margarita shot. Drinking My Baby Goodbye, Levitating, Dragon Medicine, and Western Damage. Purse of $6,735. Here is Barry Vickroy with the call.
First Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 3-year-old Colt Pace. Field of 6 for the 6. Gate swings into the backstretch, and here they go. Here, off the end of pacing, Dragon Medicine blasts out for the lead. Towards the inside, 3 Margarita shot at the rail. Start drinking. Drinking My Baby Goodbye as they're racing in 4th. Then it is a Levitating, and the trailer is Western Damage. The end of the turn, headed on over to the quarter, Dragon Medicine. Has got the lead. Racing in 2nd is 3 Margarita shot, followed by Start Drinking. 4th is Drinking My Baby Goodbye. And it is Levitating and Western Damage, 27-3 opening quarter. Dragon Medicine brings them through the lane, followed by 3 Margarita Shot. Star Drinking and Drinking My Baby Goodbye. The 1-9 favorite is there in fourth. Racing in fifth is Levitating, and the trailer is Western Damage. They'll head on over to the half. Dragon Medicine continuing to front the field at 17-1. 3 Margarita Shot. There in the pocket. Here comes Drinking My Baby Goodbye. Rolling up on the outside for Brett Miller. Puts a nose ahead of neck in front. Racing in fourth is Start Drinking. Levitating a bit. Steppy has vacated the pylons. Up the inside, Western Damage. The half was 57-4, 30 and a fifth in the second split. Down the backstretch with the lead. Drinking My Baby Goodbye. Opens up a couple. Dragon Medicine trying to tighten back in. 3 Margarita Shot is there third. Start Drinking fourth. It's a gap of 3.5, 4 to Western Damage. And bowing out and trailing is Levitating 3/4, 124 and 126 and 2. Third quarter for Drinking My Baby Goodbye opens up. Drawing away from Dragon Medicine, who's under urging. 3 Margarita Shot trying to close. Start Drinking is fourth. So they drive for the wire. It's all Drinking My Baby Goodbye. Drinking My Baby Goodbye. Dragon Medicine second. 3 Margarita Shot and Start Drinking and a photo for show, 153.
No question about that. Already our fastest mile of the day, 153 flat for Drinking My Baby Goodbye. That makes 2 wins in a row for this Daniel Hill trainee.
And 5 out of the last 6 starts and a new lifetime best here as well, Ashley, 153 flat.
Drinking My Baby Goodbye, I saw him at a fair where he set the track record, and it's eluding me which fair it was, but he's been a nice colt, obviously, all season. Very tight for show, however, Barry just gave us that unofficial rundown, 3-5-2-1.
And it wasn't quite my trifecta. Start Drinking finished fourth. Dragon Medicine, who was gunning to make it 4 straight, was used hard. And actually finishing second was a great effort.
Yeah, no
disgrace there.
Absolutely. I thought Alex Hawk, like you said, he was used quite a bit, 27-3 opening quarter, but he finished just as well, truthfully.
And that's his modus operandi, as we can see in the last few starts anyway, likes to go to the front.
Again, that does make the 9th seasonal win, the 16th lifetime win for Drinking My Baby Goodbye. And I want to say, yeah, it did go off 1-9. I'm actually really surprised. I mean, Dragon Medicine, he shows, before this race, of course, he did have 3 wins in a row. I'm really surprised that our betting public let him go off at 17-1.
Pace, blanket sponsored by CG Construction and Utilities, Inc. 3 Drinking My Baby Goodbye is a 3-year-old coated son of Big Bad John out of the Lismar mare, Lismar's Lady. A homebred for owner-trainer Dan Hale. Brett Miller picks up his 3rd winner on the program. 16th career win for Drinking My Baby Goodbye. 9th of the year. 2 in a row and a new lifetime mark today, 153.
You know, we always mention the records at different fairs, what they are for the pacers and trotters, sometimes as they should be for the sexes and the ages, but we only have all-age pace and all-age trot listed here for records for the Montgomery County Fair races, and this would indeed establish a new one, taking away from Lighthouse Special that went in 157-4 back in 2005 to 153 today.
20-cent super, $2.78. Pick 3, 3 of 3, $26.95. Here's the finish the 6th race. Start Drinking 4, 3 Margarita Shot 3. Drinking My Baby Goodbye, the winner. Levitating 6, Dragon Medicine 2, Western Damage 5. 4, 3, 1, 6, 2, 5 on the bottom, 153.
Kind of finishing our thoughts on the track record. So again, as Tris had mentioned, we do only have the all-age pace and all-age trot for specifically the Montgomery County Fair. This does, of course, not count all of the pari-mutuel races that Dayton does hold, but we're a little unsure exactly where our records come from, just because actually Montgomery County sold their fairgrounds a handful of years ago, and I do believe that's exactly how Dayton ended up hosting the fair season. But 2005, as Trish had mentioned, Lighthouse Special, we think previously now, did hold the all-age pace record in 1:57.4. The all-age trot was set in 2015. Can't lose in 2 minutes and 2/5, which I do say we would have broken that
too as well.
So a little questionable exactly where our records are coming from, because it's hard to tell if it was from the previous track at the Montgomery County Fairgrounds or if they have incorporated anything from the Parimutuel here at Dayton Raceway.
I don't know, but for the fair races, I would say we might be safe with this one as the all-age pace, 53.
We're going to flip the page to 7th race. Up next, the first division of 3-year-old colt trotters, a purse of $6,573 up next. A very full field of 8, just a couple of changes going into it. Melvin Smucker will now train and drive the 1-horse Country Jet, and Jason Beatty will drive the 2 Flash of Fame. We will go more in depth to our field of 8 after a few messages from our sponsors.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Thanks for joining us. Here we are at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fair. We do only race one day here, so we're 17 on tap. We're headed next into the 7th, so not quite halfway by any means, but we still have a very nice full field of 8 headed into this first division of 3-year-old colt trotters.
And they will be going for $6,573 here. And the 1-horse is Country Jet. This one trained by Melvin Schmucker, but owned down in Florida, Delray Beach, by the Yacht Club 140 LLC. It's a What the Hill gelding out of Just Asking by Inquirer. 3 wins on the season out of 22 starts. Lots of second-place finishes. The number is 8 strong. And 1 solo third, $28,238 earned. Took his mark earlier this season at Scioto Downs on September 2nd in a straight non-winners of 1 Parimutuel race overnight, winning by 3.5 lengths in 1:57.4. Dan Noble was in the bike that night. Dan Noble was to drive, but Melvin Schmucker is going to be in the bike himself. So we have the trainer driving in this one. And the last time he sat behind his Country Jet in a race was at Troy on August 13th, and he had the 2-hole, got away second, and was the betting favorite, finishing second, beaten 2 lengths in 2:01 and 2. Best time for this one was at Delaware against the Ohio Breeders' Championship 3-year-old colts on September 19th. Had the 6-hole, finished 6th, and trotted in 1:57 and 2.
Jason Beatty will now drive our 2-horse Flash of Fame. Roger Hughes Jr. trains and co-owns this 3-year-old gelding by Uncle Peter alongside Wayne Miller of Sugar Creek, Ohio. Flash of Fame has hit the board 9 of 20 tries this season to notch about $24,000 to his resume. In the last 3 starts, he has at a third, a second, and a first, all at county fairs. Actually has taken a little bit of time off, 5 or 6 weeks. His last start came back at Findlay, which was August 29th of this year, and that is where he had that 3rd place finish after breaking out of the gate. I should mention his fastest time that we were able to see on his lines did come at Lima in that 2nd place finish in 2 minutes and 3/5, and that win that we did see most recently was wire to wire at Troy in 2:01 flat.
Well, Zone gets the award for most appearances in this race as a 3-year-old. 31 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 8 thirds, $45,454 earned. Actually has raced 49 times if you count the 2-year-old year. And didn't win as a 2-year-old, though, so has those 2 seconds this season, with the best mark coming at Scioto Downs in 1:56.4. That was much earlier, as it is off his lines. Last started at Northfield over a sloppy track, had post 6, made a break, and finished 8th. At Delaware, was in the Ohio Fair Stake, finishing 5th. Going in 1:58 over that half-mile oval. Montpelier finished 4th, a well-beaten 20 lengths. And at Scioto Downs, again, in an Ohio Sire Stake, facing the tougher company, finished 8th and went the mile there, trotting in 1:57.1. It's the first time up, it appears, with Brett Miller today for trainer-owner John Payne and the 3-horse Zoned.
My name, Jeff, will lead from the 4th post position. Scott Sisko now in the bike for Mike Paulhamus, who does co-own My Name, Jeff, alongside the breeder Dustin Bean of Wilmington, Ohio. My Name, Jeff is a long Tom gelding that is still looking to break his maiden. Just 10 seasonal starts. He has hit the board 1 time with a single second-place finish, and that did come back at Troy on August 13th. He went his mile in 2:05.3. Looking at his lines a little deeper, though, and all the lines that we can see, he makes breaks except for 1 start where he did have a 4th place finish at Lima. This year he's notched about $3,600 and did take a mark in a qualifier at 2 years old and 2:01.3 at Scioto Downs.
The 5, Whiskey Peddler, does know his way to the winner's circle. 7 wins out of 19 starts this year with 5 seconds, 2 thirds, and $40,212 bankrolled. Best time was a race at Scioto Downs where it took a mark of 1:56.1. That was much earlier in the season, but did have a 3-race win streak going on starting August 29th, September 5th, and September 10th. Then went up to the Buckeye Stallion Series over at Delaware on the 15th, had the 6th hole and finished 6th. So that 3-race win streak got snapped when he went up against tougher company. But overall, what a great season for this Volstead out of Big Girl Pants by Jailhouse Jesse. Mark Winters trains, Jeff Nysong in the bike, Whiskey Peddler.
Our 6th horse is Block Island Sound. Alex Hawk in the bike for Mike Sowers, who also owns out of MacArthur, Ohio. This is another long Tom gelding out of a Conway Hall mare. Mach 2 Point has hit the board 8 times in 13 seasonal starts. Most recently had a 3rd place finish at Old Washington back on September 11th. Went that mile in 2:05.3. However, I will finish my thoughts in just a moment. Here is our post parade of the 7th race.
First Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year Colt Trot for $6,573. Melvin Schmucker will drive the 1. Jason Beatty drives the 2. Race 7 starts at pick 4 on races 7, 8, 9, and 10. 7th race blanket is sponsored by the Jim Kane Memorial. Here's the field. Number 1 is Country Jet, owned by Yacht Club 140 LLC. Trained by Melvin Schmucker. Melvin now drives. 2 is Flash of Fame, owned by trainer Roger Hughes Jr. and Wayne Miller. Changed the driver to Jason Beatty. 3 is Zoned, owned and trained by John Payne with Brett Miller. 4, My Name is Jeff, by Dustin Bean and trainer Mike Paulhamus with Scott Sisko. 5 is Whiskey Peddler, owned by Jerry Zazzle and Ardeen Davis Stable, trained by Mark Winters, Jeff Nysonger. 6 is Block Island Sound, owned and trained by Mike Sowers with Alex Hawk. 7, Grover Hill, by Sean McGee, trained by Tyler Bates with Hank Levan. And number 8 here is Johnny Cash, owned by Roy Burns and Casey Kelly. Roy Burns, trainer-driver, is in the sulky when Blaze Show exacted.
Finishing our thoughts on our 6-horse Block Island Sound. He was a winner back at Woodsfield in late August, went wire to wire in 2:02 flat final quarter and 29.3. That is his mark this year. However, as a 2-year-old up at Northfield, he did produce a lifetime mark of 2 minutes and 1/5.
And the 7 is Grover Hill, Hank Levan in the bike for trainer Tyler Bates, owned by Sean McGee from Swanton, Ohio. This one has had 16 appearances this year, notching 3 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, $18,328 earned, and a mark at is that Oak Harbor? Yes, Oak Harbor of 159. Pretty nice mile there. Comes into this one after racing at Delaware on September 15th in the Ohio Fair Stake, finishing 4th, beaten 10 lengths, 158 and 1. Before that was at Upper Sandusky, where he also finished 4th. And I see 2 breaks out of the last 5 starts. Both of them were early in the mile, right before and after the start. So that was 3 back and 5 back. At Wasion was a winner 4 starts ago, and that was a fairly easy win by 3/4 of a length for him there in 2:01 and 4.
Rounding out the field, we have our 8 horse. Here's Johnny Cash. Roy Burns trains, drives, and co-owns alongside his daughter Casey Kelly. This is, yet again, another long Tom gelding. He's hit the board 8 times in 16 starts this season, however, has not notched a seasonal win. Most recently at Northfield Park, he's been the last 2 starts and a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel with a claiming tag. Was out of the money, however. Do want to mention the very, very last start up at Northfield did go in 159 and 1. Now 3 back at Old Washington in a fair stake did have a 2nd place finish in 2:04 and 3 this season. Here's Johnny Cash, has made almost $12,000. His lifetime mark did come last year as a 2-year-old in 2:10 and 1/5 in Troy.
Well, Long Tom isn't the only sire pretty well represented in this race. What the Hill has 3 performers as well. The other 2 sires are Uncle Peter and Volstead. So, yeah, a lot of popular trotting sires, but 3 and 3 for Long Tom and What the Hill in this field.
Kind of going back to ourselves, Trish, a handful of races ago you were talking about down by the seaside how it was the most expensive Ohio bred down the Lexington sale that did just finish up on Friday. Ready for Money also produced I'm trying to think of exactly how much. It was a lot of money, though.
I think they went, was it $250,000?
I think it was $260 for Ready for Money.
$260. I think I wrote it down somewhere. Okay. Let's see. Well, you 250,000. Be ready for money. I think maybe 250,000. I scribbled. I can't really tell you. A full brother of By the Missile, named 1-5, went for 210,000. And I think we had one other one. There was 4 of them. 3 of them were down. 3 of them were by Pacers, down by the seaside, right?
They were. We were very well represented. I think the ones that you're specifically talking about were on our first day, so it would have been Monday at the Lexington Select Sale. And actually the second day as well, we had great turnout. A lot of money was spent on Ohio breds this year, which is really exciting. But we should mention you don't have to buy a very, very, very expensive horse to get your hands on something in this game, as we just had Keith Gisser on earlier that does the small fractional ownerships. And of course, the Buckeye Horse Sale is coming up soon, where hopefully I hope to grab one a little cheaper than $250,000.
Tuesday, October 8th.
We are going to flip it on over to Barry Vickroy, who's going to give us the call of the 7th race, a field of 8.
Jim Kane.
First Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 3-year-old Colt Trotters for the 7th race, a field of 8. They'll start at pick 4. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, Aviator trotting Whiskey Panther left of their Legos for the lead. Block Island Sound on the outside. From the rail is Country Jet. Raced away 4th, Flash of Fame. Zoned is next, and it is Grover Hill. Moving up, here's Johnny Cash, and My Name is Jeff is off stride. On over to the quarter. Block Island Sound to the lead. Takes over from Whiskey Peddler, who will follow from the pocket. Country Jet is 3rd. 4th is Flash of Fame. Up on the outside is Grover Hill, to the inside zoned, followed by yours Johnny Cash, and the trailer following the miscue. My name is Jeff. Quarter was 28-2. Alex Hawk and Block Island Sound showing the way. 50-1 long shot on the lead, has a lead by 2. The favorite Whiskey Peddler is there second. Long mile for Grover Hill, to the inside Country Jet. Out to follow cover is Zone, to the inside is Flash of Fame. And it is here's Johnny Cash in the trailer. My name is Jeff. They make their way past the half, 58-3, 13 to 5th in the second split. The long shot, Block Island Sound, no pressure yet as he starts him down the backstretch. Whiskey Peddler is there second. Country Jet is third. At the rail, Flash of Fame alongside Grover Hill. 3 wide, Zone 3 to here's Johnny Cash, and far back the trailer. My name is Jeff. To 3/4, it's Block Island Sound. Still the one. Whiskey Peddler content to follow from the pocket. Country Jet is first up, now second. Zone still moving for Brett Miller. 3 wide. And it is Flash of Fame. Here's Johnny Cash has slipped to gear. Grover Hill has had enough. And the trailer, My Name is Jeff. 127-4 for 3/4, 29-1 and backside. Top quintet are bunched up, and it's Country Jet with a short lead. Zoned on the outside, digging in, Flash of Fame, passing lane. Here comes Whiskey Peddler, driving for the wire. Country Jet outside, Flash of Fame. Flash of Fame in time from Zone, Country Jet, and Whiskey Peddler, 158-3.
What a nice finish we had there as they crossed the wire. It was the 2 Flash of Fame edging out, I believe, the 3 Zoned and the 1 Country Jet. But we'll wait for that official order of finish.
A mild upset, 14-1 for Flash of Fame. Should mention Block Island Sound, I do think was in the money, came across the wire 5th, 50-1. He tried to hack it out, but there we go. There's Barry giving us that unofficial 2, 3, 1, 5 across the wire for our top 4 finishers.
That is right. So Flash of Fame making a name for himself here at Dayton. What was that final time? Is that another new lifetime best?
Let's take a look. I have 1:58.3. That equals his lifetime mark. He actually took that earlier this year at Scioto Downs.
This is an Uncle Peter out of Fox Valley here by Pizzazz. So Uncle Peter's showing up with a winner here in Flash of Fame. Actually been very consistent sort when you look at it. Lots 3, 2, 1, except when you make those mistakes a little bit.
We did only have 1 breaker in that field. My name, Jeff, made a break pretty early on and then therefore trailed the field. But Trish, like you said earlier, past performances do show that habit.
And I feel for anyone that has a trotter and they're trying to get him to where they can just keep their gait going. It's not easy. There's really a lot to the balance and the shoeing and equipment and also the head, what's in their head.
Trophy blanket presented in memory of Jim Kane, 2 Flash of Fame. 3-year-old got a son of Uncle Peter out of Pizzazz Bear, Fox Valley Hera, owned and trained by Roger Hughes Jr. Co-owns with Wayne Miller. Jason Beatty is the winning driver. It's the 4th win of the season for Flash of Fame, career win number 9. He equals his lifetime mark today, 158-3.
You can hear our wind is picking up a bit. That's the only thing that keeps us a little bit cool here.
I know, we have finally reached the shade. Matt got it a little bit earlier than we did, but it feels very nice. But I know that our mics are picking up that wind quite a bit.
So
Exacta 65.40, trifecta $135.75, a superfecta $124.04. Here's how they finish the 7th. Country Jet 3, Flash of Fame the winner, Zone 2. My name is Jeff 8, Whiskey Peddler 4, Block Island Sound 5, Grover Hill 7. Here's Johnny Cash 6. 3, 1, 2, 8, 4, 5, 7, 6 on the bottom, 158-3.
Well, the morning line actually had these 4 horses, just not in the right order.
In that order.
No. They had Flash of Fame picked for 4th, and that was the winner in the 5, which was picked to win, finished 4th. So 5132 was what they had, and those were the numbers for Superfecta wagers. But I don't know if there was a Superfecta in that one. Yes, there was.
I think it paid pretty well too.
I know the trifecta paid 130 something. I think I heard.
Going to flip the page and go ahead next into race 8, the first division of 3-year-old filly pacers, a purse of $6,630. Another nice field of 7. Join us back here after a brief message.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
So as we move on to the balance of our program, we're halfway through it now, Ashley. We have the sophomore filly pacers on tap for you. It's our first look at them today in the first division with a total purse of $13,260. They're going for $6,630. The rail horse is Q Dancer. Alex Hawk drives this one for trainer Melvin Byler and owners Stephen and Eric Butler. 21 starts on the year, has posted 6 wins, 8 seconds, and 5 thirds. So 19 of 21 times has hit the board. So good chance we'll see Q Dancer on the board here too, as she is 2-1 in the morning line. Last started on October 1st at Coshocton, so we're talking just a few days ago. Had post 4, had the pocket trip, and finished 3rd, pacing in 2 minutes and 3/5. That's the exact time that she went over the Dover Oval on September 20th, but she did that one in different style, cutting the mile to finish 2nd by head. And then 3-back was a wire-to-wire winner at Old Washington with a final quarter in 27-4 to win for Alex Hawk in the bike in 2:01 flat. Very nice horse with even the record last season as a 2-year-old, picked up 4 wins out of 14 starts. I'd say this one is an ultra consistent filly. She does her job. 35 starts overall for the lifetime with 10 wins, 14 seconds, and 7 thirds.
Jason Beatty will try to go back to back with State of Fear. There we go. Perfect.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Matt. So State of Fear, Jason Beatty will get the drive for trainer and owner Daniel Brewer. This is a 3-year-old filly by Fear the Dragon out of an Arts Place mare, State of the Art. This is one that's quite a bit more lightly raced compared to the rest of the field. She has only had 9 starts this year, 22 lifetime, still looking to break her maiden. However, do want to mention back at Scioto Downs in a fillies and mares non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag, did go a mile in 1:56-1. She was out of the money but finished that final quarter in 29-4. The last time that she hit the board was a 3rd place finish in a fair back at Xenia, and 2 minutes and 3/5.
Holden Mama L has post 3 for trainer and driver Hank Levan, owner Levan Stables of Woodstock, Ohio. The Pet Rock filly is out of Shake What Mama Gave You by Artificial. And this one was on quite a bit of a roll back in August, having 3 straight wins that I can see, August 17th, August 20th, and August 28th, all by slim margins, however, noses and necks. But of late has maybe tailed off a little bit as far as not hitting the board quite as frequently. Finished 5th at Coshocton, was 3rd at Delaware, though, back on September 17th in the Ohio Fair Stakes, and went 1:55 4 for an individual time there. Going 3 back, a 5th place finish at Montpelier, 2nd at Kenton, and 3rd at Richwood. Very nice overall on the season with 6 wins out of 30 starts, so has seen a lot of racing. 7 seconds, 4 thirds, $33,154 in earnings, and that best time again at Scioto Downs, a 1:56 flat.
Our 4 horse is Patty's by the Sea. Jeff Nysonger in the bike for trainer Ryan Miller. Miller Racing out of Greenville and Chris Gilbert out of Greenville as well do own this filly down by the seaside. She is out of a Yankee Cruiser mare, section line Yankee. She did not start at all as a 2-year-old, so coming back on the scene as a sophomore a little bit slow. She only has 5 lifetime starts going into this, but has hit the board 3 times. 1 win, 1 second, and 1 third place finish recently at Dayton. Last week in a non-winners of 1, did make a break, but I will finish my thoughts after the post parade.
Race, First Division Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old filly Pace, purse $6,630. Blanket trophy presentation sponsored by the Pink Ribbon Girls. No changes in the 8th. Here's the field. Number 1 is Cute Answer by Stephen and Eric Butler, trained by Melvin Byler with Alex Hawk. Number 2 is State of Fear, owned and trained by Danny Brewer with Jason Beatty. Number 3, Holden Mama L, owned by the Van Stables, trained and driven by Hank Levan. 4 is Patty's by the Sea, a Miller Racing Stable and Chris Gilbert. Ryan Miller trains. Jeff Nysonger has the assignment. 5, there she is again. Number Richard Cobb, trained by Kent Wilcox with Brett Miller. 6 is Heartstrings by Stephen McCoy, trained by Mark Winters with Chuck Bolin. Completing the field 7, Sister Mary Stigmata is owned by Dean and Michelle San Antonio. Dean in San Antonio, the trainer Tim Deaton is in the sulky.
Patty's by the Sea, going back to our 4 horse, is seeing a little bit of post relief. Her last 2 starts did leave out of the 8th post position. Should mention at Delaware in a fair stake, left out of that 8 hole. However, did have a 2nd place finish and 1:55 3. Her only purse win did come back at Miami Valley, so all the way, really in the wintertime at late March, did have a win in 1:55 3. However, just a handful of weeks ago, she did just lower her lifetime mark in a qualifier at Hoosier Park in 1:55 flat.
Well, Patty's by the Sea, they must have thought a lot of, because she didn't race as a 2-year-old. They held her over. She was a pricey purchase there from the Ohio Select Sales. Speaking of another down by the seaside expensive youngster, $115,000 there. Only 5 starts, though, this year. Brett Miller is aboard. There she is again, the 5 horse with trainer Kent Wilcox. 20 starts on the season, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, making that on the board 9 of 20 starts. Yes, 9 of 20. $19,264 in earning. And again, best mark was taken at the parimutuel track at Scioto Downs of 1:56 3. Last time out in the Ohio Fair Stake at Delaware on the 17th of September, made an awkward break right after the start and finished a distance. At Montpelier, 2 back, had the trailing position, the 7 hole, and fared with a 5th place finish, going with 2:12 as the individual time that day. When I looked down on the most recent miles that were more creditable, I'd go back all the way to Wapakoneta on July 31st, last time that finishing 3rd at 1:59 1. And most recently, Kenton, another 3rd place finish with a final quarter in 28 4, 2:02 1.
Our 6 horse is Heartstrings. Charles Bolin will drive for Mark Winters. This is a filly down by the seaside out of a Western Hanover mare owned by Steve McCoy of Columbus, Ohio. Another one that did not start at all as a freshman, but coming back with quite a few starts here as a sophomore. 15 starts on the year, however, still looking to really figure it out. Hasn't won any yet, but has hit the board 4 times, 2 second-place finishes and 2 third-place finishes. Last start out at Coshocton, the very 1st of October. She did make a break behind the gate. However, consistently going around 201, 202 at our fair stakes. Should mention had a second-place finish that only came back about a month ago at Kenton and won 59-2 Heartstrings, which a purchase out of the Lexington Select sale for $47,000. She's currently made about $6,500.
The trainer, Dean Santantonio, was the breeder along with Michelle Santantonio. That one's a little bit of a tongue twister for me today. They send forward Sister Mary Stigmata. And this one is going to be driven today by Tim Deaton, and he did handle her, but it was in a bad start at Lebanon where it ended up being a DNF and a no contest. He's back aboard today, hopefully. Better things ahead. Dayton, on September 23rd, they put Sister Mary Stigmata in a qualifying race where she finished 3rd, came home in 28-4, mile in 1:58-2. At Northfield, 3-back on August 19th, she had the rail, and she made a break. She's made the break in 2 out of the last 3 starts, but that time finished a distant 10th, but still covered the oval in 1:58-1. Other than that, on a clean line, we have to go back to Scioto Downs in a Buckeye Stallion stake. We're finished 9th, but it was a clean line, 1:54-4. Best effort that I can find, we have to go back to Scioto Downs, finishing 2nd in 1:55-1 back in June. So was good early anyway.
Looks like we're going to move into position. This field has kind of talent all over the board. Some just getting on the track, some trying to still figure it out. Quite a handful. I believe 3 of these fillies have not broken their maidens, but we also have right on the rail Q Dancer. Hit the board 19 of 21 times. Holden Mama L 17 of 30. And the 5-horse, there she is again, 9 of 20. So who knows?
And then the 3 that have not seen the winner's circle yet. 3 of them, yes.
So here is Barry Bickroy with our call.
Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, off the end of pacing, first away for the lead. Patty's by the seat. To the inside, Q Jancer is chased away. State of Fear is next, and it is Holden Mama L as they make their way into the turn. Racing in 5th is There She Is Again, then it's Heartstrings and Sister Mary Stigmata. As they drive for the quarter, Hawk wanted the lead and gets it with Q Dancer. Patty's by the Sea is now 2nd. Closing the gap now after the early speed duels. State of Fear, followed by Holden Mama L, 27-1 opening quarter. Racing in 5th, There She Is Again. Peeking to the outside, Heartstrings is underway, and Sister Mary Stigmata is the trailer. As they make their way under the line, Q Dancer, the even money favorite, is showing the way. Second choice, Patty's by the Sea, will follow from the pocket. State of Fear is there. 3rd, Holden Mama L leaves the pylons to come first up for Hank Levan. Inside, There She Is Again. Outside, following cover is Heartstrings and the trailer. Sister Mary Stigmata starts to move with the flow. 57 seconds for the half. Start down the backstretch. It's Q Dancer with the lead. Holden Mama L's worked her way into 2nd, is inching in. Patty's by the Sea, following from the pocket. Heartstrings is there, 4th on the outside. Locked in 5th, State of Fear. Sister Mary Stigmata outside the trailer. There she is again to 3/4, and Holden Mama L takes the lead away from Q Dancer. Locked in then is Patty's by the Sea, looking for Racing Room. She'll find Racing Room, so 3 wide is Heartstrings. 4 wide, Sister Mary Stigmata. Inside, State of Fear, and there she is again. They're bunched up to the top of the stretch, 28-1 backside, and with the lead, Holden Mama L. Q Dancer trying to battle back. Patty's by the Sea is closing on the outside. Holden Mama L. Patty's by the Sea outside. There she is again to the wire. Patty's by the Sea held on to win it. From There She Is Again in a photo for show, 156-3.
That was a very good race. Nice finish there. Patty's by the Sea getting up.
I was definitely worried in that last turn that she was not going to find racing room until we hit that passing lane at the top of the stretch, but she figured it out. 1:56.3 for Patty's by the Sea makes the second lifetime win, but that is technically not a new lifetime mark for this filly.
No, because of the qualifying win, but that was only her 6th lifetime start, and as I said, the expensive filly they had a lot of hope for, and we can probably see why. She's coming around there very nicely. And, you know, Jeff Nicehonger wanted the early lead, and there was that little battle between he and Alex Hawk, who was aboard Q Dancer.
And Q Dancer, a very nice horse all in herself, but pretty aggressive of Alex Hawk, going right for the lead. Didn't quite finish the way I'm sure he did not want to, but it sounds like Barry gave us that unofficial rundown, 4-5-2-3. That was a very tight finish for our 8th race.
Well, once you decide to leave and there's 2 of you and you both have your mindset on the front end, if somebody doesn't defer and go back in the 2-hole, and in this case it was Patty's by the Sea dropping back behind Q Dancer that had left from the rail, and it still turned out to be the winning move because found room.
We haven't seen a ton of front end speed hold up today. Even last night for our BSS finals, truly we saw a lot of horses from the middle of the field, from the pocket, take those winning times, and it's kind of translating over to our fair races today. Here is our winner, Patty's by the Sea.
3-year-old filly pays for Patty's by the Sea is a 3-year-old daughter of Down by the Seaside. Out of the Yankee Cruiser Mare Section Line Yankee. Albert Miller Racing Stable and Chris Gilbert. Trained by Ryan Miller, Jeff Nicehonger picks up his 3rd winner of the day. 2nd career win for Patty's by the Sea. The mile today, 1:56.3. The blanket trophy presentation sponsored by the Pink Ribbon Girls.
Do we know what the Pink Ribbons girls represent?
We sure do. I'm glad that you asked. So my first go around with OHHA, I handled a lot of the charity nights that we hosted at each of the 4 Ohio tracks. Now, Kim Poma has taken that over and done a fantastic job, but the Pink Ribbon Girls is actually an organization that OHHA has connected with and done a lot of good with. So Pink Ribbon Girls actually has changed their name to the Pink Ribbon Good. Originally, they're a foundation based to help women with breast cancer. But now they've changed their name to Pink Ribbon Good because, of course, men can have breast cancer as well. And they have... Here is Barry.
16.70, 50-cent try, 45.70, 20-cent super, $53.06.
I think we're getting the rundown.
I guess I can finish my thought very quickly. Pink Ribbon Good has kind of broadened their reach to multiple cancers outside of just breast cancer.
By the Sea, the winner. There she is again, 2, Heartstrings 7, Sister Mary Stigmata 5. 6-3-4, 1-2-7-5 on the bottom, 156.3.
So our next race is the 9th race, and we're going to be looking at 2-year-old colt pacers in the 2nd division. This race sponsored by Spoon Graphics. The purse individually here is $5,173, and we'll be back to tell you more about this field after these brief messages.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old trotting filly of the year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
So here we are, the 9th race, a field of 8 2-year-old colt pacers. This one is going to be headed up by Brett Miller, handling Cruisin' Over Fire from the pole position for trainer Jeff Nysonger. It's a Catch the Fire out of Cruise on Ashley by Yankee Cruiser. 12 starts this year, a nice dozen with 4 wins, 4 seconds, 1/3, $28,280 earned. Best victory time came at Mount Gilead over a good track of 1:59. Comes into this race off a start right here at Dayton, where almost notched another win, finishing second by a neck and covering this oval in 1:53-1 with an individual final quarter of 28-4. Had the rail there too, so maybe we'll be able to repeat here.
Suddenly Special with Kevin Wolf will leave from our second post position. This has actually turned into a really nice little colt for the Wolf family, owned by, of course, Wolf Racing out of East Liberty, Ohio. Suddenly Special is by Western Vintage out of a Jate Lobel mare, Love Power. He has hit the board 11 of 15 tries this season, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes. He was just a $7,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale a year ago. He now has made $20,000 and took a mark at Richwood in 1:58-2. Most recently at Delaware, his last start on September 17th. Had some trouble. He did leave from the 7th post position and wasn't quite ever in the game. Was in the money, however, did finish 5th. His mile went in 1:56 flat.
I would say that the 3 Thunderbolt Run is being thrown into the deep end here today. Christopher Hope will drive this well-said gelding out of Sterling Electra by Roll with Joe for trainer Fletcher Davis. Very first lifetime appearances. No qualifiers to look at, no nothing. So you have to wonder what prompted them at this point to make the first start with this 2-year-old rather than hold it over. So perhaps just an experience? Maybe.
Our 4 horses, Bach. Roy Burns will drive for trainer Jody Flemmersfeld. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Racing Hill out of a well-said mare. Flemmersfeld does co-own alongside Mike Albright and Dave Gamble of Bradford, Ohio. This horse has had 10 lifetime starts and has hit the board 3 of those times. Just a single second place finish that did come a handful back at a fair in Salina. Went that mile in 2:01-1, final quarter 29-3. Should mention, did start in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware back on September 19th. Was never in the game, unfortunately. Really had some bad luck with post position, left out of the 8-hole and just trailed the entire mile. However, did go in 1:57-3.
Trainer Jim Arledge Jr. sends Legendary Ride forward here today with Tim Deaton in the bike, owned by Sharon Edelman of Gahan, Ohio. It's a bit of a legend gelding, and out of Ready to Ride by Big Bad John. 9 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds. Very nice. $10,857 with the best mark taken at the Wilmington Fair, 2:01. They gave this one an opportunity to go against the upper class in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware on September 19th. And got the post all right, 5, but finished 7th, beaten 24 lengths, and covered the mile in 1:57-2. Other than that, if you take that line off at the fairs, has been very, very consistent. All 3rd, 2nd, and a win at Sydney also on July 24th. That takes those lines back there by 7 starts. Very consistent performer, Legendary Ride.
On Legendary's Ride's defense, I will say, Trish, that Buckeye Stallion Series start where he wasn't in the money, that was a very tough field. The start actually was won by Twin B High Tide in a very, very brisk 152 and a piece last night. Twin B High Tide did win our BSS final, so very tough class. And here is our bugle. Let's go to the post parade before I introduce our 6-horse.
Race, 2nd Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old Colt Pace, first $5,173. Tim Deaton will drive the 5. Legendary Ride. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives the 6. Scammer. Race 9 starts at pick 3. Races 9, 10, and 11. Here's the field. Number 1 is Cruisin' Over Fire, owned by Johnny Stan, Benson Roth, and Nysonger Stable. Jeff Nysonger trains. Brett Miller drives. Number 2 is Suddenly Special, but Wolf Racing Stable, trained and driven by Kevin Wolf. 3, Thunderbolt Run by Jennifer and Fletcher Davis. Fletcher Davis trains, Chris Holt. 4, Abach, owned by Jody Flummersfeld, Mike Albrine, and Dave Gamble. Jody Flummersfeld, the trainer, with Roy Burns. 5 is Legendary Ride by Sharon Edelman, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. Driver changed to Tim Deaton. Number 6 is Scammer by Tom Sarasso Jr., trained by Steve Carter, changed the driver to Mark St. Louis Jr. 7, You Do a Dragon by AWS Stables and trainer Mark Winters with Hank Levan. Completing the field, 8, Bourbon on the Rocks by Dark Horse Syndicate Racing, trained by Tim Ignarski. Scott Sisko is in the sulky. One place shall exact a trifecta, superfecta.
Continuing on with our field of 8, we'll go back to our 6-horse. Mark St. Louis Jr. will now get the call for Scammer. 2-year-old colt by Fool Me Once, trained by Steve Carter, owned by Thomas Caraso of Connecticut. This is one that's pretty lightly started. This will be just his 6th lifetime start out here today, but he has notched a single win. Last start out at Delaware had some bad luck once again in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but his single win did come back at Scioto Downs very early September in a 2-year-old non-winners of 1. He did end up winning by almost 6.5 lengths, his mile in 1:55 3, final quarter 28-2. Scammer has made almost $7,000 this year.
You made a good point about moving into those Buckeye Stallion Stakes. I want to say, once again, that kind of is the luck of the draw. When they separate the fields, you don't know who you're going to get in. And you're right, some of the divisions, they catch the barn burners, as was the case there. With You Do It Dragon, he has last started at Delaware as well, but that was in the fair stake, and he finished 4th, beaten 7 lengths, and went in 1:58-1, final quarter in 30 2/5. Overall on the season, he has 1 win to boast of, and that was at Washington Courthouse earlier this year, 2:02-2, 5 seconds on the year, and 1/3, bringing his earnings to $13,652. Had a string of seconds, 3 strong, from August 29th, September 5th, and September 11th, was second in each of those starts at the fairs. Findlay, Kenton, Upper Sandusky, before finishing 4th there at Delaware.
Rounding out the field, we have the 8-horse Bourbon on the Rocks. Tim Ignarski does train Scott Sisko in the bike. Dark Horse Syndicate Racing out of Lima does own this colt by Pet Rock out of a well-said mare, a little starstruck. He has hit the board 4 of 9 times this year and has made $9,900. His last start out in the Buckeye Stallion Series hit some bad luck and actually left from the trailing 9th post position. Was in the money, however, didn't hit the board, but still finished 4th and 1:56 flat. A start back from that at Scioto Downs, and another 2-year-old non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel did have a 2nd place finish in 1:55-1, final quarter at Scioto 28-1. His lifetime mark, however, did come back at Greenville in 2 minutes and 1/5. Bourbon on the Rocks was a $19,000 Buckeye Classic sale, and as I had mentioned, closing in on that $10,000 made.
Well, you know, you talk about the stakes horses, and we have those different levels here with our Buckeye Stallion Series and the Ohio Sire Stakes, and we have very nice purses. But to throw a little trivia in, what's the most that they had for the biggest race ever for 2-year-old pacers? What was it? And what?
For 2-year-old
for
pacers?
purse-wise, going for money.
Is it specifically in Ohio?
No, in the country. And it goes back before you were born, maybe. I don't know.
I'm going to say, you're going to have to enlighten me, Trish.
It was 1984. And it was the Woodrow Wilson out at the Meadowlands, 2-year-old colt pacers, well, 2-year-old open pacers, but it was colts. Annihilator won. They went for over $2 million, I think $2,161,000. Wow. We haven't seen anything like that for a while.
No, not. I would say
those big purse races.
Right now, of course, we have the Metro Million or Mohawk Million. The Little Brown Jug last year for 3-year-olds. Of course, we're not talking just 2-year-olds. Did go for $1 million. It dropped down this year. I'm trying to think, what is the biggest purse money?
I think it's probably going back out to the Meadowlands.
It has to be.
And well, I don't know what pace would be.
I'm sure our audience knows.
They
They
do.
know
Well,
everything
They'll
we
be
don't.
educating us on that, I'm sure. But back in the day, when the Meadowlands first opened, they hadn't been open long that year, 84. There was a lot of the purses were pretty good, very good in this.
Here they go. Here, Avi end up pacing first away, cruising over Fire with Suddenly Special, driven away center of the track. Legendary Ride to his inside. Abach next in fifth is Scammer, followed by You Do It Dragon. Then it is Bourbon on the Rocks and Thunderbolt Run. First time starter is the early trailer. So they make their way on over to the quarter. Cruising over Fire and Brett Miller have got the lead. Suddenly Special is there second. Abach is third. Quarter 27-1. Racing in fourth is Legendary Ride. Their fifth is Scammer. Followed by You Do It Dragon, Bourbon on the Rocks, and Thunderbolt Run. Single file past the stands. 1-9 favorite cruising over Fire. Showing the way, setting the tempo. Suddenly Special is there second. Abach is third. Will stay in. Likewise, Legendary Ride. Out and on the move comes Scammer. Followed by You Do It Dragon, Bourbon on the Rocks, and Thunderbolt Run. The half, 55-4, 28-3. Second quarter, and cruising over Fire, starting to flex his muscles, is opened up nearly 6 from Suddenly Special. Abach to the inside. Scammer is fourth. Legendary Ride is under heavy urging to the inside. Moving up, You Do It Dragon. Then it is Bourbon on the Rocks and Thunderbolt Run to three quarters. Cruising over Fire is there in 1:22-4. 27 flat backside. Cruising over Fire is the one to catch. Suddenly Special is all out from second. Abach to the outside. Inside, You Do It Dragon. Scammer is next. 3 wide. Bourbon on the Rocks are off the turn and on their way home. It's Cruising Over Fire in full command. Cruising Over Fire from Abach, You Do It Dragon, and Bourbon on the Rocks. 153-1.
Very, what a race.
Fast pace.
Yeah, really.
To the 3
1:53
quarters.
and 1.
So that's still a fifth of a second off what our fastest race was today. The 1:53 in effort we saw just a bit ago in the other, the 3-year-old.
The 3-year-old, and
the
this
3-year-olds,
was
the 2-year-olds.
And this 2-year-old, and I was going to say, what an impressive mile for a 2-year-old. Of course, we do see, our Sire Stake horses, going. Who knows next week at Super Night how fast they'll go up at Northfield, but 53-1.
Well,
this horse has been racing a ton at the county fairs.
Well, he just missed, as I said, here at Dayton last time out with that same time. 1:53-1 was second by a neck in the overnight.
7-8. 1-4-7-8. Unofficial.
And Abach getting up for a second.
So he did see a little bit of post relief from his last start. Abach did from his last start out at Delaware, and Roy Burns actually got it done. Not sure what he went off at.
It'd be long odds, I guarantee.
32-1
yeah,
for
I was
Abach.
gonna say.
Cruising Over Fire, though, that will make for his 5th lifetime win in just 13 starts. As we had mentioned, a new lifetime mark for this Catch the Fire gelding. That's not one that we have mentioned too much today, but Catch the Fire has produced quite a few nice horses himself.
Oh yes, and a lot of them you have used fire in the names of the horses too, so it's pretty easy to pick some of them out.
The second division, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 2-year-old Colt Pace. Blanket trophy sponsored by Spoon Graphics. Number 1, Cruising Over Fire, is a 2-year-old gelded son of Catch the Fire out of the Yankee Cruiser Mare Cruise on Ashley. By Johnny Stan, Benson Roth, and Nicehonger stable, trained by Jeff Nicehonger. Brett Miller picks up his 4th winner of the day, Grand Slam for Super Brett. 5th career win for Cruising Over Fire, new lifetime mark today, 153-1.
Brett Miller, I want to say, I'm asking myself to think too much. Was he our leading driver for the meet last year here at Dayton? Matt, you probably can't recall, do you? Anyway, Brett Miller is one that we know very well on the Southern Circuit. He could just do it. We don't get to see him too much at the fairs.
Trifecta, $80.20. Superfecta, $316.02.
Well, we await the official rundown.
As they finish the 9th race, Cruising Over Fire, the winner. Suddenly Special 5, Thunderbolt around 8. Bach 2, Legendary Ride 7, Scammer 6, You Do It Dragon 3, Bourbon on the Rocks 4. 158, 276, 3, 4 on the bottom, 153 and 1.
Trish, did you have a thought?
Well, I was thinking about Thunderbolt Run, that the first-time starter getting, as I said, thrown into the deep end, and indeed, what a mile to have for your first start.
Absolutely. We're gonna flip the page. We are getting there, folks. We're gonna head into race 10. Now on to the second division of the 2-year-old Colt Trot, a purse of $6,771. Still sticking with very full fields. We're gonna introduce this field of 8 after a few messages from our sponsors.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
All right, we're back with the 10th race here at Hollywood Gaming Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fair races. We're back to look at freshman trotting colts again. This is the second division of a total purse of $13,542. We saw them in action back in the 5th race, and the mile went in 1:58 and 2. Full Moon Howl was the winner of that one. Our 10th race today, as Ashley said, is a full field of 8, and we're going to take a look at the rail horse illegally funded that added trotting hobbles 3 back, and is also second time Lasix for this one that came out of the Buckeye Classic sale. $20,000. Has had 8 starts this year with 1 win, and that did come rather recently. September 5th at Kenton, had the rail, got away second, and finished across the wire a half a length ahead of the rest of them. 29 and 2, 2:04 with Mike Polhamus in the bike that day, and he is back in the bike for himself today as he trains this long tom and owns it as well, along with Kevin S. McQuinn of Centerville, Ohio. I can only say that he's not alone in making breaks in this field, because I looked at the entire field and there's not one of these horses that hasn't made a break in one of their last 5 starts. Unfortunately, he had a clean line last time at Dayton, right here, 1:59 and 1 on September 28th, finishing 8th. But at Delaware, made a break in the stretch. At Kenton was the winner, then a break again at Greenville. Broke at Scioto Downs in an overnight. So has that 1 win and has the rail again today. So maybe will prevail from the rail.
Amazing Tom will fall along the gate next out of our second post position. Brett Miller will look for his 5th win of the day aboard him. This is trained by Dan Cribahany, a 2-year-old black colt by Long Tom out of a credit winner mare. Dan and Mary Cribahany out of Richwood, Ohio, do own Amazing Tom. Most recently, he's kind of fallen off. I will say, did have a 5th place finish at his last start at Delaware, but it just didn't seem to be like himself. Before that, the 2 and 3 back before that did make a break, as Trish had mentioned. We've got a few of those in recent recent time. However, do want to mention Amazing Tom was on a 5-win streak before that. Not sure if it's just this late in the season. Maybe he's getting sore. Not sure how that's going to go. But do want to say that he was a winner back at Wapak in 2 minutes flat. He's hit the board 11 of 15 times this year, 9 wins. He was a Buckeye Classic purchase for $9,500, and going into today, he's made over $40,000.
I don't think our program, and I didn't take the time to look it up on the USTA to see the results, but this one raced right here at Dayton on October 3rd. So don't know where. I don't know if we can look that up. It was only 3 nights ago in a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel. Long Rocky Road. A Long Tom out of Shelby County by Chip Hooray, trained by Tammy Hartman, owned by Ronald Jacobs of Circleville, Ohio. Tim Deaton will drive. Has had 3 wins out of 7 starts with a second and a third to back that up with $14,984 earned, and I still don't know what that last line was. But 4 back it would be, or 5 back, 5 and a quarter length winner at Urbana in 2:03 and 3. At Scioto Downs, August 15th in a Buckeye Stallion series, finished second, beaten a half a length, 158 and 4. And here's our post parade.
10th race, second division, Ohio Colt Racing Association. 2-year-old Colt Trot per $6,771. Blanket trophy presented by Dave Campbell Insurance, John Freeline agent. Ed Greeno Jr. drives the 4, but Hank Levan on the 6th. Here's the field for the 10th. 1 is illegally funded, owned by trainer Mike Palhamus and Scott McQuinn. Mike Palhamus drives. 2 is Amazing Tom by Dan Merrick Krabahenny, trained by Dan Krabahenny with Brett Miller. Number 3 is Long Rocky Road, owned by Ron Jacobs, trained by Tammy Hartman with Tim Deaton. 4 is Dublin's Date Night, E.G. Trot, trained by Ed Greeno Jr. Ed Greeno Jr. now drives. 5 is Mailboy's Dream, owned by Roy and Joan Burns, trained and driven by Roy Burns. 6 is Flying Ryan, owned and trained by Brian Roebuck, changed the driver to Hank Levan. 7 is Skyway Slick, owned by Michelle Herman and Matthew Kiesler, trained by Bobby Joe Brewer with Jason Beatty. And number 8, here's Arthur. It's trained by James Bolin Jr., owned and driven by Chuck Bolin. Win play show.
2 of Long Rocky Road's wins came in wire-to-wire style, and definitely this Long Tom Gelding fits in here. And when you move on to the next one, I'm going to try to look up quickly what he did here a few minutes ago.
No problem. So Ed Greeno Jr. will train and drive our 4-horse Dublin's Date Night. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Enterprise out of the Cantab Hall mare, My Place Anytime. E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, Ohio does own Dublin's Date Night. He was originally just a $5,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected sale. This year to date, he has made over $13,000, so more than doubled his money, going to try to triple it hopefully after today's start. He has 15 starts on the year with a single win, 4 seconds, and 3 third-place finishes. Most recently, Akashogton did have a 4th place finish. However, another back from that at Dover on September 20th did have a 2nd place finish, was 4 lengths off of the winner, won his mile in 2:04 and 4. And actually 3 back. So just 1 more start before Dover at Delaware in a fair stake did go in 2:02 flat. That seems to be the fastest mile. The best beaten time that Dublin's Date Night has gone. Did take his mark at Wapak in 2:09 flat.
Well, we're going to go back to the 3 Long Rocky Road and update you. 8 starts, 3 wins, 1 second, 1 third is what he has. So he did not hit the board in that one, but I did not get the race line. Dublin's Date Night she took care of, so we'll hop on down to the 5. Mail Boy's Dream, trainer and driver Roy Burns. He also was co-owner along with Joan Burns, has had 6 starts on the year, has yet to finish 1, 2, 3, comes into this one off a qualifying effort at Scioto Downs on August 27th after racing at Lima on August 19th in a fair stake where he made a break going to the half and finished 4th by a distance. At Troy on August 12th, picked up a 5th place check and went in 2:08 and 3. Made a break at Chillicothe from the 2-hole 213. So there's been a number of breaks here for Male Boy's Dream, looking to stay at it today.
Our 6th horse is Flying Ryan. Hank Levan now in the bike for trainer and owner Brian Roebuck of North Lewisburg, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Uncle Peter out of a Master Levesque mare, TK's Elizabeth. This only had 4 starts on the year, is still looking to hit the board, however, has had a few 5th place finishes to make about $870. Most recently at Kenton did stay flat, so that was, I'm sure, a proud moment for our trainer owner, Roebuck. Did have a 5th place finish in 2:10 3/5. For that start, Charles Bolin was in the bike.
And the 7-horse Skyway Slick, although not seeing a lot of action with just 5 starts, has 2 wins, 1 second, 1 third. The only time didn't hit the board was in the first start of this year on July 8th, where he made a break. After that, he was a winner at Washington Courthouse. Then at Urbana had a scratch sick line, went on to Findlay and finished 3rd. Kenton finished 2nd and comes into this one off a win at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series by a length and a half in 1:58-1. Bobby Joe Brewer trains this long time out of Short Vacation by Dream Vacation.
Rounding out the field, Charles Bolin will drive. Here's Arthur for trainer James Bolin Jr. Our driver, Charles Bolin, does own this 2-year-old colt by Team 6. He ends up being a nice little colt this year. He's made almost $40,000, and he was just originally a $6,500 purchase out of the Blooded Horse Sale. Here's Arthur, has had 16 seasonal starts, 7 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 third place finishes. Most recently, he has been in the money, but unfortunately made a couple of breaks. Back from that, however, his most recent win both came at McConnellsville, 2:05-3 and 2:05 flat. His lifetime mark is 2:04-1 at Piketon.
And I do have Long Rocky Road's line here. He had the 4-hole and he broke before and after the start and finished 9th.
Here we go, a field of 8.
Second
race
division,
10.
Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old colt trotters for the 10th race. A field of 8 are moving up and moving in, and here they go. They're off stride when Male Boy's Dream. And Long Rocky Road going down for the lead. Amazing Tom on the outside is Skyway Slick. 3rd into the turn. Here's Arthur away 4th. Dublin's Date Night. Illegally Funded is next in 5th. 6th is Flying Ryan. As they make their way around the turn, still off stride. Is Male Boy's Dream wide around that breaker. Long Rocky Road, quarter 28-2. Flying Ryan has gone off stride. Up to take command. Skyway Slick to the top. Amazing Tom is now 2nd. 3rd, here's Arthur. Racing 4th is Dublin's Date Night. Illegally funded starting to tighten in from 5th. Racing in 6th is Flying Ryan, followed by Long Rocky Road, and the trailer is Male Boy's Dream. Past the half behind the lead of Skyway Slick. Hasn't passed the half, 58-2. 30 flat second quarter. Amazing Tom is racing 2nd. It's a length back to here's Arthur. 2 to Dublin's Date Night, followed by Illegally Funded. As far back to Flying Ryan. Long Rocky Road and the trailer Male Boy's Dream to 3/4. Skyway Slick is the one to catch. Amazing Tom is there 2nd. Here's Arthur. Is 3rd. Illegally Funded has found a better gear and is starting to close in from 4th. Now 5th. As they trot by 3/4, Dublin's Date Night. 127-1 for 3/4. 28-4 backside. It's Skyway Slick with the lead. Angled out of the pocket. Amazing Tom to challenge. Driving for the wire, Skyway Slick inside. Amazing Tom on the outside. They're wheel to the wire. Amazing Tom on the outside, getting the best of Skyway Slick. Amazing Tom in front. From Skyway Slick, Illegally Funded. Here's Arthur 4th, 158-1.
So just a tick of a second faster than our first division of 2-year-old colt trotters. 158-2 here for Dublin's Date Night.
That should be 5 on the card for Brett Miller, if I'm not mistaken. We're only on race 10, so he has won half of the races we have been through today. Dan Cribahany does train Amazing Tom. This makes for his...
Oh, Amazing Tom, yes.
Amazing Tom. This does make for his 10th win.
How did I get that? So it was Amazing Tom, Skyway Slick, illegally funded, and here's Arthur.
That is how I have them across the wire.
2-7-1-8-2-7-1-8.
And there is Barry confirming unofficial. That rundown for us is 2-7-1-8 across the wire. Looks like the Cribahany family has quite the group in the winner's circle. And I'm trying to remember the young man's name. Matt Clark, do you know? The Cribahany boy that helps. He's right. Oh, I can't remember his name. I know when we were at Richwood, we talked about him because they are stable at Richwood. I cannot remember his name. But he is very involved. Anyway, why I'm trying to remember is that young man is very, very involved with the Cribahany
and about
racing
how
itself.
old?
I have no idea, but young.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Amazing Tom, a 2-year-old son of Long Tom out of the Credit Winter Mare, Playful Credit. Owned by Dan and Mary Cribahany. Dan Cribahany, the winning trainer. Brett Miller gets his 5th winner of the day. 10th of the season for Amazing Tom, a new lifetime mark, 158-1. Blanket trophy sponsored by Dave Campbell Insurance, John Friedline, agent.
I'm going to jump online and see if any of our audience knows. I am so blanking on his name, but if we can grab him, I would love to. He loves the sport. I know that.
And the horses.
Yes, very
Definitely
much so.
the horses. So that puts Amazing Tom back in the winner's circle after having a little 3-race where he seemed to be a little off, you said, because he made a couple of breaks and he might have been maybe a little off or maybe just a little tired, but hadn't raced since September 17th, so a little almost 3 weeks.
I'm sure back to his winning ways. Great performance, and of course having Brett Miller in the bike never hurts.
No, that is true.
Still waiting for that official rundown, but I do have our quarters 28-2, 58-2, 3/4, 127-1, and of course that final mile time 158-1 unofficially across the wire 2714.
2718, wasn't it? I don't know.
Yep, you're right. After I just wrote or read what I had written down wrong.
We start scribbling.
This is how deep in the card we are, Trish. 10 in, 7 to go.
Right. And all kinds of action. One thing about it when you're watching these youngsters, and you've seen them, a lot of them over the entire course of their season, you see how some of them start off maybe a little rocky, like Skyway Slick. His very first start just, ran all over the place, then settled in and made a nice effort today. A lot of them gaining experience. Some get better as time goes on, and some just stay the same, and some need to maybe stop their season a little earlier than others, and you get them ready to come back as a 3-year-old. But it's even tough getting a 2-year-old to the races, really. I mean, it's no small feat to start with a horse in, let's say, October, November, and get them to the races by we start. Actually, some of the late fairs are in June, right? Or the earliest fairs are in late June.
They can start their season. A lot of 2-year-olds won't till around that July 4th mark, but you're exactly right. Paulding is our first fair, right, Paulding?
Yeah.
Trying to think all the way back. Paulding is our first fair, generally around mid-June, and they can keep going. Our fair finals actually aren't till, not this weekend, but the following weekend up at Northfield. So they go for quite some time, depending on, each trainer has their own philosophy. Sometimes a good horse, they'll start 10 times. Sometimes they'll start 20.
And now the fair finals, they move around too. because
You know,
they were here.
I would say,
They were
honestly,
here back, I know they were here back 3 years ago.
yeah, Northfield has been holding them most recently, but all of our stake finals can move around. That is correct. Well, we do have there we go. Here comes our official.
20, trifecta, 1270, superfecta, $15.68. Pick 444, $174. As they finish at 10th, illegally funded 3, Amazing Tom the winner. Long Rocky Road 6, Dublin's Date Night 5, Mailboy's Dream 8, Flying Ryan 7, Skyway Slick 2, here's Arthur 4, 3, 1, 6, 5, 8, 7, 2, 4 on the bottom, 158 and 1. 11th race is up next. Scratch the 7.
We have a little bit of a departure here in our next race, the 11th race. We're not looking at 2- and 3-year-olds. We're looking at older horses but younger drivers. We have the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final in the 11th race here, and it is going to be reduced to a field of 7, originally slated to have 8 go postward, but the 7, I'm Rocking It, is now a scratch. So we'll be back after these words from our sponsors.
The first Montgomery County Fair in Dayton, Ohio was held in 1839. A single ticket then cost 25 cents, while the whole family paid just $1. From the start, plowing exhibitions, livestock shows, and harness racing drew people to the Gem City. Harness racing has been a longtime highlight of the fair. A crowd estimated at 75,000 crammed into the fairgrounds in 1874 to witness the Queen of Trotters take to the track. Goldsmith Maid held the world record at 2 minutes and 18 seconds and was famous around the country. There was no room in the overflowing grandstand or anywhere on the grounds, so spectators climbed onto the tops of stables and cattle barns. The extra weight caused a roof to give way, but no animal or person were harmed. By the 1930s, lights were installed around the racetrack. The Montgomery County Fair was the first in the state to hold night racing. Today, the county fair is a member of the Ohio Colt Racing Circuit. They host one afternoon of live-action harness racing at Dayton Raceway.
Hi, I'm Dean Gillespie, and I want to tell you about the Ohio Colt Racing Association. There's 19 member fairs, and they sponsor the Partial Futurity in Greenville, Ohio. You need to race in the OCRA. Great racetracks, great people. Bring the kids and come out to the fair, and remember, fair time is fun time.
And we're back. The Montgomery County Fair races are going on, but as I said, this one is not for the youngsters. This is for the young drivers, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final. And the horses range in age from age 4 to 12, but we're going to take a look at them one by one. And I want to talk about the driver first of the one horse, Q Cobra Jet, because I had the pleasure of working side by side with young David Justice when I had a 3-year-old trotting filly up at Delaware, Ohio a few years ago. And you always wonder about the youth. Well, he had an excellent work ethic. He was very dependable and hardworking and such a nice person. And he went on to go to blacksmith school. And he is doing some blacksmithing as well. But I see here, this year racing, he has had 9 starts as a driver, picking up a win, 1 second and 3/3. So he has an average of 284. But just a shout out to one of the nicest young men in harness racing that I happen to know, David Justice. Q Cobra Jet is trained by Hank Levan. It's a 12-year-old gelding by Jeremy's Jet out of Little Q by Stand Forever. 31 starts on the season, 1 win, 3 seconds, 7/3, and $10,282 in earnings, taking his best mark this season of 2 minutes and 2/5 at Lima. But actually, when you talk about over the career, 165 starts, 13 wins, 17 seconds, 23/3, $93,759 in earnings, but a very fast mark taken as a 6-year-old at Scioto Downs of 151-4. Comes into this one after racing a lower condition race at Northfield, non-winners of 1,500 last last 4, where he finished 3rd and paced in 1:56 and 1.
Can't Stop Lou will lead from the second post position with D. Sanders in the bike, just 21 years old. Can't Stop Lou is trained by Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing of Blacklick, Ohio, does own this 4-year-old gelding by Sweet Lou out of a Western Ideal mare. Can't Stop Me Now. Can't Stop Lou has had 13 seasonal starts and has just notched 1 win that came back at Scioto Downs on July 30th in a horse and gelding non-winners of 2,000 in the last 4. Did end up winning that mile in 1:51 and 3, final quarter 28 and 3 recently at the Meadows. He's also produced the same exact time, a little bit different fractions. However, last start was September 28th at the Meadows in 1:51 and 3. Dave Pallone was in the bike for that one. Lifetime Can't Stop Lou has made almost $250,000. Took a mark at 3 years old and 1:59 and 2 in Lexington.
Owner, trainer Dan Hale has a well-said 4-year-old gelding in here named Long-Haired Country Boy, and he's going to give Christina Wyant the assignment here. 21 starts on the year for this well-said, 2 wins, 1 second, 2/3, $10,322 in earnings and a mark at Scioto Downs of 1:53 and 1. That's also career best for this 4-year-old. Comes into this race after starting right here at Dayton in a non-winners of 22:50 last 4, where he finished 3rd. Final quarter in 29 and 4. A mile 1:54 and 1. Brett Miller drove that day, but we're talking with these young, youthful drivers, and Christina Wyant, I see, is 29.
Waylon Eubank, who I got to speak to last night on air, will drive our 4-horse Boozer. Betty Clegg does train and own this 4-year-old gelding by Huntsville. I will finish my thoughts shortly. Here is our bugle in the post parade of the 11th race.
11th race. Blanket sponsored by Montgomery County Fair. 1 mile pace for the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final. For $7,500 scratch. The 7, I'm rocking it, is a judge's scratch. It's Q Cobra Jet. Joyce Weiner, Hank Levan trains David Justice, the driver. Number 2 is Can't Stop Lou. I'm Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther with D. Sanders. 3 is Long-Haired Country Boy, owned and trained by Dan Hale. The driver is Christina Wyant. Number 5 is She Knows It All, owned by Mitch Cushing and Kiara Morgan, trained by Jason Moore with Luke Harper. 6 is Arma Blue Chip Boy, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Arnold. 7 is Scratch. Number 8, Big Bretta, owned and trained by Daniel Brewer with Jesse Bedard. Completing the field will be the 4, Boozer, owned and trained by Betty Clegg. Waylon Eubank will be in the sulky. When play shall we exact a try.
Finishing our thoughts on Boozer as he tries to here he comes, stepping on to the track. Waylon Eubank will get the drive. His last win did come actually in the ladies series at Upper Sandusky in 1:56 flat, final quarter 27 and 1. Christina Johnson was in the bike for that one. However, do want to mention, does show in our lines a mile in 1:54 flat at Saratoga, final quarter 27 and 4. Lifetime Boozer has had 56 starts, 15 wins, 10 seconds, and 7 third-place finishes to make $122,000. At the age of 3, he took a lifetime mark of 152 and 1 at Woodbine.
And the 5, She Knows It All, is the lone mare in the field. She's by Racing Hill out of Cat Cora by Jenna's Beach Boy, going to be handled today by Lucas Harper. And the trainer, Jason Moore. 10 starts this year, no wins, no second, 1/3, and $992 in earnings. Has not seen any action since July 31st at Xenia, and that was in the ladies series where she finished 3rd, beaten a length in 2:01 and 1 And before that, we have to go back between May and July for the other starts, and they were not in Ohio anyway. They were out east. And I would say that overall, has 100 starts lifetime with 8 wins, 23 seconds, 14 thirds, but a lot of money earned, $313,841, with a mark as a 5-year-old of 153 and 2, and that taken at Miami Valley.
The 6-horse Arm a Blue Chip Boy, Michael Arner trains and drives and owns this 12-year-old gelding by Santana Blue Chip out of a Badlands Hanover mare. Has had 26 starts this year, still looking for the first seasonal win, but has hit the board through 3 second-place finishes and 2 third-place finishes to make about $12,000. Say most recently he actually was scratched for transportation issues at Lexington. However, another start back had a 5th-place finish at Lexington, mile and 1:55 flat, final quarter in 29 with Michael Arnold in the bike. Lifetime, this 12-year-old has had 291 starts, 30 wins, 35 seconds, and 32 third-place finishes to make $381,000 lifetime. He actually took his mark at 7 years old and won 51-1 at Miami Valley.
Yes, and the 8 is going to round out the field as the 7, I'm Rocking It, will not perform. Big Bretta, 7-year-old gelding by Big Bad John out of CC Brigati Bretta by Towner's Big Guy. 20 win starts without a win this season, 1 second, 3 thirds, $8,213 earned. Last started at Delaware in a non-winners of 4,000. I don't know if it's a season or what, but 4 horses and geldings where he finished third, 157 and 2. Been racing at Scioto against non-winners of 2,000 last 4. Also was in a 30,000 claiming handicap back on August 17th, but has not had the best of seasons. Overall lifetime, 134 for starts, 11 wins, 13 seconds, 14 thirds, $162,659 in earnings, and a mark of 52 taken at Scioto Downs as a 4-year-old.
Our youngest driver in this field is Jesse Bernard, just 18 years old, and our oldest driver, leaving out of our 3rd post position, is Christina Wyatt at 29.
Boozer and Waylon Eubank. She Knows It All, Luke Harper. Arm a Blue Chip Boy, Mike Arnold. On the outside, Big Bretta and Jesse Bernard. Field of 7 for the 11th. 8 swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here offhand pacing. Big Bretta gets the first call from the outside. Inside Can't Stop Lou. Up on the outside is Boozer at the rail. Q Cobra Jet. She Knows It All is next. Racing in 5th. 6th is Armor Blue Chip Boy, Early Trailer, Long-Haired Country Boy. They drive on for the quarter. Big Bretta to the lead. Boozer on the outside challenging. Inside is Can't Stop Lou. Then it is Q Cobra Jet, 27 and 2 opening quarter. Racing in 5th, She Knows It All, followed by Arma Blue Chip Boy and Long-Haired Country Boy as the trailer. They race under the line. Boozer on the outside. A couple more inches can clear to the top from Big Bretta. Racing in 3rd is Can't Stop Lou there. 4th, Q Cobra Jet. Next, She Knows It All, followed by Arma Blue Chip Boy and Long-Haired Country Boy, the trailer. Half and 55 and 2, 28 flat, second panel down the backstretch. It's Boozer with the lead. Big Bretta's there second. Can't Stop Lou, 1-5 favored. Will come to the outside. Picking up the cover is Q Cobra Jet, and She Knows It All. Arma Blue Chip Boy stays in at the rail. 4th up on the outside. Long-Haired Country Boy to 3/4. Boozer with a short lead. The heavy favorite Can't Stop Lou is driven up alongside. 124 and 1, 28 and 4 backside. Q Cobra Jet second over on the outside. Big Bretta inside. She Knows It All is next. Then it is Arma Blue Chip Boy and Long-Haired Country Boy as they come to the top of the stretch. Can't Stop Lou with the lead. Is taken over from Boozer along the inside. Big Bretta outside. Q Cobra Jet and She Knows It All as they drive for the wire. Can't Stop Lou, and D. Sanders takes the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final in 154 and 3.
That was quite a evenly matched race, actually. I was looking at it earlier going in and thinking that it was such a mixed bag of talent when it came to the horse end of it. But the battle was definitely for second as they crossed the wire, but they were all pretty much right there. So very exciting finish that we have for the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final. We are going to Can't Stop Lou, of course, the winner, Dee Sanders. We talked about the ages, 21 years old, has 34 starts this year, 3 wins as a driver, no seconds, 3 thirds. Trainer Todd Luther, this is a 4-year-old gelding, so one of the younger horses in the field, of these field of veteran race horses. Definitely the one that had the best lifetime mark coming into this race, with the record taken last year as a 3-year-old at Lexington of 149-2. So indeed, Can't Stop Lou was not stopped today and picks up the victory here rather handily at the end. But the next group were all bunched up there on the wire. We'll wait to hear what Barry has to say as he sorts it all out for us in that rundown. Taking the time, making the way back to the winner's circle. Almost there.
2-3-8-5 unofficial. Judges posting the inquiry sign against number 8, Big Bretta, possibly inside the pylons and into the passing lane too soon.
Gaining an advantage perhaps by going inside the pylons.
And back of the winner's circle is the winner of the 11th race at Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final. Horses number 2, Can't Stop Lou. 4-year-old Gutted Son of Sweet Lou out of the Western Ideal mare. Can't Stop Me Now. I'm Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther, the winning trainer. Second of the season for Can't Stop Lou, his 9th career win. The winning driver, Dee Sanders. Blanket Trophy presentation sponsored by Montgomery County Fair. Can't Stop Lou and Dee Sanders take the final of the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series.
As he poses with the blanket on here. Going to add another $37.50 to his lifetime earnings of $249,000, putting him up there over the $250,000 mark for Can't Stop Lou. Pretty exciting for these younger drivers to come out for these races and compete. In this field, I noticed one of the veterans, the 12-year-old, the 6, Arma Blue Chip Boy N, and of course, standing for New Zealand. When we see these veteran races, even at the fairs, whether it's the Signature Series or whatnot, you see some of the horses that have made their way over from New Zealand. We see a lot more of them out east racing. It's a long trip over there. But New Zealand's interesting with the harness racing. They race at different distances still today, usually between 1 mile and 2 miles. And the interesting thing also is that they still have some grass tracks, which is something to see the horses race on the grass tracks.
The 7th, finishing 4th, being placed 3rd. Number 5, She Knows It All. 5th, being placed 4th, number 6, Arma Blue Chip Boy. New call here, race 11, 2-3-5-6, 2-3-5-6. New combination, 8, Big Bretta, finished 3rd, was disqualified and placed 7th. For entering the passing lane too early.
All right, well, we'll have the correct rundown after the placing here. I'm sure Barry will give it to us in full.
I do think they're all taking a picture. All of our drivers in our Youth Series final are taking a photo, but our winner, Dee Sanders, should be coming over to talk a little bit about himself and what he does. Also, I think I guilt-tripped Holly Holton into coming over here and talking about the Holton series in its entirety
nice
as well.
Yeah. Terry Holton, a well-loved figure in Ohio, no longer with us, but I'm glad you brought her over. That'll be good.
Still not quite official.
No, I think there was just the one placing, and that was the 8 Big Bretta for going into the pylons, getting an advantage inside the pylons before going into the open stretch. Some people have opinions about the open stretch racing or the inside passing lane. Do you like it?
I do in certain circumstances. Places like this, I love to see it. However, I know that's been part of the conversation at Delaware. Does Delaware need to have a passing lane? I would not like to see a passing lane at Delaware just for
tradition's sake.
Yeah, traditional
it changes
purposes.
Things, yes.
It completely changed the way that a race plays out, which is, like you said, opinionated. Is that good or is that bad? Somewhere like Delaware, in such a small track, your driver has to know and have a grip on a half mile like that.
Well, it's you definitely have to have some strategy, that's for sure. You can't just say, you know, I can wait and see what shakes out. Makes for probably, I would say, more early movement and things when you don't have one. Yeah.
Here we go. I say we're still waiting for that official, but hopefully I think we're going to have some guests.
Oh, it's Ryan.
See. So are you both hopping on with me then? Or just Holly? Just Holly.
I thought we were going to get Ryan to say a few words.
That's fine. We'll wait for him and
okay.
Here is our official.
Trifecta $15.35. Superfecta $47.94. Pick 3 of 3. Very formable $3.60. Here's the official order of finish. Q-Cobra Jet finished 6th, was placed 5th. Can't Stop Lou, the winner. Long-haired Country Boy 2. Boozer finished 7th, was placed 6th. She Knows It All finished 4th, was placed 3rd. Armor Blue Chip Boy finished 5th, was placed 4th. 7th was Scratched. Big Bretta finished 3rd. Was disqualified and placed 7th for entering the passing lane too early. Following the placings, 5-1-2, 6-3-4, Scratch, 7 on the bottom, 154 and 3. 12th races.
So there we go, official for race 11, the Terry Holton Youth Driving Series final. Can't Stop Lou at 154 and 3. D. Sanders was our winning driver. I do have him joining us now. D, you're not really a stranger to the winner's circle. You actually, I think you won this last year too.
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
So tell us, let's just go back a little bit. You're not from Ohio. I'm sure a couple of our audience members can maybe pick that up. You've only been here for a handful of years. Why are you in Ohio? How'd you get started?
Well, I'm in Ohio because wanted a better opportunity, and I like harness racing. And that's not provided in Mississippi, but we do have harness racing down there.
So is it a family thing for you, or how did you get a hold of the horses down in Mississippi?
Oh, it was sort of a family thing. All my cousins, uncles, we all had race horses down there. We always go to track on a Sunday. It's like a big family gathering.
So we know that it is quite down. It is different down in Mississippi.
Yeah, very different.
How would you describe it, though?
Basically, everybody get together. We all got a track called Cooper Downs.
Okay.
Get together. They set up some races. Got DJ, food trucks, and and all that sort of thing.
So it sounds almost like a county fair all the time. Is that how that atmosphere is how you would describe it?
Right.
Perfect. So pretty familiar to you then.
Right.
Good to hear it. And so are you still working for Todd Luther? Because I know you came up here helping him out.
Yes, ma'am, I sure am working for him and Greg Luther.
Well, and that's Dee and I actually met a handful of years ago. This is the first time we've been able to meet in person, but I was lucky enough to buy him his first set of racing collars after my dad the Bill Daley Foundation. So Dee, happy to see that you're putting them to good use by all means. What's next for you?
Hopefully, hopefully I become a driver. Try that out. That's why I didn't. Well, first I didn't think I'd be this far. I only been up here 2 years. It's a blessing, and I'm honored to work for Todd and Gray Luther and sit behind these good horses every day and learn a lot from the great people and the great environment I'm around every day. And I'm very thankful for that.
You're saying you want to be a driver. Dee, you are a driver, first of all. I'm sure you have aspirations to get to the pari-mutuels and up and up and up, but you are a driver. We've been seeing you at these county fairs winning. This is not foreign to you, so don't be so humble, okay?
Thank you.
But do you have a favorite win that you've had so far?
I ain't got a favorite yet. I want a pari-mutuel win really bad. I drove a couple times to Scioto, so I'm really hungry for that. And I made some mistakes and drove a couple good, so it's a big difference from driving with them and driving versus the pari-mutuel guys. Is very different, and driving versus Dan Noble, Chris Page, and all of them, and it was exciting, and it's a very good experience.
But you're in good hands with the Luthers. They're going to gift you on good horses, and they're going to teach you the ins and outs.
Right.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I do think we're going to have Holly Holton hop on. Dee, we will let you go. I'm sure you're needed back in the barn in some capacity. So we will grab her. Thank you very much. Congratulations again. And Holly, I just want you. I know. I say, blame this on your husband. Right? He's not.
I know.
Can you give us, our viewers that maybe aren't from Ohio, aren't familiar with Ohio, who Terry Holton was and what you guys continue to do in his name?
Yeah. So I'm married to Terry's son, Ryan, and obviously Ryan grew up in the business. He participated in the youth driving. They had a youth driving series when he first started driving. And most all of those drivers are, still coming along. It was very important to them. And when Terry passed away, he always wanted Ryan to always move the business forward. So we've been fortunate to be able to sponsor a race and open it up to youth. And this year, I think we added 5 legs.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, from last year. And last year, I think we only had 7 drivers participate. This year, around the state, we had, I think, 16 drivers.
How many total races?
There was only 1 race that didn't fill of the legs. And so I'm pretty sure there were 10. That's why I said Ryan needs to be up here.
So I guess I have a question about funding. Mm-hmm. How do you guys do it? If we have audience that really wants to help out and boost up our youth, how do they do it?
So I own the company Right at Home, and we provide in-home care and assistance. And so with my ability with the company and then with Ryan's background and us owning horses, we've sponsored the race, but we would love the opportunity if there's other veteran drivers or owners or trainers that want to, keep encouraging youth. It's
our future for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we want to try to move it forward. So if anybody would love to contribute, we do need to give a special shout out to Doug Guthrie. He has been a huge supporter of this race, and last year he donated a race bike painting, and I forget what he did for stopwatch for the second place finisher. And this year he did a gift card for the first and second place finishers. And then Ryan and I provided each one of the contestants today with a stopwatch too. So
very neat.
We would love the opportunity to continue to grow the business.
Absolutely. We'll love to see you guys out here as always. Looking forward to bigger and better next year.
Yes.
Congratulations to all the connections today. And Holly, thanks for hopping on.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's our 12th race. We're looking at the 2-year-old filly trotters again. They were also seen in our very first race today. Today's is going by pretty quickly now. We're up to the 12th race. The number 1, Just a Classic. This one trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr., Enterprise filly. And she has had 4 wins out of 12 starts this year with 2 seconds and 3 thirds, $16,163 in earnings. She comes into this one fresh off a win. Well, maybe not so fresh. It was on September 20th. She was slated to race at Coshocton on October 1st, but was scratched due to a transportation problem. So has a victory most recently in 2:03 and 4. Actually was also a winner 3-back by a wide margin, and that was at Upper Sandusky on September 10th, winning by 8 lengths there for Ed Greeno Jr. with a 5th place finish in between. Actually, when you look at the lines, this is a very steady filly, a very clean filly. She doesn't have breaks. I don't want to jinx her in any way, but very nice lines on Just a Classic with the rail today.
Long Arm of Justice will be driven by Jeff Nysonger, trained by Mark Winners. This is a freshman filly by Long Tom. Most recently coming off of a 3rd place finish at Delaware in just a fair stake, won her mile in 2 minutes flat. Seems to be her best beaten time so far. 14 starts on the year with 4 wins, no 2nd place finishes, but yet has had 3 3rd place finishes. I will say her last win did come back wire to wire at Findlay in 2:04 flat, final quarter 29-2. Long Arm of Justice was a $17,000 purchase, has made $14,600 so far.
A more modest purchase coming out of the blooded horse sale is Long Leg Sally, the 3-horse, just $7,000. Trained and owned by David Meyer, and he's in the bike today. Has made breaks here and there. Last time out was one of them at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Had the 4-hole and broke right after the start, but recovered and finished 4th. Went in 2:02 and 3, but was a winner 2-back in wire-to-wire style by 2 lengths in 2:02 and 4 at Kenton. We go back to Findlay, where there was a break, Lima a break, and then a clean line at Greenville on August 17th. Cut the mile again, finished 2nd that time out by 3/4 of a length. So 14 starts on the season with the best time with the solo win at Kenton of 2:02 and 4, but 5 second place finishes and 1/3 for earnings of $17,909.
Long Tom's Treasure will be driven by Mark St. Louis Jr., trained by Steve Carter, owned by Thomas Cicero Jr. of Connecticut. This is a filly by Long Tom out of a Big Victory mare, BV's sister. Most recently coming off of a 2nd place finish at the Buckeye Stallion Series in Delaware, 159 and 3 for her mile. However, do want to mention a couple back from that. Her fastest lines on our card today come at Scioto Downs, and a 2-year-old non-winners of 1 had a 4th place finish in 158 and 2. She's had 6 seasonal starts with 1 win that came wire to wire at the Xenia Fair in 2:04 and 3. Long Tom's Treasure was purchased for $12,000 out of the Buckeye Classic and has made $9,400 so far.
And the 5-horse is Callie L. This one trained and driven by Hank Levan today. 17 starts overall with a single win, and we can go back to where that was. It was in wire-to-wire style, and that was at Lima back on August 20th. Comes into this race after a start at Coshocton, had the 3-hole and finished 3rd, final quarter in 29 and 1, individually timed in 2:06 and 3 as a long shot in the wagering field that day of almost 36 to 1. Raced at Delaware in the Ohio Fair Stake and cut the mile to the half, finished 5th and went in 2:02 there with a more sluggish last quarter of 33 and 3. Has only a couple of breaks out of the last 10 lines that I can see. In earnings of $17,204 with that solo win out of the 17 starts, backed up by 4 seconds and 5/3. That's Callie L.
Petra will round out the field in the 6th hole. Brett Miller in the bike looking for his 6th win of the day. Betty Clegg does train and own this 2-year-old filly by Uncle Peter. Most recently, Petra did make a stable and ownership change. Actually, Jeff Nysonger did start this filly, so that's where a lot of her money and her mark will come from. Betty Clegg has only had a single start, so this will be her 2nd with Petra today. Did make a break Her very last start out at Delaware ended up 8th at distance. However, she took a lifetime mark in 2:04 and won at Lebanon. 15 starts on the year, 5 wins, 7 seconds, and 2 third-place finishes for this filly.
Yeah, the first division was our first race. That one was Brett Miller victory with IB Cream in 158 and 3. So we'll see what these debutantes can do here in this division.
Second Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 2-year-old filly trotters, 12th race of field of 6. They'll start at pick 3. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, offhand of trotting. Out for the lead, Long Tom's Treasure. Callie L also on the move early to the inside, just a classic. Long Arm of Justice came away 4th, racing 5th. Long Legs Sally. And Petra is the early trailer as they make their way around the turn and head on over to the quarter. Long Tom's Treasure has the lead. Racing there in second, Callie L. Just a Classic is 3rd. Long Arm of Justice 4th. 5th is Petra, and the trailer now is Long Legs Sally. The quarter was in 29 and 1. As they pass the stands, it's Long Tom's Treasure. Fronts the field, Callie L. Close in second. Just a Classic 3rd. Long Arm of Justice 4th. Then it is Petra, and a gap of about 3 back to Long Legs Sally, the trailer around the paddock turn. Trotting for the half, Long Tom's Treasure, controlling things from the lead. Callie L is second. Just a Classic is 3rd, gapping 4th. Long Arm of Justice, Petra is next, and the trailer is Long Legs Sally, the half 59 seconds. 29 and 4, second quarter, they start down the back stretch. It's Long Tom's Treasure, the one to catch. 3/8 to go. Callie L getting the trip. Just a Classic is there 3rd. Long Arm of Justice comes to the outside from 4th and is rolling up for Nice Songer. Now 3rd, now 2nd. Petra starting to get in gear, and the trailer is Long Legs Sally. 3 quarters trotted 128, 29 flat. 3rd panel, Long Tom's Treasure. Still the one to the inside. Callie L outside. Long Arm of Justice. 5 to make up for Petra as they come to the top of the stretch. Trying to go all the way. Long Tom's Treasure. Callie L second, outside Long Arm of Justice. Petra is now 4th. Long Tom's Treasure. Long Arm of Justice getting to her on the outside and taking over and drawing clear. Long Arm of Justice to win it from Callie L. Long Tom's Treasure and Petra, 158 and 3.
158 and 3. Jeff Nysonger for Mark Winners. Long Arm of Justice makes for this filly's 5th win in just 15 seasonal starts.
Yeah, got away 4th and I believe was first up to victory. Long Arm of Justice. Long Tom's Treasure was our pace setter on this trotting filly race here, and the 2-hole trip went to Callie L.
I do have them. 2, 5, 4, 6. Yeah, there we go. Barry giving us the unofficial how I had them across the wire. 2, 5, 4, 6. I have their quarters 28 and 1, 59 flat, 128 flat, and 158 and 3.
And I see 29 and 1 for that first quarter on the board.
Yep,
anyway, isn't it?
Yep, that is what I have, is 29 and 1 and then 59 flat to the half.
58 and 3, equaling the mark of the winner of the first division of filly trotters. So they're all right around the same talent, I would say, when it comes to the time here at Dayton.
A new lifetime mark for Long Arm of Justice, kind of following the habit of the day. Of course, making it to the bigger, nicer, well-maintained pari-mutuels. We've seen a handful of lifetime marks fall. Trish, we should go back and count now in 12 races.
Yeah, I know. Long Arm of Justice, despite having been making some mistakes, stayed at it today very nicely.
Ship of Mark Winners, Ronald Glover. Jeremy McGraw and Mitchell Bean. Mark Winters, the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger picks up his 4th winner of the day. 5th career win for Long Arm of Justice, a new lifetime mark today, 158-3. The blanket trophy sponsored by Wolf Creek Farm.
Well, with 4 wins for Jeff Nysonger and
5 for Brett
Miller, that only leaves 3 others. Scott Cisco was one of them.
D. Sanders.
D. Sanders. And who was our other winning driver
Did we have
here?
Mark St. Louis in the winner's circle yet today?
I don't believe so. Let's see here. I got to find the race. Jason Beatty.
Jason Beatty. I guess I didn't realize that. Well, here is Barry.
$3.15, Superfecta $69.62. Here's they finish at 12th, just a Classic 6. Long Arm of Justice, the winner. Long Legs Sally 5, Long Tom's Treasure 3. Callie L 2, Petra 4. Top down 6-1-5, 3-2, 4 on the bottom, 158-3. No changes in the 13th race.
Finishing my thought, though, I did not realize. I know we've seen Jeff in the winner's circle today, but I didn't realize it was already a hat trick for him. So flipping the page, we're going to head next into race 13 of 17 this afternoon at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fair. The 13th race is the 2nd division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, a purse of $6,735. A field of 7 will compete next.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best. Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries are now open.
So here we are, 13th race out of 17. We're on the downside now for sure here on this beautiful afternoon, Sunday, October 6th, bringing you the county fair races from a parimutuel raceway. I'm a Chick Magnet is the one horse here in this 3-year-old Colt Pace. Scott Cisco gets the driving assignment. The trainer is Dan O'Meara, owner Marjorie L. Polhamus of Ludlow Falls, Ohio. This is a 3-year-old gelding by I'm Gorgeous out of Fritzy Chick by Always a Virgin. 21 starts this year and has not notched a win this season. Had 2 last year out of 12 starts. 2 seconds and 2 thirds, $10,127 in earnings. Was here right at Dayton on September 24th in a non-winners a 2 parimutuel race starting from post 7, finished 3rd, beaten 5 1/4 lengths and timed in 1:54 flat with a final quarter of 29-3. Back before that, raced at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Stakes and was 5th there, beaten 6 1/2 lengths, going in 1:55-3. 3 back at Scioto Downs in a non-winners of 2, finished a close 7th actually, 4 lengths and a little bit over 4 lengths beaten. Final quarter in 28-1, mile in 1:54. But we do see a pretty snappy mile back at another Buckeye Stallion race where went in 1:52-1, although did not pick up a check, and that was on August 30th at Scioto Downs. So I'm a Chick Magnet here today from the Braille.
Seaside Relief will leave from our second post position. Mark St. Louis Jr. gets the call for Mary Dawson, who also owns this 3-year-old colt down by the Seaside out of Sigh of Relief. Up the Ponderosa mare, one that's had 14 lifetime starts, 8 of which have come this year. Still looking for that first lifetime win, however, has notched 2 second-place finishes and 1 third-place finish. Sigh of Relief was originally a $50,000 Ohio Select sale purchase, has made $12,000 lifetime to date. Looking a few back at Scioto Downs in a horse and geldings. Non-winners of one and a pari-mutuel. Did have a pair of second place finishes back in early June, actually. Went those miles around 54 and a piece. Final quarter in 28-1, 28-2 of both starts out at Scioto Downs.
And trainer Brian Georges sends forward Hunkalicious from post 3. Jason Beatty at the lines. Coshocton was the most recent start. That was on October 2nd. Had post 5, finished 4th. Went in 2 minutes over that oval with Chris Presley at the lines. 18 starts this year with a lot to brag about. 8 wins, 3 seconds, 3 thirds, and $26,863 earned. Making a mark at Greenville in 1:55-4. Most recently at Delaware, 2 back, was in the Ohio Fair Stake and finished 3rd. But if we go to the next lines, this one had a really big win string going on. I'm not exactly sure how long, but as we can see, 6 strong for sure was Hunkalicious, with winning at the fairs anywhere from a margin of 3 lengths to a neck, and going anywhere from 55-4 to 2 minutes. So definitely knows his way to the winner's circle.
Brett Miller will drive our 4-horse Hail the Dragon, trained by Daniel Brewer of Organa, Ohio. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Fear the Dragon out of a Real Desire mare, Real Ravishing, as he has had 14 starts this season with 1 win, which actually just came 2 back at Scioto Downs in a horse and geldings. Non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag. Actually, did win in 1:55-2, final quarter in 29-4. Actually 2 back from that, we'll say, showed a nice mile in 1:54-4 at Scioto Downs in that same class. I just showed a little bit faster, had a second place finish that go around. Again, 14 seasonal starts, has hit the board 5 times, $9,500 made for Hail the Dragon.
And here's our post parade with Barry Vickroy.
We go to the track for the 13th race. Second division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Pace. Per $6,735. Blanket sponsored by Hagemeyer Farms. Number 1 is I'm a Chick Magnet. Oma Marjorie Paul Heyman, trained by Dan O'Mara with Scott Cisco. 2 is Seaside Relief, owned and trained by Mary Dawson with Mark St. Louis Jr. 3 is Hunkalicious by Scott and Lindsay Hagemeyer. Brian Georges trains Jason Beatty. 4 is Hail the Dragon, owned and trained by Daniel Brewer with Brett Miller. Number 5 is Obi-Wan Kobe, owned by Kathy Gorby, trained and driven by Jeff Nysonger. 6 is Dark Corona, owned, trained, and reigned by Scott Ferguson. Completing the field, 7, Racing Spirit, owned by Martin Budke, trained by Mike Arnold. Tim Deaton is in the sulky.
Okay,
Trish, please feel free to continue.
Picking back up with the 5, Obi-Wan Kobe. Trainer driver Jeff Nysonger gets another opportunity to go to the winner's circle here today, perhaps with this one, who just missed here by a nose on October 1st in a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel to be claimed. Went off the favorite in that race, in fact, the even money favorite, but missing by a nose, was eclipsed by T by the Sea that you said. Did we see T by the Sea? Was earlier today, wasn't there? T by the Sea, I think. Anyway, second by a nose, 1:56-3, the time of the mile there. Was at Delaware in the Ohio Fair Stake, finishing 6th and going in 1:56-2 over that half-mile racetrack, and was second at Upper Sandusky on September 11th in 1:59-2. Also toured the Lima Oval in 1:57-3, but overall 3 wins this season, 3 seconds, 2 thirds to earn $16,399 in 22 starts, with the best mark, his life mark, 1:58-2 at Wilmington.
Dark Corona will leave from our 6th post position. Scott Ferguson trains, drives, and owns this Dancing Yankee gelding. Wayne Weaver actually did breed Dark Corona. Did not start any as a freshman, however, coming back a little bit stronger, at least as far as starts go, as a sophomore. 11 on the year, has hit the board one time with a single third-place finish. Dark Corona most recently raced here at Dayton Raceway about a week ago in a non-winners of one in a parimutuel with a claiming tag. Didn't have a whole lot of luck. That mile actually went in 1:59.4 for the winner. Dark Corona ended up 9th, however, went his mile in 2:02.1. Just to give you a little bit of base on how fast he may go today here at Dayton. That single third place finish came back in a maiden at the Troy Fair in 2:07.1. Final quarter 32.2 for Dark Corona.
Well, we're talking lifetime marks, or fastest horse in the field. If we went by their lifetime mark, it would be Racing Spirit, the 7-horse who took that mile in a qualifying race at Miami Valley, and in fact, 1:55.1. And as a 2-year-old, also the winning time or best mark was taken in a qualifier, 1:56.1. That's just a little oddity there. But 55.1 at Miami Valley is indeed his lifetime best in a qualifier for time, but raced at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series last time out, finishing 7th and going in 1:54.3 at Kenton on September 5th. Cut the mile to finish 4th in 1:57.4. Back before that was at Scioto Downs in another Stallion Series race where he finished 8th, 1:54.4. Going back to Lima where he finished 2nd, 1:57. And then we have a pair of wins out of 3 starts on August 4th and August 12th, where the wins sandwiched between that was a 4th place finish at Urbana. Overall, 9 times finishing 1, 2, 3 in 20 starts this year with $21,543 in earnings. So there's our field of 7 in this second division of 3-year-old colt pacers.
Our morning line does have our 3-horse, Hunkalicious. Taking a look at the board, Hunkalicious currently is 2-1. I would like to see this horse go back to his winning ways. He's had 2 4th-place finishes in a row, as Trish had mentioned earlier. Trainer Brian George's Scott Hagemeyer and his daughter, Dr. Lindsay Hagemeyer, did breed and own Hunkalicious, and he's been a really nice horse all year long, especially now headed back to the raceways. Hopefully he will get it done today, and we'll see some nice miles out of all of these horses here.
And they're getting behind the starting car.
Second Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old colt pace, a field of 7 for the 13th. They're lined up. Gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, off and pacing. Going for the lead is Racing Spirit from the outside. Hail the Dragon, center of the track. Crossing over to the pylon, Seaside Relief. Into the turn 4th, I'm a Chick Magnet. Hunkalicious is next, followed by Obi-Wan Kobe in the early trailer is Dark Corona. Line up and head to the quarter. Racing Spirit has got the lead. Hail the Dragon is there in second. Third is Seaside Relief. 4th, I'm a Chick Magnet, quarter 27 flat. Into the lane the first time racing in 5th is Hunkalicious, followed by Obi-Wan Kobe and Dark Corona. Past the stands, and Tim Deaton and Racing Spirit showing the way, the lead a length and a half. Hail the Dragon second. Seaside Relief half in, half out from third. I'm a Chick Magnet trying to flush some cover from 4th. Off the rail is Hunkalicious. Up the inside, Obi-Wan Kobe, and it's about 4 to the trailer, Dark Corona. Throwing in the odd step or 2. He trails the half in 55.4. 28.4 second panel. They'll start down the backstretch. Racing Spirit with the lead. Hail the Dragon continuing to follow from the pocket. Seaside Relief is now all the way out and first up and rolling for Mark St. Louis Jr. I'm a Chick Magnet with the cover, second over 4th. Outside Hunkalicious, inside Obi-Wan Kobe continuing to lose ground. The trailer, Dark Corona to 3/4. Racing Spirit inside, short lead. Seaside Relief on the outside and neck back. Ready to come 3 wide. I'm a Chick Magnet inside. Hail the Dragon is gapped away from the pocket. Then it is Hunkalicious continuing to save ground. Obi-Wan Kobe 124 for 3/4, 28-1 backside. Racing Spirit is the one to catch. Outside, Seaside Relief will have to find a little more. Hail the Dragon along the inside. I'm a Chick Magnet flattening out center of the track. Here comes Hunkalicious. Hunkalicious on the outside to win it. From Racing Spirit, I'm a Chick Magnet and Hail the Dragon 154.
Ashley, as you said, get back on the winning ways, Hunkalicious, and indeed he did.
I know from our angle sometimes it's hard to see exactly what's happening at the top of the stretch and in that final turn, but once I knew he cleared well.
Yeah, 9 out of 19 now, and those couple of starts of 4th place finishes are all forgotten as he scores today in 154, and that would be a new lifetime mark.
It sure would be. Who would have ever guessed?
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Trish, while we're waiting for our winner to come back into the circle, there we go, 3714 unofficial. That is how I saw them crumb across the wire as well. But going back to my question, do you prefer when you're at a racetrack, would you rather watch a TV or would you rather watch in person?
No, I would rather watch in person. I can watch on TV at home.
See, so last night for the Stallion Series, for example, I specifically go in and I will watch on the TV to make sure that I'm tracking everything that I need to track.
Well, that's because you're covering the races.
I see what,
But if you're talking about, I want to see the live action. If I go definitely as an owner or a fan to watch the races, I want to see it. I'm actually a rail bird.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like to go right up to the rail.
See, even at Scioto Downs, say we've got something in, or here at Dayton, we will not watch. My mom and I generally will not watch on the rail. We will go inside to make sure we know what is happening, have a little bit better of a view.
I want to be close when the horses come out for the post parade. I want to do my voodoo and say good luck and all that stuff as the horse goes by. And then if I, want to run up and down this and make a fool of myself, I'm right ready to do so. But I get into it.
Trained by Brian Georges. Jason Beatty gets his second winner on the program. It's a 14th career win, 9th of the season for Hunkalicious today, a new lifetime mark, 154.
Your point is well taken, though. When you're covering the races and you want to give a recap, it's much better to watch and concentrate on the television screen.
Right, and actually, from where we're sitting today, we missed the entire gate.
I know.
Because we're behind the tow board itself.
Trifecta, $11.25. Superfecta, $16.66. Here's where they finish at 13th. I'm a Chick Magnet 3, Seaside Relief 6, Hunkalicious the winner. Hail the Dragon 4, Obi-Wan Kobe 5, Dark Corona 7, Racing Spirit 2. Top down 361, 4, 5, 7, 2 on the bottom, 154.
Well, speaking of watching the races or however you're going to be entranced with them, if you're there at the track and you happen to be paddocking or something and you're in the backstretch, though, I always pay attention to the horses that are racing, what racing is, and listen to how it all pans out by the word's eye view you get from the announcer, right? You can track it, kind of, who's on top, who's making moves, if you listen. So that's almost like seeing it because you let their description break it down for you, right?
So there we go. Official for the 13th. Going to flip the page as we get towards the back end of our program this afternoon. The 14th race, second division of 3-year-old Colt Trotters, a purse of $6,573. Still sticking with a full field of 8. I do not have any changes going into it. So Trish and I will introduce this field after a couple of messages.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Own a little and love it a lot. Thestable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
And we are back to bring you this 14th race, the 3-year-old Colt Trot, second division, a field of 8. And we're going to talk about them, starting with the one-horse Tommy. This one trained and owned by Mary Dawson and driven today by Mark St. Louis Jr. Actually, the program can only tell you so much. And when I was looking at the program, I saw that this one had not started for a while, in almost 2 months, and was injured at Chillicothe, and I wonder what happened. And I happened to talk to Tommy Dawson, and I did not know that that's one of those things that can happen when we were talking about young horses and going by the tractors and the water wagons and things like that. There was an accident with this horse when he was warming up, and Tommy Dawson was in the bike at the time, or actually probably the jog cart, warming Tommy up, and he ended up being in the trauma center for 4 days as they had an accident with the grade. I guess it was the grade. It wasn't the water wagon, it was the grade, I do believe. And because of that, the horse, it was quite severe. The horse, he was definitely injured, and he's over his soreness, I guess, and has recuperated. But Mary has been having to handle all the training herself now because Tommy still has some issues, both with his back and his neck, and he's, he's still recovering himself. The horse is here today, but he's recovering. So that's Tommy, and why he was scratched. August 2nd, raced at Athens and was a second-place finisher in 2:04 and 4 in the Ohio Fair Stake. Back before that, raced at Scioto Downs in a non-winner as a one-pair mutual. Had the trailing position with the 10-hole and finished 5th. Last quarter in 29 and 4, mile in 1:57 and 1. Overall, this year as a 3-year-old has had 13 starts, no wins yet. 1 second, 2/3, and $6,002 earned. Did race as a 2-year-old, about the same amount of starts, 11 starts with a single second and third. Tommy is a 3-year-old by Long Tom out of Katie by Master Levesque.
Black Star. Scott Sisko will lead from the 2-hole with this gelding by Lion Hunter. Mike Paul Hamas does train. Douglas Gingrich of Troy owns Black Star. One that was very lightly raced as a 2-year-old, only had a single start and said, you know what, probably not mature enough, we're going to put him up. Coming back as a sophomore, he has had 13 starts, however, still looking to hit the board for the very first time. We'll say last week at Dayton in a non-winners of 1, was not in the money, did end up 8th, however, went a mile in 2:04 and 3. Looks like in our lines his best beaten time to date came at Greenville with a 4th place finish in 2:01 and 4. Here is our post parade.
Race, it's the second division, the Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old Colt Trot. The purse is $6,573. The blanket trophy sponsored by S&M Container Service. Race 14 starts the late pick 4. Number 1 is Tommy, owned and trained by Mary Dawson with Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 2, Black Star by Douglas Gingrich, trained by Mike Hamas with Scott Sisko. Number 3, A Line of Stone by Harry Horowitz, trained by Mark Winters with Jeff Nysonger. Number 4, Rose Run Zeb, owned by Suzanne Bates, Joel Shivik, trained by Tyler Bates with Jason Beatty. Five will parade last. Number 6 is Flaming Sword, owned by Daniel Miller, trained by Russell Early with Brett Miller. 7 is Jogging Bank Shot, owned by the Van Stables, Levan, Freeze, and Weiner. Hank Levan trains and drives. 8 is Hills Express, With Hattie Davis, trained and driven by Sandy Beatty. Completing the field will be the 5 Cousin Van by trainer Tammy Hardman, Karen Savannah, Tim Deaton. Will be in the sulky when played.
Okay, the 3-horse is a Line of Stone. This one is another nice offspring by the sire Lane of Stone out of Miss Deline by Muscle Massive. In fact, talk about knowing their way to the winner's circle. 11 wins out of 19 starts, no seconds, 3/3, $35,766 in earnings this season with a mark at Wilmington of 157-4, and fresh off a win at Delaware in the Ohio Fair Stake in wire-to-wire style. That is the usual style for a Line of Stone. He is a Ridgeling, by the way, trained by Mark Winters, handled today by Jeff Nysonger. If you look at the last 7 lines, he has 5 wins out of 7, and the only 2 times he does not win, he has eliminated himself by making a break, it appears. So a Line of Stone is going forward here as the top choice in the morning line.
Rose Run Zeb will be driven by Jason Beatty for trainer Tyler Bates. Susan Bates of Gibsonburg and Joel Shavak of Woodville own Rose Run Zeb, a 3-year-old gelding by Triumphant Caviar. He has hit the board 16 times in 24 seasonal starts, most recently at Delaware in a fair stake, had a 2nd place finish in 157 flat. However, quite a few back, both at Lima and Salina, kind of mid to late August, had a pair of wins. The fastest win did come back at Salina in 2 minutes and 2/5. Lifetime Rose Run Zeb has had 41 starts, 5 wins, 9 seconds, and 9 third-place finishes. $34,000 on the year, 46 lifetime.
Tim Deaton will drive the 5-horse Cousin Van for trainer Tammy Hartman, who co-owns this Uncle Peter out of Contender Hanover by Donna Rail with Karen Sue Zapata of Vine Grove, Kentucky. 22 starts on the season, 5 victories, 3 second-place finishes, and a trio of thirds, $27,719 in earnings, and a lifetime best of 157-4 at Scioto Downs. Now, this one comes into this race fresh off a win right here at Dayton on September 27th in a non-winners of 2 pari-mutuel to be claimed. I don't know what the tag was, but had post position 4 and made a move to the outside. May have been first up, may have had cover. I didn't see it, but was still battling into the lane and finished 1 by a margin of a head in 2:01 3. 30 2/5 the final quarter. Was also in a condition claimer at Scioto Downs on September 11th, where he finished 4th, beaten 3 lengths, and went in 159. Second at McConnellsville, 3 back in 2:03 3, and back at Scioto Downs was 9th, beaten 6 in 157 2 back on August 27th. So that's the most recent update on Cousin Van.
Flaming Sword and Brett Miller will leave from the 6th hole. Russell Early III does train for Daniel Miller out of Iowa. This is a gelding by Enterprise. Didn't have a whole lot of luck at all as a freshman. Did start 8 times, but made less than $500. Coming back much stronger this year as a sophomore. 19 seasonal starts, 1 win, 6 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes. Has made almost $17,000 this year alone. Most recently, coming off of a 2nd-place finish at Coshocton. Delaware, though, 2 starts back, had a 3rd-place finish in 58 flat. Flaming Sword originally was a $10,000 purchase out of the Buckeye Classic sale.
And then we have Jogging Bank Shot, trained and driven by Hank Levon today. This one also is a line we should have looked up on October 3rd, right here at Dayton. I'll have to do that in the moment when I get a chance, but started on the 15th of September at Delaware and was a winner by a half a length in 156 1. Overall, having a great season. 26 starts with 6 wins, 7 seconds, and 2/3, making that 15 out of 26 starts, first, second, or third, and the mark taken there at Delaware on September 15th.
Rounding out the field, we have our 8-horse Hills Express. Sandy Beatty trains and drive for Patty Davis of Cedarville, Ohio. This is 3-year-old gunning by What the Hill. 14 seasonal starts, has hit the board 9 times. 3-3-3, first, second, third, $35,000 made. Last win came at Scioto Downs, and a non-winner's a 2 pari-mutuel wire to wire, 157 flat. Let's roll it on up to Barry Vic Boy.
14th race of Field of 8, start of the late pick 4. They're at the post of the year. They go. Here, off he had a trotting going for the lead. A Line of Stone, and Rose runs up to his outside. Inside Black Star, Tommy along the pylons. Up on the outside is Jogging Bank Shot. Next is Cousin Van. Then it is Flaming Sword and Hills Express. They bend into the turn. Line of Stone has got the early lead. On the outside, Rose Run Zeb pressing on to the inside. Tommy. Racing fourth is Black Star. They're fifth. Jogging Bank Shot, followed by Cousin Van. Hills Express in the trailer. Flaming Sword, quarter 28 and 2. Rose Run Zeb to the lead. A Line of Stone back out and up to retake. Tommy is there. Third. Fourth is Black Star. Jogging Bank Shot comes to the outside. He's on the move as a Line of Stone has taken over the lead. Hills Express tracks cover as they make their way into the turn. Coming to the outside, Cousin Van forced 3 wide. Flaming Sword make their way past the half. A Line of Stone with the lead. Jogging Bank Shot on the outside will go right on by and take over to the inside. Rose Run Zeb. He slipped a gear. Hills Express is now third. Racing fifth, Tommy. Then it is Flaming Sword. Cousin Van and the trailer is Black Star. Half was 59 and 1, 30 and 4 in the second split, and as they drive for 3/4, Jogging Bank Shot has a short lead, needs to find a little more. A Line of Stone is battling back. Hills Express has never seen a pylon and has taken a bad step and gone off stride. Inside Rose Run Zeb, outside Cousin Van. Then it is Tommy, Flaming Sword, 127 and 3 for 3/4, 28 and 2 backside, and nothing settled. Stride for stride, a Line of Stone on the inside. Outside, Jogging Bank Shot. Cousin Van continuing to rally into the passing lane. Rose Run Zeb as they drive for the wire. A Line of Stone outside. Cousin Van closing. A Line of Stone, and Cousin Van, a Line of Stone held him off. Cousin Van was second. Then it looked like Rose Run Zeb over Jogging Bank Shot, 158 and 1.
A Line of Stone, a determined winner there as he repelled those that were trying to give him a run for his money down the stretch. A Line of Stone, this one, as I said earlier, a nice offspring by Lane of Stone. Jeff Nysonger gets his 5th of the day.
Yes, that's what we've got. Brett Miller with 5, Jeff Nysonger with 5, and then Jason Beatty also has doubled up with 2 on the card, and we are only 14 races in, so that doesn't leave much room for anybody else. But 158 and 1 for a Line of Stone, makes 12 on the year and just 20 seasonal starts.
But not a new life best. That's an unusuality here. This is not a new life best.
I did not realize looking here, his Line of Stone's lifetime mark is 157 and 4 at Wilmington.
And usually has been on the front earlier than today. Took over a little later, wasn't the early leader.
I do think, and Barry called it as well, they came across the... And he's confirming for us. Unofficial 3, 5, 4, 7 across the wire. I do think Tommy, our 1-horse, might have ended up 5th, so in the money. And I'm sure after, that accident at Chillicothe, that Mary and hopefully Tommy Dawson are pretty content with him being back on the track.
Well, sure. You want to make sure that, it's, and also even just a break in the action, it takes time.
Yep, absolutely. And here is our winner.
Year-old son of Lane of Stone. Out of the Muscle Massive mare, missed a line, owned by Harry Horowitz. It's a homebred for Harry. Mark Winter's the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger gets his 5th winner of the day. 12th win and 20 tries this season for a Line of Stone. His 18th career win, though, 158 and 1. Interference in the second quarter.
So we do have an inquiry on the 4-horse.
Second place finisher, I thought. Was it?
Okay.
The 4?
Okay, but was it
Oh.
posted by the 5 or I don't know. We'll wait for Barry.
Yeah, we were trying to sort something out there.
Oh, there we go. All right. So inquiry is against the 5-horse, possibly posted by the 4, who was our 3rd place finisher. We will wait, of course, for our judges and Barry to give us that official. Regardless, no doubting who our winner was. A Line of Stone. 158-1. I do have the quarters 28-2, 59-1, 127-3. What did our first division go in, Trish?
Oh, goodness. Let's see here.
So you were keeping better tabs than I was?
I was at one point. And then... put me on the spot there, girl.
Let's flip back, but I don't know what race we're exactly flipping back to.
158-3, Flash of Fame.
Ah, okay. So Line of Stone does take it a notch faster. I wonder if Jeff Nysonger, when he drives these Line of Stone offspring, whether it's fillies, colts, if he has, what's the word, like a special
place in his heart for him, I'm sure.
I should ask him at some point if he really does have a favorite
an
horse
affinity.
to drive. Yeah,
Yes,
there
an
we go.
affinity for him.
A Line of Stone, of course, has taken Jeff, into the winner's circle a handful of times, to say the least. But I wonder if he is a favorite of Nysonger's.
That was Tommy. And I had a couple of pictures there. Very... it was not good fortune, but it was good fortune because it could have been a lot worse than what it was. Glad to see. I'll wait for that rundown too. Let's see how we fared in this one. Hills Express was making a move and went off stride in this one, and that is uncharacteristic for him.
After this, though, Trish, we are seeing a light at the end of the tunnel with 17 on tap today. Once we get the official rundown of the 14th, just 3 left.
Oh my! Only 3?
I know. Where's 17 more at, right? Dayton, actually, if you're, of course, not here in person, we can't get a good shot of it, but they did put up a bounce house and brought quite a few food trucks.
I know what I thought. When you were talking to Dee, our youth winner, and he talked about how things were in Mississippi. Well, that is actually, before we were officially organized at all, that's how racing used to be. Even sometimes it was just challenges that were held, whether it was on country roads or cities, but it was just a group of people in an area, having some racing. But they actually say, not a track where it was real formal, but I think one of the first races ever was when they put an ad in the paper that they were going to give $1,000 out in Boston to any horse that could trot under 3 minutes. And they put that ad out, and this was back in like the early 1800s. And people came, in the area, but one horse came, a guy had seen the ad, and he came like 175 miles.
Unofficial.
So I think that was just removed. We do go 3, 5, 4, 7, still unofficial, but the inquiry sign has been taken down. I'm sure Barry will give us that full rundown in just a moment. But imagine, under 3 minutes, Trish.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. And the It was actually a race because there were several people that wanted to go for it. So they had this race and they blocked it off in Boston, I guess. And one of the interesting things was the one that had traveled far, they didn't like the horse's name, and the press was interviewing people and all this about this race, and they changed the name of this horse to Boston Blue. And he's the one that had traveled the furthest, and he ended up winning.
Wow.
Going under 3 minutes, like 2:57 and something, I think.
Do you have roughly a year?
I think I hate to say it, but I think it was like 1820.
Mhm.
But that was like a purse offering. That was done just by, I guess there was kind of a club that put this money up and offered it.
And that was a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
Cent try, $53.15, 20 cents. Super, $59.52. Pick threes, $7.30. Here's they finish at 14. Tommy 5. Black Star 8. Alino Stone the winner. Rose Runs Up 3. Cousin Van 2. Flaming Sword 6. Jogging Bank Shot 4. Hills Express 7. 5, 8, 1, 3, 2, 6, 4, 7 on the bottom, 158 at 1.
So there was no placing. After they did the inquiry, there was no placing. And, yeah, you might wonder where I get all these old stories, but that was a great publicist that well admired and well known for years, a guy by the name of Phil Pines. He has a few books out. They're full of lots of stories. Very interesting reading.
Very cool. We're going to head next into the 15th race, the 3-year-old filly trot division, going for a purse of $6,350. Just a field of 6, but I would like to say probably a very special appearance by our 5-horse Sugar Instead. Not one that we see at the county fairs, but let's go through the entire field of 6 after a couple of messages.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
So here we are with the 15th race, and the diagonally gated fillies, 3-year-olds, are the feature here. We have a strong field of 6 that does have a standout star, and we will get to that one a little bit later, but we're going to start off with the 1-horse, Uma Lady, and Uma Lady will be trained by Ray Paver and driven by him today as well. 14 starts on the year, picking up 4 wins, no seconds, and a single third, earning $24,799. Did not start as a 2-year-old, and yet was kept over, and probably for good reason. Has a mark of 154-3, and that was taken at an Ohio Fair stake at Circleville. Is that correct? That can't be right. I must have the long
Scioto
no.
Downs.
Scioto
it
Downs,
like.
I was going to say. I'm following my finger here and not doing a good job of it. There were 2 wins back-to-back. First at Circleville and then at Scioto Downs in 154-3. And that was way back in June. Then in July, raced in a non-winners of 4 parimutuel, which had to be a tough field, finishing 8th and going in 156-4. Took some time off, qualified again on September 2nd, finishing 2nd in that qualifier, going in 157-3 with a snappy last quarter of 27-1. Last time out in Ohio Sire Stake was on September 7th, where she finished 7th, beaten 6 lengths and trotting in 156-1. Last time at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series, had the 7-hole and unfortunately made a break when she was on the move.
Dublin's Amarina will lead from our 2-hole Alex Hawk in the bike for trainer Earl Owens. Dublin San Marino is owned by Richard Owens of MacArthur, Ohio. She is a 3-year-old filly by Enterprise out of a Muscle Hill mare, Pink Dandelions. Coming back just a touch slower than she did her freshman year. This year as a sophomore, she's had 11 starts, still looking for the first seasonal win. However, has had 3 second-place finishes and 1 third-place finish to make about $9,800. Last start out at Old Washington, she had a third and 2:08 flat. But a few back from that, I will say she had a second-place finish after cutting the mile, I believe, at... I'm trying to think. Is that Cod?
What do you?
I do not know.
Caldwell.
Caldwell. So it's called
Caldwell.
something.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. That fair did have a second place finish. Looks to be her best beaten time, at least the lines that we can see on the card. 2:05-1 final quarter, 32-1. She was a $15,000 purchase out of the Ohio Selected Sale just a couple of years ago. And the lifetime, she has made $23,386.
Scott Cisco will drive Berry Good Secret from post 3 today for trainer Dan O'Mara and owner Marjorie Polhamus. This one has had a dozen starts this year, yet to see the winner's circle. Did win last season as a 2-year-old at Ottawa in 2:12-2. So far this year, was racing at the fairs and had a little string there, a couple of back-to-back seconds at Eaton and Xenia in late July and early August. Had a third-place finish at Troy on August 12th. Then they put it in the partial and finished 4th, and at Scioto Downs and overnights has finished 7th and 8th. We'll pick up here after the post parade.
Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year-old filly trot for $6,350. 5 Sugar Instead is barred from wagering. Will race for first money only. 15th race starts at late pick 3. Blanket Trophy sponsor, Allery's Homemade Ice Cream. Here's the field. One is Uma Lady by David Wells, trainer driver Ray Paver, and Douglas Gregory. Number 2 is Dublin San Marino, owned by Richard Owens, trained by Earl Owens with Alex Hawk. 3, Very Good Secret, owned by Marjorie Polhamus, trained by Dan O'Mara with Scott Cisco. 4 is Shoeless Joe Jasmine, owned by JR Stable, trained by Mark Winters with Jeff Nysonger. Barred from wagering is the 5, Sugar Instead, owned by Joyce McClellan. Larry Wells, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. with Brett Miller. And number 6 is Silazoo. E.G. Trout LLC, the Lassie. Trainer driver Ed Greeno Jr. is in the sulky. Win place.
Trish, did you have any more thoughts on Very Good Secret?
I don't believe so.
All right, moving on to our 4-horse, Shoeless Joe Jasmine, Jeff Nysonger teaming up once again. Mark Winters, a combo we see very well, or do very well most often. JR Stable LLP out of Orient, Ohio, do own and bred Shoeless Joe Jasmine. She is a filly by Sebastian K. 16 starts on the year with 1 win, 5 second-place finishes, and 2 third-place finishes. Most recently at Delaware, did lead from the 7th post position in a fair stake, ended up 3rd in 2 minutes and 2/5. Going back, it looks like she was a winner in that single seasonal victory, wire to wire back at Salina, a new lifetime mark in 2:03 and 2/5.
Well, as you know, the 5-horse Sugar Instead is barred from wagering, but she is the kind of filly or horse that dreams are made of. This year, it's hard to win a string anyway, whether it's 2 strong, 3 strong, 6 strong, but to go undefeated to date anyway for the whole season, you know, that's amazing. And Sugar Instead has done that with 10 starts this year and 10 wins. Now, when she started her career as a 2-year-old, she was not originally in the Virgil Morgan Jr. Actually, she was brought out and trained as a youngster by Ronnie Gillespie and then sold to Joyce McClellan and Larry Willis of Columbus as a 2-year-old. And she had a terrific year last year. And what can you say? All I have to do is say win, 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 win. Best mark this year, 152-4 at Scioto Downs with earnings of $338,914 this year. And overall, a winner of 17 of 21 lifetime starts with over $700,000.
And of course, we should see Sugar Instead next Saturday in Super Night. The Ohio Sire Stake Finals will go for big money up there at Northfield. Sugar Instead should be right in with that group. Rounding out the field, we have our 6-horse Scylla Zoo. Ed Greeno Jr. trains and drives this 3-year-old filly by What the Hill out of a Dream Vacation mare. E.G. Trot out of Finley do lease Scylla Zoo. She was originally a $30,000 Ohio selected sale. Purchase has lifetime made $10,000, $595. She has had 14 seasonal starts, still looking for her very first lifetime win. However, has notched 2 seconds and 4 third-place finishes. We'll say she had a 4th-place finish, actually 4 starts back at Wasion, won a mile in 2:01 and 2. Even further back seems to be a best beaten time. The lines that we can see is 1:58 and 4, final quarter in 29 and 1, and that was at Urbana.
And proof that horses don't know what they get bought for. Sugar Instead, blooded horse sale purchase of $11,000. And there's a story, you know, $11,000, winner of over $700,000. Yes, it can happen. It does happen.
And Ronnie Gillespie is really good at searching those out. He will study a catalog and breedings. It's quite amazing, actually, Ronnie's process through it all.
And certainly up the profile of Volstead, who had not been in Ohio very long, with her having such a breakout 2-year-old season and then again coming back this year. Virgil Morgan, as a trainer himself, has gotten so many awards here in Ohio, most notably at Scioto Downs as leading trainer for I don't know how many
30.
times.
This was 30 years.
30 years. And on the national scene, I think he is sitting 6 with training wins.
It's quite amazing. We talk about how, you know, down by the seasides have really upped the breeding game in Ohio, but there's always been good trainers and there's always been good drivers, and thankfully we're really starting to see that spotlight, especially with just, I mean, all of the series that we have going on. There's a place for everybody between the top level Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, and of course here today at the fairs. Moving into position, this field of 6 for the 2nd division of 3-year-old filly trotters from the rail out. Uma Lady, Dublin's Amarina, Very Good Secret, Shoeless Joe Jasmine, Sugar Instead, and Scylla Zoo. We will hand it over to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 15th.
Second Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association 3-year filly trotters for the 15th race, a field of 6, moving up and moving down to the here they go. Here, off into trotting, Sugar Instead steps right out for the lead. Good start for Uma Lady to the inside. Off stride, Dublin's Amarina. Third is Very Good Secret. Racing into the turn in 4th, Shoeless Joe Jasmine. Next is Scylla Zoo, and on the gallop, Dublin's Amarina. They'll make their way around the turn, head to the quarter, Brett Miller and Sugar Instead. Take them on over to the quarter. Uma Lady is there racing in 2nd. Very Good Secret 3rd. 4th is Shoeless Joe Jasmine, followed by Scylla Zoo. Down trotting and trailing the field, Dublin's Amarina, the quarter 29 and 2. Sugar Instead brings him past the stands. Uma Lady is there racing in 2nd, gap of 2 to Very Good Secret. Shoeless Joe Jasmine next, 4th. And it is Scylla Zoo, and working to catch the field is Dublin's Amarina. Around the paddock turn, roll to the half, Sugar Instead is showing the way by a length and a quarter, a length and a half from Uma Lady. Very Good Secret follows 3rd. Shoeless Joe Jasmine is next. Then it is Scylla Zoo in Dublin's Amarina. The half, just a minute. Down the backstretch they go. Sugar Instead, well in control at this point with 3 to go. Uma Lady is there racing in 2nd. Very Good Secret inside. Shoeless Joe Jasmine out and moving was 4th, now 3rd. Scylla Zoo is off the rail, and the trailer is Dublin's Amarina. 3 quarters trotted, 129 and 3, 29 and 1 backside. Sugar Instead with the lead. Shoeless Joe Jasmine on the outside. Uma Lady to the inside. Next and fourth. Very good Secret. Silazoo went off stride, came right back down, trotting on the trailer. Dublin Zamarita into the stretch, and Sugar Instead will start to sprint, and she is powering away easily. She'll win it under a hand drive. It's Sugar Instead over Uma Lady. Shoeless Joe Jasmine, Very Good Secret, and Silazoo, 158-1.
A nice, easy training mile out here for Sugar Instead, 158-1. I guess that's, what we expected out here today.
Hadn't started since the 16th of September at Delaware and probably wanted to get a start in. And rather than put in a qualifier where, who knows what would happen, she might have to be against older horses too, etc. Decided to drop on in here.
Might as well make some money, right? Qualifiers, we don't go for any purses. No. And she just took home not much for what she normally, of course, is as used to, but did take home just over $3,000 this afternoon. Yeah, so
perfect 11. 11 starts, 11 wins.
Say there's Barry kind of giving us, as they come across the wire, 5-1-4-3. However, remember that Sugar Instead was barred from wagering.
So that makes a different set of numbers for the horse players. The winner being the one then, Uma Lady, coupled with Shoeless Joe Jasmine for the exacta, and for the trifecta it would be 1-4-3.
Seems like, oh, here is Brett. I was like, he's taking his time, but here he is back in front of the winner's circle.
Association 3-0 Philly Tron blanket trophy sponsored by Ullery's Homemade Ice Cream. 5 Sugar Instead, 3-year-old Dunner Volstead out of the Windsong's Legacy Mare Sugar Pop, owned by Joyce McClellan, Larry Wills, trained by Virgil Morgan Jr. Brett Miller gets his 6th winner on the program. Sugar Instead remains undefeated this year, 11-4-11. It's her 18th win in 22 career tries. Seven in a row. Rather 11 in a row for Sugar Instead, 158-1. Undefeated this season, Sugar Instead and Brett Miller.
She is ready to leave the winner's circle. She said, "I'm here enough. I don't need to be here anymore."
I wonder if it gets old for her. I doubt it. I doubt it.
But if anybody is not following along,
1-4-3 for your wagering numbers, but the actual finish top down would be your 2-6-4-3-1-5.
There we go from Barry.
Trifecta $2.65, superfecta $1.62.
Very short.
Here's they finish the 15th race. Uma Lady second, Dublin Zamarita 6, Very Good Secret 4, Shoeless Joe Jasmine 3, Sugar Instead the winner, Silazoo 5, 2-6-4, 3-1-5 on the bottom, 158-1. 16th race is up next.
So there we go, the penultimate, Trish.
Oh, yes, and it's that late double, the 16th and 17th races. So if you're here wagering or you have a wagering account and you like to play the late double, you're ready, set, go. It's time.
16th race is the second division of 3-year-old Philly Pacers, a purse of $6,630. We are scratched down to a field of 6. Coming up, the 7 Cruiser Canceled is a judge's scratch. However, Trish and I will introduce the 6 horses that are to leave behind the gate after a few messages from our sponsors.
Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner. and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to ohha.com. That's ohha.com.
Thanks for joining us here this afternoon. We have already put 15 races away, headed next into race 16 for the Montgomery County Fair at Dayton Raceway. Trish, it really has been a fantastic afternoon. We've had lots of people behind us all day.
Yes, indeed. It has been. I've enjoyed it very much, although I have to say that the weather, while beautiful, for a while we were sweltering here, but it's really pitch perfect now. I like it. We are out not in the sun. There's a nice breeze, but I can't complain. I like the summers. I really do.
But going into race 16, remember we do have a scratch of the 7-horse. But Trish, would you like to start introducing us to the field?
Yes, I will do that, sure. The 1 horse is ATI Beach Please, driven today by Scott Ferguson. He's also the owner and the trainer of this one. 17 starts on the year and not a whole lot to boast about, with just a single third and $3,316 in earnings. Last started here at Dayton in a non-winners of 1 pair mutual to be claimed race. Had post 8 and finished 8th, going in 2:02 and 2 right here. Van Wert was the start before that on September 2nd, and that was also a condition race, a non-winners of 3,000 condition race in the year of 2024. Finished 6th in that one and went in 2:06. If we want to go back before that, we have a series of checks: 4th place, 5th place, 4th place, 5th place, 5th place, 3rd place. That 3rd place coming back at Sydney in the Ohio Fair Stake, finishing 3rd and going in 2:07 and 2. So has been a check getter here in the fairs. Was entered once in a 6,000 claimer on August 21st at Greenville.
In our second post position, we have ATI Girls Love Cruisin' Alex Hawk in the bike for trainer Melvin Byler. This is a 3-year-old filly by Well Said out of a Yankee Cruiser mare. Owned by Eric Butler of Quaker City and Stephen Butler of Salesville, Ohio. 23 seasonal starts, 5 wins, 5 seconds, and 4 third-place finishes for ATI Girls Love Cruisin'. Most recently, she had a third-place finish at Coshocton. However, 2 back from that one. Despite making a break behind the gate, did end up going wire to wire for the win in 2:01 and 2 at Old Washington. Lifetime, this filly has made $39,000. Almost 25 of that has come from this year and this year alone. Earlier this year, she had a mark of 159 at Carrollton.
Rockin' Ray L.
Oh,
is a
1 second, Trish. We might have
we undid something here.
lost.
Picking up
There
with
we
Rockin'
go.
Ray L, the 3-horse. This one trained and driven by Hank Levan and having a very good year. 12 wins out of 29 starts, 5 seconds, 2 thirds, making that 19 out of 29 for 2nd and 3rd place finishes, and has been on point of late, winning 4 of the last 5 starts. The only one where she missed was at Delaware.
Here. We'll just, I think we're shorting out, Trish. We're gonna
How about a switcheroo there? Only missed from the winner's circle in the last 5 with a 5th place finish at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series, but did pace that oval in 1:54 and 3, close to the lifetime mark of 1:54 and 4 that was taken at Miami Valley Raceway earlier this year. And there is the post parade.
Wagering will not show up in your graphics and will show scratched on the screen, but is racing for purse money. Scratch the 7 Cruiser canceled. He's a judge's scratch, and he is out. Race 16 starts the late double 1 ATI Beach Please. Owned, trained, and driven by Scott Ferguson. Number 2 is ATI Girls Love Cruisin', owned by Eric and Stephen Butler, trained by Melvin Byler with Alex Hawk. 3 is Rocket Rael, owned by Levan Stables. Levan, and Heffelfinger. Hank Levan trains and drives. Barred from wagering is the 4, Naked on a Hill, owned by Dennis Shaner, trained by Mark Winters with Jeff Nysonger. 5 is April Hill High, trained by Jack Franklin, owned and driven by Denny Henry. With a scratch of the 7, completing the field is a 6, Better Than a Million. Ken Hurst leases and trains. Jason Beatty is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta.
Okay, so I think we wrapped up with Rock and Ray L there. I will turn it over to you, Ashley. No, I won't. So we'll take a look at Naked on a Hill just quickly because
there we
she
go.
is barred from the wagering. Has been racing in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, where she finished 4th at Delaware on September 19th. The Ohio Sire Stakes, a 4th place finish at Scioto in 1:51.3. She was individually timed at. Had qualifier before that, but the racing action in July and August was actually formidable. 3 wins out of 5 starts that I can see here on the program. Best mark, as we say this season, 151.4 at Scioto Downs, but you cannot wager on this one that has earned $97,197 this season in 14 starts.
Denny Henry will drive the 5-horse April Hill High. Jack Franklin trains. Denny himself does own out of Springfield, Ohio. This 3-year-old filly is by Nob Hill High out of Petrify, a pet rock mare. Still looking for the first seasonal win in 16 starts. However, she has hit the board in a single 3rd place finish that came back the very end of July at Eaton in a fair stake. 3rd place in 2:04.2 final quarter and 31.4. She's made $3,100 this year. However, lifetime has reached over $13,000. Originally, she was a Buckeye Classic purchase of just $10,000. Should mention in the lines that we can see, she does show 2 miles and the best beaten time of 1:57.1.
That brings us to the outside horse in the field now with the scratch of the 7, and that is the 6, Better Than a Million, trained by Kenneth Hurst. He is also the lessee of this bit of a legend filly out of Arts Virtue by Arts Place. Jason Beatty gets the call here. Started here at Dayton on October 1st in a non-winners of 2 pari-mutuel from post 4, finished 6th. Beaten only 6 lengths, last quarter in 30 seconds flat, and individually timed in 1:55 flat. Overall on the season, does have a single victory. That was taken at Troy, 1:59.1, a pair of seconds, and a single third for $24,787 earned in 18 starts. Now that win at Troy came back on August 13th. Since then, the best race has been a 2nd place finish in the partial at Greenville, and that one, the time was not reported for her individually. I don't know why. Was she wasn't placed, but the mile went in 1:57.1. She finished 2nd, but it doesn't say by what margin. It says not reported. So that is Better Than a Million.
We are going to Mike Webkenberg is starting to think about moving into position, but Trish, something we haven't mentioned is the results of last night. Our Buckeye Stallion Series finals winner. So while we're waiting,
give them to us, please, Ashley.
Let's do. So, of course, we had 8 divisions, each going for a purse of $75,000. On our first race of the evening for the Buckeye Stallion Series, Travel Nurse took it for 2-year-old filly trotters in 1:56.3. Brett Miller drove for Virgil Morgan Jr. Our 2-year-old filly Pace went to My Hair Legend in an equaling track record performance in 1:51.4. Logan Ebersol trains. Eric Goodall got the drive. 2-year-old Colt went in 1:56.4. Tommy Count. Ron Gillespie trains. Dan Noble was in the bike. 2-year-old Colt Pace went to Twin B High Tide. Son Austin Hanners drove for Alicia Hanners in 1:52.1. Moving on to our sophomores, Just As I Am Oz went back-to-back. She won as a 2-year-old filly trotter, came back as now a 3-year-old filly trotter in 1:56.1. Tony Hall got the drive for Annette Linsrington. And our 3-year-old filly Pace went to Calypso Pearl in a blazing 150-3. Dan Noble for Christy Noble. 3-year-old Colt Trot went 154-4. Tom Swifty, Dan Noble for Christy Noble. And rounding out the sophomores, legendary Noble 3-year-old Colt Pace went 157-2, I believe. Dan Noble for Christy Noble. So if you're paying close enough attention, Dan Noble won half of the finals last night, and Christy Noble took 3 of the 4 sophomore divisions. Here we go.
Thank you for that recap.
Absolutely. Thanks for listening. But we're going to turn it over to Barry for the call of the 16th.
Colt Racing Association 3-year-old filly Pacers, a field of 6 for the 16th. Start of the late double in the year. They go. They're off. For the lead, Rockin' Rayel, Naked on a Hill. On the outside, Better Than a Million. To the inside, ATI Girls Love Cruisin'. April Hill High is racing into the turn in 5th. 6 is ATI Beach Please as they make their way around the turn. Better Than a Million has gone off stride. Naked on a Hill grabs command and will take him to the quarter. Rockin' Rayel is second there in third. ATI Girls Love Cruisin', followed by April Hill High and ATI Beach Please. Better Than a Million is still off stride and trails. The quarter was 27-1. Naked on a Hill fronts the field, shows away by a length and a half. Rockin' Rayel is in there second. ATI Girls Love Cruisin' next. It's a length to April Hill High, followed by ATI Beach Please. And the trailer, Better Than a Million, on over to the half. Marching up top, Naked on a Hill will put the half on the board. 56-1, 29 flat, second panel. Rockin' Rayel is second. ATI Girls Love Cruisin' is there third. Comes to the outside and is asked for pace. Fourth is April Hill High. And it is ATI Beach Please. And far back, the trailer, Better Than a Million. On to 3/4. Naked on a Hill is opened up 4 from Rockin' Rayel. Outside, ATI Girls Love Cruisin' under a heavy drive is not making up any ground. 123-2. 27-1 backside. April Hill High is fourth, continuing to lose ground further back. ATI Beach Please and the trailer, Better Than a Million, top of the stretch on their way home. Naked on a Hill has got the lead. Rockin' Rayel into the passing lane is closing. Naked on a Hill will hang on. Naked on a Hill, Rockin' Rayel, ATI Girls Love Cruisin' and April Hill High. Finishing 5th, ATI Beach Please, 154.
154 flat for Naked on a Hill. Jeff Nysonger, that should be his, is that his sixth? Sixth of the card for Mark Winters, who I guess we haven't been keeping good enough track of Mark Winters. I'm sure we
Wow.
have
Well,
had
I
a
know
few for
that
him as well.
this one definitely was the speedier of the divisions because the 8th race was our other division, a 3-year-old filly Pace, won by Patty's by the Sea. That one went in 156, and here we have an effort in 154 flat.
Third, the 5, April Hill High. Fourth, the 1, ATI Beach Please. Mutual results unofficial, 3-2, 5-1, 3-2, 5-1 unofficial.
So there was your reminder that Naked on a Hill was barred from wagering for obvious reasons.
Although I remember being at a fair this year somewhere where one of the horses that was barred did not win. So sometimes it happens. But you are expected almost to be the winner when they bar you from wagering.
I thought great effort by Rockin' Rayel, though, our 3-horse who did end up second behind Naked on a Hill. She gave it a go.
And also, for good reason, though, that she would probably be one of the favorites in with the wagerers because of the number of wins she's racked up this season. 12 out of 29.
This blanket sponsored by Ohio Harness Horsemen Association for Naked on a Hill. It's a 3-year-old daughter of Nob Hill High out of the Van Hard mare, Naked by 9, a homebred for Dennis Shaner. Mark Winters, the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger gets his 6th, the winner of the day. It's the 5th win of the season for Naked on a Hill. Her 10th career win. The mile today, 154.
So, how about that? We are now down to our getaway feature, the 17th race, which is going to feature 2-year-old colt pacers, Ashley.
Sure thing. We will wait just a moment for Barry to give us
the official rundown.
The official, but I'm sure it won't be too long.
Well, it depends how you read it, whether you include the barred one or not. Naked on a Hill, the actual winner, not the betting winner. Rock and Ray L was the winner, finishing second, and I believe ATI's Girls Love Cruisin' was third, but second in wagering purposes, you know. So interesting when they have that wagering difference.
Trish, I have to say this is the most comfortable seating we have.
I thought of that today.
At a county
I did
fair.
think of that today.
And not sitting on metal or wooden
bench,
bleachers,
yeah.
but
I don't know which is worse. I think the metal's worse. Myself.
yeah, they're both pretty tough sometimes, especially when you're sitting. Thankfully, you know, we're in just regular old chairs today, because sitting here for 5 hours on a metal bench would have been a tough one. Would have been tough.
But it's always great to cover our favorite sport of harness racing, isn't it, Ashley?
Absolutely.
I think so.
We'll suffer through what we have to suffer through.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. Glad to do it. Glad to do it. It's a great pleasure in life, if you love horse racing, to be involved in it in lots of different ways. This is just one that I enjoy.
D325 try, 38.23.251. Superfecta, $66.98. Here's they finish the 16th. ATI Beach Please 5, ATI Girls Love Cruisin' 3, Rocket Rail 2, Naked on a Hill the winner. April Hill High 4, Better Than Million 6, 7 was scratch. 5, 3, 2, 1, 4, 6. Scratch on the bottom, 154. 17th race is next.
And we also have a change, a scratch in the 17th race, our final race, which is going to reduce that to a field of 6 of 2-year-old colt pacers. And Ashley and I will be back to give them a good look after these messages.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzy, a son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Thanks for joining us all afternoon long here at Dayton Raceway for the Montgomery County Fairs. We have reached the 17th and final, the third division of 2-year-old colt pacers, going for a purse of $5,173. We do have a scratch along the rail. Terror Train is out sick, I believe. But
Sick.
Okay, perfect. And so that leaves us with just a field of 6.
That's another thing you have to deal with the babies. They commonly get sicker more frequently, just like little kids, than the older horses do.
Especially this time of year when we are headed into yearling sales and we're bringing lots of new babies in who are exposing some of they're obviously not aged, or 2- and 3-year-olds are not aged, but exposing them to some more sickness as well.
So this is the third division of 2-year-old colt pacers that we have the privilege of watching today. Earlier we had a 56-mile turned in with one, and then a 153 and 1 mile. So we've had quite a bit of difference there. We'll see what this group does. We're going to start by taking a look at the 2, which has inherited the rail. That is Go Accordingly, trained by Mike Polhamus and owned by the Lucky 58 Stables of Springfield, Ohio, just down the road. 9 starts on the year, 2 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds, and $9,867 in earnings, taking the lifetime best at Troy in 158 and 3. Actually, those were back-to-back wins. August 13th at Troy, 158 and 3, and then went to Greenfield on August 17th and won again in 159 and 3. Followed that with a second-place finish at Greenville of 159 and 1. Then made a break at Northfield in a Buckeye Stallion Series, finishing 9th. Went back to the Buckeye Stallion Series again at Delaware on September 19th and finished 7th, only beaten 4 1/4 lengths, and time of the mile there 156 and 1. So on the board, 5 of 9 starts is go accordingly.
Woodrow Blue Chip will leave from the third post position. Hank Levan in the bike for trainer Ryan Miller. Miller Racing and Red Racer. Roger Miller, if I could
say that 3 times fast, will you please?
Let me restart on that one. Miller Racing Stable, Red Racer, Roger Miller, Jeff Banke, and I am going to butcher this, Rufinot?
I would say Rufinot.
Apologies if I am butchering your last name, as I know I am, but they do all own this 2-year-old gelding by Lather Up and out of an American Ideal mare. He has hit the board 5 times in 8 tries this season, most recently coming off of a win right here at Dayton in September 24th. Was a non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel. He went his mile in 158 flat. Should mention about 3 back from that over at Hoosier Park and a 2-year-old non-winners of 1. Did have a 6th place finish, however, went the mile in 155 flat, final quarter in 27. Woodrow Blue Chip was a $57,000 purchase out of the Lexington selected sale and has made $18,319 so far.
Not to labor the point, but isn't that interesting, Ashley, that he was in a non-winners 1 when he already had 2 prior wins, and one of them was a fair, but maybe it was a fair at Hoosier Park too where he won by a neck. Otherwise, he wouldn't be eligible to be in a non-winners 1. So I'm guessing the one at Hoosier Park on July 31st where he won must have been a fair stake also. I don't know. The 4 is Danny's Dragon, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. and owned by Sharon Edelman of Gahanna, Ohio. Today, driven by Tim Deaton. Danny's Dragon last started at Kenton on September 5th in Ohio Fair Stake, finishing 4th and going the mile in 2:03 and 2, final quarter in 32 and 1. Has been racing at Scioto Downs in overnights rather than racing at the Fair Stakes. Those non-winners of 1 pari-mutuel can be kind of tough. I see miles that were the winning miles anywhere from 53 and 3, 54 and 4, 54 and 1, and Danny's Dragon is not quite there yet, finishing 8.66. Did have a 5th place finish in a non-winners 1 pari-mutuel back on August 9th and went toured the oval there at Scioto Downs in 158.
Here is our bugle, so we'll turn over to Barry for our Vic Royal. Wow. For the post parade.
It's getting late.
Race, 3rd Division, Ohio Colt Racing Association, 2-year-old Colt Pace. Purse $5,173. Blanket trophy sponsored by H.R. Hope & Sons. Scratch the 1 Terror Train is out sick. The 7 Extra Suds is barred from wagering. Here's the field. The 1 is scratched. Number 2 is Go Accordingly. Owned by Lucky 58 Stables, trained by Mike Malhamus with Scott Cisco. Number 3 is Woodrow Blue Chip, by Miller Racing Stable, Red Racer LLC. Roger Miller, Jeff Banke, and William Rufineg, trained by Ryan Miller with Hank Levan. 4 is Danny's Dragon, by Sharon Edelman, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. with Tim Deaton. Number 5 is Fear the Panda, owned by Amelia Smith, trained by Randy Smith with Jeff Nysonger. 6 is Arrow John, owned and trained by Dan Hale with Jason Beatty. Completing the field but barred from wagering is the 7 Extra Suds. The Pinto is leashed and trained by Virtual Morgan Jr. Brett Miller is in the sulky.
Trish, you'll have to remind me. I think we're on the 4-horse.
No, I finished with
Okay.
Danny's Dragon. He has not hit the board in 8 starts. 5, Fear the Panda, and you're up. You're up.
So Fear the Panda, Jeff Nysonger will drive our 5-horse for Randy Smith. Amelia Smith, his daughter, does own this 2-year-old colt by Fear the Dragon out of a Feelin' Frisky mare. Fear the Panda has hit the board 6 of 15 tries this season with 3 wins. Most recently, we'll say just 2 back at Delaware, actually, in the Buckeye Stallion Series, did have a 4th place finish in 156-4, and a couple back from that at Kenton in the Fair Stakes did have a wire-to-wire win in 2 minutes flat, final quarter in 29-2. Fear the Panda was purchased for just $6,000 out of the Buckeye Classic sale a year ago and now has made over $14,000. A lifetime mark for this horse did come at Urbana in 158-3.
Danny Hale has a few in today, and he's in this last race with one that he bred, owns, and trains, and that's Arrow John. Today handled by Jason Beatty. 6 starts on the year, yet to notch a win, but has a single second and 2/3 with $3,358 earned for this Catch the Fire out of Elegant Mystique by Cam Best. Now, started at Coshocton on October 2nd and had the trailing position, put in a nice effort, I think, because it shows 3 wide going down the backside and probably around the final turn into the stretch, and then was 3rd, beaten 4 1/4 lengths in 2:04 and 3. At Dover on September 21st, had another 3rd place finish, and that time covered the mile in 2:01 and 4. 5th at Ashland, 4th at Worcester, 2nd at Canfield back on September 2nd, beaten 15 lengths, but going in 2:1 and 1. Actually, another one that didn't get started earlier in the season, but now has 6 starts.
Rounding out the field, but barred from wagering, is Extra Suds, one that is very hard to miss on the track. Brett Miller in the bike for Virgil Morgan Jr. This is a Pinto colt by Lather Up. He has quite a bit of white up his leg. Very hard to miss. Very flashy for the blacks and bays and browns that we usually see of our breed. Extra Suds was a $45,000 purchase out of the Lexington Selected. This year, he has made almost $105,000 in just 8 lifetime starts. He has notched 1 win, 5 second-place finishes, and 1 third-place finish. Actually, 2 back in the Ohio Breeders' Crown at Delaware, had a 2nd-place finish in 151-3, final quarter at Delaware in 28-1. Took a lifetime mark just the end of August, just in a qualifier, went wire to wire in that qualifier at Scioto in 153-3. His only purse win, however, came back in a Buckeye Stallion Series early July at Scioto in 154-2.
And it's interesting because when he does get beat, it's always by the same horse. It seems like Rick Wink. I can see
that
1,
is
2, 3, 4, 5 times.
I want to say Rick Wink is another one that is undefeated on this season, and we should see him and Super Knight hopefully try to keep it going for the rest of the year. A field will scratch down to a field of 6 for our 17th and final here at Dayton Raceway. Thanks for joining us. Of course, we will be back after we hand it over to Barry Vickroy for the call
wrap it up
of the 17th.
2-year-old colt pacers, the 17th race of field of 6. The gate swings into the back stretch, and here they go. Here, off the end of pacing. Extra Suds from the outside to his inside. Fear the Panda. Further in, Woodrow Blue Chip. Go Accordingly came away 4th. Into the turn 5th is Danny's Dragon, and the slow starter Eric John is the trailer. They'll make their way around the turn, head to the quarter. Woodrow Blue Chip has got the lead. Racing in second, Fear the Panda. Extra Suds on the outside. 4th is Go Accordingly, followed by Danny's Dragon and Arrow John. The quarter 26-4. And it's Woodrow Blue Chip on the inside. Extra Suds will step up to take command. 3rd is Fear the Panda. There 4th, Go Accordingly. Danny's Dragon is next, and the trailer Arrow John. They're now single file. And the Pinto Extra Suds and Brett Miller front the field as they wheel around the paddock turn on over to the half. Woodrow Blue Chip is there second. Third is Fear the Panda inside. Go Accordingly. Coming to the outside, Danny's Dragon and Arrow John at the back. 56 seconds for the half, rated 29 in 1 second quarter. Start down the back stretch. It's Extra Suds. Woodrow Blue Chip is right there in second. Third is Fear the Panda. Outside, Danny's Dragon inside. Go Accordingly. Leaving the pylons from the back, Arrow John to 3/4. It's Extra Suds. Still the one to catch. Woodrow Blue Chip has been following from the pocket. Tightens in on 24 and 4, 28 and 4 backside. Fear the Panda is third. Go Accordingly. Once again, fourth is Danny's Dragon. Is in full retreat and moving up. Arrow John top of the stretch on their way home. Extra Suds with the lead. Starting to dig in and open up from Woodrow Blue Chip. Challenging on the outside, Fear the Panda. Extra Suds will win it. The battle is right in behind him as Fear the Panda getting up over Woodrow Blue Chip. Finishing fourth, Arrow John fifth. Go Accordingly, 153 and 2.
Nice mile, 153 and 2, put up by Extra Suds. Brett
Fifth of
Miller.
a second off our second division, 153 and 1. So 2 nice miles, really nice miles for these youngsters. But you're noticed, yeah, as you said, it is such a pretty horse. Extra Suds is. You kind of do enjoy seeing one that's a bit flashy like that. You could say a lot of chrome, but it's more than chrome even. He's got it on his belly.
That should be Brett Miller's. Should be 6 on the day.
Your order of finish is 5-3-6-2. 5-3-6-2, unofficial pari-mutually.
So there was that reminder. Extra Suds barred from wagering, but regardless, still gets that purse money. Makes for the second lifetime win. Does up his earnings over $106,000.
Actually, you know, one of the first fairs I did, I saw Fear the Panda, and I liked the way that horse went. And I was talking to my brother, and he had happened to be watching the thing too, and he said the same thing. He seemed like he was a little bit, had speed, but was a little hot and a little bit not comfortable being put in a hole and everything. But I like to see him. He's been having a decent year here. Nice year. And actually here finished second on a nice stretch battle between him and Woodrow Blue Chip.
We will have Brett Miller and Extra Suds come into the winner's circle in just a moment. But a quick recap, I do believe in 17 races, Brett Miller won 6.
And we had 6 from Nysonger.
7 Extra Suds, a 2-year-old Pinto son of Lather Up, out of the Western Terre mare, the Bomb Dottie. Virgil Morgan Jr., the lessee and trainer. Brett Miller is the winning driver. Brett gets his 7th winner on the program. It's the second of the season for Extra Suds. This is a new lifetime mark for him today, 153 and 2.
His dam, the Bomb Dottie, just had one sell, I think, also at Lexington, 80-some thousand, if I'm correct. I remember seeing something about her baby.
I think they corrected me. Here we go.
The Panda pays $5 to win. Exacta 5-3, $5.50. 5-3-6 trifecta, $11.10. 5-3-6-2 superfecta, $4.60. 3-5 late double, $20, 20 cents. Late pick 3, $4.40. And the late pick 4, 4 of 4, $14.75. Here's the official order of finish for race 17. 1 was Scratch, Go Accordingly 5, Woodrow Blue Chip 3, Danny's Dragon 6, Fear the Panda 2, Arrow John 4, Extra Suds the winner. Scratch 5-3, 6-2-4, 1 on the bottom, 153 and 2.
Well,
We've
that,
reached the finish line, Ashley.
That does it. So I guess while we still have a few people on, we do want to remind you the Lancaster, the Fairfield County Fair is our last and final of the year. Make sure you join us, whether in person or, of course, online. That broadcast Wednesday, October 9th and Thursday, October 10th. A 1 and 1:30 post time. We have reached the end of the Ohio County Fair racing season.
I guess I'll give my usual sign off until we meet again. Good luck, good racing, and good night.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing has been presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Dublin Valley Farms, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio County Fair